Senate will come to order. Dr. Black, Chaplain of the Senate, will lead the Senate in prayer. You bet.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, from whom all blessings flow, we thank you for the gift of this day. Lord, inspire us to use these precious hours, minutes, and seconds to glorify you. Give us the wisdom to number our days, that we may have hearts of wisdom. Lord, guide our senators with strength, courage, and love. Empower them to build bridges that will keep America strong. Use them to pull down walls of contention and replace them with gates that lead to unity. Provide them with a peace that the world cannot give or take away. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Senator from Iowa.
A few times every year, I come to the floor to compliment the University of Iowa Carver College of Medicine. I'm here again to do it. It has once again shown it's a leader in medicine and advancing new treatments. As the co-founder and co-chair of the Senate's Cystic Fibrosis Caucus, I take a keen interest in cystic fibrosis treatment advances. Dr. Michael Welsh at the University of Iowa has recently received several awards for his research on cystic fibrosis that has paved the way for new therapies, which is transforming the lives of people with cystic fibrosis. Most recently, Dr. Welsh received the 2025 Lasker-DeBakey Clinton Clinical Medical Research Award. Dr. Lasker's award are sometimes called America's Nobels and are among the world's most prestigious biomedical and clinical research awards. Cystic fibrosis is a lethal genetic disease that affects a person's lungs, pancreas, and other organs, and typically results in morbidity and even mortality. Until recently, living with cystic fibrosis was challenging and often led to infections in lungs that were very difficult to treat. Thanks to Dr. Welsh's research, We can now target cystic fibrosis at the molecular level. That's resulted in 90% of cystic fibrosis patients benefiting from the new and improved treatments. Doctors no longer treat only a person's symptoms. They actually correct a person's defective gene through treatment discovered by Dr. Welsh. I would like to thank Dr. Welsh as his senator and as chair of the Cystic Fibrosis Caucus for his decades of pioneering work on fundamental biology of cystic fibrosis, and also to congratulate him on winning this prestigious Lasker Award. His landmark discoveries have led to new life-saving therapies that correct the effects of genetic disorders. Then, Mr. President, on another point, on Monday, the Wall Street Journal editorial board published an article titled, quote, "Obamacare is a mecca for fraud," end of quote. It articulates the waste, fraud, and abuse in the Obamacare program. So I'm going to read this article on the floor today and do it for the benefit of my colleagues that maybe don't always read these editorials. So quoting, and I'll try to leave out commentary comment. If I do that, I will identify it as such. Quote, "The Minnesota Medicaid grift illustrates how open-ended government welfare can easily become an inducement for fraud. A new Government Accountability Office report finds the pandemic-era sweetened Obamacare subsidies are ripe for gaming. The GAO last fall began an undercover test in which it submitted insurance applications for fictitious individuals to the federal Obamacare exchange and insurance brokers. Nearly all of its invented people were able to enroll in subsidized plans despite submitting false or no records to verify their identities and incomes. Of GAO's 24 applications, 23 were approved. 18 enrollees were still covered as of September, suggesting that the exchange and insurers didn't verify information even after enrollment. The subsidies paid to insurance companies for those 18 applicants totaled more than $10,000 per month, equivalent to a $6,700 annual subsidy for each enrollee. GAO says that in some cases, quote, "we were not prompted to provide documentation," end quote, to verify an applicant's identity. No social security number. No problem. In another instance, the Obamacare exchange, quote, "notified us that it had verified the applicant's estimated income based on documentation we submitted. However, we did not submit documentation," end quote. In 2 cases, brokers called the Obamacare Help Center because applicants had submitted invalid Social Security numbers. The center let brokers submit the fraudulent applications anyway. This suggests the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which runs the federal Obamacare exchange, was ignoring fraud. GAO analysts, no, I made a mistake. GAO also analyzed enrollment data in 2023 and 2024 for data anomalies. It found more than 29,000 Social Security numbers in 2023 and nearly 68,000 in 2024 that were used to receive more than 1 year's worth of insurance coverage with subsidies in a single year, meaning the same Social Security number was used by more than one person. In 2023, one Social Security number was used to apply for more than 125 policies. Perhaps this was identity theft, but it's also possible brokers submitted fake Social Security numbers to enroll ineligible or phantom people in plans. Brokers earn more in commissions from insurers if they enroll more people in Obamacare. The Justice Department has charged numerous brokers with enrolling people in Obamacare plans or switching them to new plans without their consent. GAO identified at least 30,000 applicants in 2023 and 160,000 in 24 that had, quote, likely unauthorized changes by agents or brokers. GAO also found that incomes weren't later verified for enrollees who received $21 billion in subsidies in 2023. That means they might have received bigger subsidies than they were eligible for. The Paragon Health Institute's Brian Blaze has warned that Obamacare's lack verification controls encourage people to understate income to get bigger subsidies. Using Census Bureau data, Mr. Blaze estimates that about 6 4/10 million people this year were improperly enrolled in subsidized Obamacare plans, costing taxpayers $27 billion. He has also found that about 40% of the enrollees in plans fully subsidized by the government filed no medical claims. GAO's report suggests many may not be real people, others may have employer coverage and been enrolled by brokers without their knowledge. This year's GOP tax bill included modest reforms to prevent Obamacare fraud, such as requiring the exchange to verify Social Security numbers and income data before enrolling applicants in plans. It also requires people to repay the government if their incomes turn out to be higher than what they estimated on their application. The Congressional Budget Office projected that the tax bill's Obamacare fraud controls could result in about 1 million more people going uninsured, but most aren't eligible for subsidies, and some might not even exist. Democrats want to boost enrollment in Obamacare, no matter the cost, because they view the subsidized and regulated plans as a way station to a single-payer system. Senate Minority Leader plans to tee up a vote this week to extend the pandemic-era subsidies, which have been an inducement for fraud. Republicans would be wise to remind voters that Democrats sold Obamacare on false pretenses. For example, it would make health care quote-unquote affordable. Extending the subsidies would perpetuate that fraud. End of my reading of the Wall Street Journal Monday of this week. I yield the floor. Suggests the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President.
Republican Leader,
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, tomorrow we're going to be voting on the Democrats' partisan messaging exercise, which is their 3-year extension of the Biden COVID bonuses. Now, the Democrat leader came down here yesterday and has a number of times now and taken anybody who was listening here in the chamber or elsewhere around the country on a tour of Fantasyland. A tour of Fantasyland narrated by the Democrat leader. Because, Mr. President, what he is saying about a Democrat plan that will lower health care costs is a fantasy. It just is. It's a fantasy. I'm going to explain to you why in just a moment. And it's not any less a fantasy today than it was yesterday, than it was the day before that. It's that. It's a fantasy. Now, Mr. President, interestingly enough, the Democrat proposal, which is a 3-year extension of the status quo, is an attempt to disguise the real impact of Obamacare's spiraling health care costs. So if we do this, we extend this for 3 years at a cost of $83 billion, taxpayers, $83 billion to the taxpayers, what happens after 3 years? Another 3-year extension or patch as Obamacare costs continue to spiral. Mr. President, during the Democrats' shutdown, one Democrat senator came to the floor, and to his credit, he admitted the truth, and this is what he said. He said, "We did fail to bring down the cost of health care," end quote. That was his quote, Mr. President. We did fail to bring down the cost of health care. And so what is the Democrat answer to that failure, Mr. President? An extension of the status quo. While health care costs continue to spiral for the American people. Now, Mr. President, I'm going to show you here, first off, where most people get their health insurance coverage in this country. So you've got, in the individual marketplace, which is the blue here, almost 50% of Americans, that's about 150 million Americans, who get their health care coverage through their employer. So they're in the small group plan, the large group plan, but it's something that when they get their job, they get health care coverage. You've got another almost 40% of the population, about 140 million Americans, who get it through Medicaid, 21% as you can see, Medicare, about 15%, and then the balance here, some are uninsured, and then there are some who get it in the non-group market. There's a sliver there for the military. But in this non-group individual market, Mr. President, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about that sliver right there. So remember, again, 150 million Americans, almost 50%, get their coverage through their employer. Another almost 40%, 140 million Americans, get theirs through Medicare or Medicaid. And then this little sliver right here, which represents about 23 to 24 million Americans, are in the Obamacare exchanges. Now, I just as a point of fact want to show you, next slide, what's actually happened in those various markets. Of course, Medicare and Medicaid is something that the federal government, those are programs that have been in place for a really long time. But if you look at what's happened in the Consumer Price Index since 2014, so take this stretch right here, that's the blue line. The blue line is how much costs have gone up in our economy overall. That's about 39% over the past 10, 11, 12 years. And then if you look at what's happened in the employer-provided market, remember I just said that about 50% almost, 150 million Americans, get their health insurance coverage in the employer-provided marketplace. In other words, they're in a small group plan or a large group plan, and that rate of insurance increase, although way too high, I would argue, over that same 10 or 11-year period, is 68%. So Consumer Price Index is 39%. The large group market, employer market, went up at 69%. So what do you think the premium cost increase was in the individual marketplace, in the Obamacare exchange? Mr. President, it went up 129%, and that's since 2014. If you go back to 2013, it's gone up 221%. Because insurance companies, when this program was introduced, automatically significantly increased and boosted their rates. So today, if you're in the individual marketplace, This is how much your insurance rates have gone up since Obamacare, since its inception a little over a decade ago. That, Mr. President, is double the rate of increase in the employer-provided marketplace and triple the CPI, which is the cost we pay for everything else out there. So the idea that this has made health care less costly and more affordable for people in the Obama exchanges is just a fantasy. It's a fantasy. Let's go to the next chart here. So what has happened as a result of that? You have this dramatic increase in the individual marketplace in the Obamacare exchange, which is, like I said, double what you would get if you're getting your insurance from your employer in the marketplace. So what's happened? A lot of employers, particularly small employers, let's take the 25 to 49 employee small business. What is happening in that marketplace? So a lot of those companies used to offer their employees insurance. And that insurance, as I pointed out, is about half of the cost of increase over this time period that you would get in the individual marketplace in the Obamacare exchanges. So what's happened is people in this market, and this is again 25 to 49 employees, who up until a few years ago actually did, in many cases, try and provide some sort of health care coverage for their employees. What they are now doing is they are dropping coverage. Look what's happened. From 2010, it went from 92% in 2020 down to 70%, and then in 2025 down to 64%. So the employer marketplace is shrinking. Why is that? That's a good question, right? So why would people be dropping out of the employee marketplace and going into the individual exchanges? Well, I think the answer is pretty obvious. If you are an employer or you're an employee and you can get into a marketplace where the government is subsidizing your premiums, if you're an employer, they're just responding to obviously what most employers do, and that's a way to reduce their cost and to transfer that cost to the federal government. So the employer market, particularly the small business market, is shrinking. At the same time, the Obamacare market is expanding, and expanding pretty dramatically, and premium cost about double of what you would see in the employer marketplace. So let's go to the next chart. And the thing that you got to remember here, Mr. President, is if you look at, this was promised at the time when Obamacare was being debated, and I happened to be here at the time, that this was actually going to reduce costs. This was going to score as an overall savings to the federal government. Here is what in the exchanges now, what Obamacare actually costs. You can see dramatically increased right about here when the enhanced subsidies, the Biden COVID bonuses passed by the Democrats, not a single Republican vote in 2021, and then extended in 2022, set to expire this year. This all of their own making. I mean, somehow they have tried to shift the narrative here that this is somehow a problem of Republicans making. They set the expiration date, and they passed the legislation in 2021 and 2022 that led to this explosion in costs. And so now, the 10-year score on this program, the 10-year score on this program is now $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion to the taxpayers to subsidize in the individual marketplace the 23 or 24 million Americans who receive their coverage there. That's just flat staggering. Look at that. So we're looking at 24, 25 now, $150 billion a year over a 10-year period, as I said. It ends up being, it's been scored by the CBO at about $1.3 trillion. But here's what happened. The spending went up dramatically when the very issue that we're talking about here today, which is these Biden COVID bonuses, they were designed to be in response to the pandemic when they were enacted in 2021. Now, in 2021, as most people remember, we were kind of past the pandemic. And that particular legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called Inflation Reduction Act, obviously not the case, passed in August of 2021. We were well past the pandemic. But it gave the Democrats an excuse to put more federal money into a failing program that is driving up costs and increasing dramatically costs to the federal taxpayer. And then in 2022, They said, oh, well, they still had the majority, and so they said, well, let's extend this thing. So they extended. I should say 2021 was, I think, the American Rescue Plan. 2022 was the Inflation Reduction Act. But they decided to extend this program and these Biden COVID bonuses, which in 2022, as I recall, the pandemic was pretty well past us, right? So they decided, well, let's keep this thing going. This is such a great deal. You know, we're passing all these costs on to the American taxpayer, and we can go to people in the marketplace and tell them we're reducing your premiums. So that's what's happened. Now, go to the next chart here. Now, interestingly enough, this is another, I think, effect of all this. And this is what has happened in this marketplace, again, just an example, because the way this thing is structured. Now, and this is ironic to me, because I've always thought of Democrats as, you know, wanting to, at least their narrative is they stand up to big business, they stand up for the little guy, the person out there that's struggling to make ends meet. And yet the way this program is structured, the payments go directly to the insurance companies. So the insurance companies are incentivized to get more people into these programs, because when they do, they get paid by the federal government. And there are a couple other features about this plan today, Mr. President, that make this thing even more, I think, staggering to the American people. And that is that there are no income caps. Now, another feature of the Democrats' narrative is that somehow this is going to, you know, we want to be for the little guy, for the guy who's trying to make it out there, the person that's really struggling to get by, lower income category. But what this does is this forces hardworking taxpayers, people are out there trying to get by, to subsidize the insurance costs of affluent, wealthy people. Why? Because in 2021, they took off the income caps. There are no income caps on this program. It used to be 400% of poverty, which for a family of four is about 128 grand a year. They took the caps completely off, blew the caps up. So now you got people making $500-600 grand a year who are getting subsidies from people who are making $25,000 a year in this marketplace. That, Mr. President, is pretty remarkable. Pretty stunning, really. And so you have insurance companies, big insurance companies being the beneficiaries, and affluent people with no income caps in this program. But the other feature of the program is this. There are $0 premiums. And so what does that mean? There are a lot of people who are getting covered by insurance companies because they meet the eligibility requirements who aren't paying anything for coverage. There's no premium whatsoever. These are, we call them $0 premiums. And those have exploded. And one of the reasons they've exploded is because an insurance company can say, I found somebody in this particular population group who meets these criteria, these eligibility, we're signing them up. And since they don't have to pay a premium, they don't even know they're covered. So what's happened in the past few years? The number of people who haven't filed claims literally since 2021 has tripled. Now, as I've said before, there are lots of reasons why people don't file claims. You might have a good, healthy year. You may be a younger person who doesn't have health issues. But the fact of the matter that you would see from 2021, when they made this change to take the lid off of income, to create $0 premiums, and then to see this explode, the number of people who didn't file a claim tripled in the last 4 years. Now, what does that suggest? I would argue, Mr. President, it suggests that there are a lot of people out there who have no idea that they're even covered. They have no idea they have coverage because they're not paying anything for it, and the insurance company is incentivized to auto-enroll because they are getting the payment directly from the American taxpayer. That, Mr. President, is how this program is structured. And that, Mr. President, is why it is never going to reduce costs. Insurance companies are incentivized to increase premiums. Businesses are incentivized to, push people out of their marketplace into the individual marketplace where the taxpayers will subsidize the premiums, the cost of health care. And then what you get is a dramatic run-up in healthcare cost, an explosion in healthcare costs. And again, I just want to put that first chart up again, second chart, I'm sorry, which shows the difference in these different marketplaces. So this number right here, Mr. President, the orange number, that is the individual marketplace. That's the Obamacare exchanges. This is the employer market. Half the cost. Well, again, if the taxpayers are paying the premiums, the incentives are all there to continue to run up the costs. Mr. President, this is nothing more than a failed program, partly because it is a failed structure with no incentives to reduce costs, and where insurance companies decide to cover you, you may not even know you have coverage, in which high-income people making $500,000, $600,000 a year can go into this marketplace and get subsidies from the federal taxpayers from people who are making $25,000 to $35,000 a year. That's what we are talking about. That is the fantasy land that the Democrats are trying to take the American people for a tour of. So, Mr. President, we will vote on that. The extension, the 3-year extension with no reforms. And by the way, and I don't have the chart here, but the Government Accountability Office came up with did a study of this marketplace. And they submitted fraudulent claims. In other words, they got people to submit to try and get into the program. They tried to get into the program, and what the Government Accountability Office found was that 95% of these got enrolled by the insurance companies. That audit was not done 2 years ago, 5 years ago. That audit was just released last week. The Government Accountability Office said that in their survey population, they looked at a group of people, a population, and found that 95% of these people that the insurance company signed up were fraudulent. So you have a program that is rife with waste, fraud, and abuse. So what would you think you would want to do? Here's, I would think, what I would want to do if I were them and I actually wanted to fix this thing. I would be interested in reforming it. I'd be looking at some income caps. I'd do away with $0 premiums. I'd figure out a way to structure this so the money isn't going to the insurance companies. But that's not what they did. They just said, we're going to extend this for 3 years at a cost, I might add, of $83 billion, scored by the CBO. No changes. Just continue to run up the cost in the individual marketplace like that, but have the American taxpayers pay for it and then go tell people that you're trying to keep their premiums down. This does nothing to lower the cost of health insurance, Mr. President. And so Republicans will offer up something as an alternative. And just as a point of fact, it has contains some provisions in it which tries to move us away from a couple of the features of the Obamacare exchanges. One is, it tries to get the money in the hands of the American people. And by doing that, creating health savings accounts where money flows into the health savings account that individuals control rather than having it controlled by the insurance companies. Now, you'd still get your insurance in the marketplace, but now you would have more dollars at your discretion to decide how you are going to use them. Instead of taking a silver plan in the Obamacare exchange, you might take a bronze plan. A bronze plan would mean you're paying less for it, sometimes might have a higher deductible, but with the proposal that we're going to put forward, there would be money coming in to these HSAs that the individual would control. So it's about individual control versus government control, first and foremost. It's also about actually lowering costs. Now, interestingly enough, if you put the next chart up there, and this will be too small for most people who are trying to watch this, although there are probably not many on television, but it also has the advantage of scoring a savings. So the proposal we're going to put on the floor will actually reduce premiums, according to the Congressional Budget Office, by about 10 to 11%. So double-digit reduction in premiums. double-digit reduction in premiums under this proposal, and save some taxpayers some money. It scores as a $30 billion savings. Now, instead of taking that $30 billion and giving it to the insurance companies, what we would suggest here is that you actually do let the American people, the consumer, the patient, if you will, manage this and have these dollars available to them at their discretion. That, Mr. President, is a very different business model than what is being offered up by the Democrats. It also has the added advantage of actually, as a matter of scoring by the Congressional Budget Office, reducing premiums. Reducing premiums. Something that their plan will never, ever be able to say. And this is the average reduction in premiums across the country, state by state. And like I said, it's going to be too far away for you to see, but in my state of South Dakota, it's going to reduce them by $900, and that's pretty much going to be true everywhere. Now, we can do a lot better if we can continue to make some of these reforms and changes in these programs and get those in premium rates even lower. But I would argue that actually a reduction, a double-digit reduction in premiums relative to what they're offering up, which is a dramatic increase in spending, increase in premiums, increase in costs, which goes on indefinitely. This is a 3-year extension with no reforms. Doesn't adjust income limits. You can still get unlimited income, still qualify in the exchanges. Doesn't do anything about $0 premiums, and continues to incentivize insurance companies to auto-enroll people, many of whom will never know they're enrolled. The insurance company is getting paid, and this program continues to drive up costs in the individual marketplace, which, as I said, is about double what it is in the employer marketplace. So you tell me, is that the bet you want to make? Now, the Democrats seem hard over on doing this, and I understand there's a lot of pressure. Just do it, just extend it. But a 3-year extension without reforms, and furthermore, a 3-year extension that actually backtracks on some of the reforms that have been made earlier, and that also is in their bill, creates more fraud, more waste, more abuse, higher prices, and a higher cost for the American taxpayer. It's a pretty bad bet, Mr. President. That's what this is all about for them. The question is, you want the government? You want the government deciding this? You want to put this power and these resources in the hands of the American people, American taxpayers, patients. That's what we're about, Mr. President. And so that's, when we have that vote tomorrow, that's what's at stake. Like I said, I don't have any expectation probably that we're going to get Democrat votes for our proposal, but we are offering something that actually does reduce health care costs and premiums, puts power back in the hands of individuals. And that really is what this ought to be about. It ought to be about the American people being able to buy the insurance that they want, the coverage they want, at a price that they can afford. So, Mr. President, that'll be the vote tomorrow, and thank you all for indulging me in walking through a little bit about the history of this, because sometimes it's been very color-coded by our colleagues on the other side. But this is real. This isn't a fantasy. What they've described for you the past few days here is a fantasy. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader.
we in a quorum?
No.
Mr. President, the first stop on Donald Trump's so-called affordability tour was a train wreck. Last night's speech in Pennsylvania was supposed to kick off a new messaging campaign on affordability, but all it did was expose how Donald Trump simply doesn't get it. Anyone listening to Trump's speech could see he simply doesn't get what people are struggling through. He's trapped in his billionaire bubble. In his speech that was supposed to be about affordability, Donald Trump kept making fun of the word affordability. Does he have to go shop for groceries and not be able to buy the things his family needs? When your car is injured in an accident and you don't have money for the deductible and you don't have a car, does he understand that? Donald Trump is in his bubble, and he kept making fun of the word affordability. People are struggling. They can't afford basic needs, and Donald Trump keeps making fun of it by calling it all a giant hoax. But Americans know affordability is not a hoax. They see it as very real every time they go to the grocery store, pay their bills, pay the rent. And Donald Trump just doesn't get it. What was Donald Trump's solution to affordability? Well, last night, Trump said parents should buy their kids fewer dolls for Christmas. We're not talking about fewer dolls for Christmas. We're talking about necessities like food, like medicine, like fixing your car when it gets damaged, like maybe going to see the grandkids who you haven't seen in 2 years because you can't afford the trip. He said kids at school should have fewer pencils. And then he repeated his favorite word was tariffs. What kind of world does he live in? Does he understand that these tariffs are raising prices through the roof? When he said his favorite word was tariffs, the crowd sure didn't like that. His own crowd didn't like that, his own crowd of MAGA people. So Donald Trump simply doesn't get it. It takes a special kind of delusion to tell parents to buy their kids fewer toys and pencils while bragging about new ballrooms and gold in the Oval Office. You cut back on your Christmas presents for your kids who might really want something and have looked you in the eye 10 times and said, Mom, Dad, could I have that? And instead, he's spending money on new ballrooms and gold and brags about it. That's Donald Trump in a nutshell. But that's not all. During an interview released a few hours before this so-called affordability tour, Donald Trump was asked how he'd grade himself on the economy. He said A++++++, but the American people are giving him an F. What crackpot economics did Donald Trump study? An A with 5 pluses? Well, in that case, let's look at the test scores. Over the last year, the price of beef has gone up at the grocery store by 20%. That's an F. Today, Americans pay 40% more for a single cup of coffee on their way to work than they did last year. That's an F. People are paying more on electricity bills while Donald Trump has cut domestic energy jobs. That's a massive F. People are paying more for clothing, more for produce. And this week, our farmers had to be bailed out with taxpayer dollars because of Donald Trump's disastrous tariffs. The final grade, a big fat F. In no universe does Donald Trump deserve anywhere close to an A, a B, or even a C for his job on the economy. The reality is Donald Trump is a failure of a president and a failure on the American economy. And I'm not the ones giving Donald Trump a grade, it's the people themselves. Last night, while Donald Trump was mocking affordability in Pennsylvania, voters in Georgia and Florida gave him a big fat F. In Georgia, just 1 year ago, Democrats lost that state House district by 22 points. Last night, they won it. We've had the first Democratic mayor in Miami in 30 years, what used to be a Republican redoubt. Those elections are another warning shot from the ballot box. Americans are tired of paying more for things they need. They are tired of Donald Trump mocking them because they can't afford the things they need. I warn my Republican colleagues, as Florida and Georgia elections last night showed, you follow Donald Trump to your own doom and our country's doom. Donald Trump might claim he deserves an A++++, but at the ballot box, he's clearly getting an F. Now on health care, related. Tomorrow is a moment of truth for Senate Republicans. Are they going to help bring health care costs down? Or are they going to sabotage our health care system and send premiums through the roof? That's what's at stake when the Senate votes tomorrow. We have 21 days until January 1st. After that, people's health care bills will start going through the roof, double, triple, even more. People will not be able to afford their health care. Millions will lose it altogether. Tens of millions will pay much more than they can afford. As deductibles and copays go up, as different doctors leave plans, and you have to find a whole, you could have had a doctor that's been treating your child for a chronic condition for years. You trust the doctor. She or he is gone. Got to start all over with someone who's less accessible, less friendly, and more expensive. So, there's only one way to avoid all this. The only realistic path left is what Democrats are proposing, a clean, direct extension of current tax credits. But even now, it looks like Republicans still don't get it. Yesterday, Leader Thune announced he'd bring another proposal, a Republican proposal, if you can even call it that, to the floor. The Cassidy-Crapo hodgepodge of half-baked ideas, whose fundamental core idea has failed over and over again. I want to be very clear about what this Republican bill represents. Junk insurance. Let me tell my Republican colleagues it's dead on arrival. The proposal does nothing to bring down sky-high premiums. It doesn't extend the ACA premiums by a single day. Instead, Republicans want to send people $80 a month and pretend that's going to fix everything. It's a you're-on-your-own bill. You got a sick kid, you have cancer, you need a complete top-to-bottom checkup because something's ailing you. The Republicans are telling you, Americans, you're on your own. We're not helping you. That's what they say. Republicans want to send people $80 a month and pretend that's going to fix everything. And to even qualify for a check, you got to sign up for a bronze plan that comes with outrageously high deductibles, $7,500, even $10,000 for individuals. Under the Cassidy-Crapo plan, a 60-year-old Florida couple making $85,000 would see premiums go up by $21,000. And their deductible would go from $0 to $7,000. That's a $28,000 net taking out of their pockets. How are they going to pay for it? Republicans, you got an answer for them? This junk insurance won't help them one bit. This is not, Cassidy-Crapo is not a health care plan. It's not a plan at all. It's an excuse. It's a fig leaf. Because Republicans are so divided and can't come up with a plan that unites them, they have proposed this fig leaf. My guess is most Republicans themselves are grimacing that they even have to vote for this thing. How is a one-time check going to help you if you're paying $1,000 or $2,000 a month more for health insurance? The Cassidy-Crapo plan, even if you can call it that, is downright insulting. What we need to do is prevent our premiums from skyrocketing, and only our bill does it. It's the last train out of the station to avoid these sky-high premiums from going up and up and up. What we need to do is prevent premiums from skyrocketing, and only our bill does it. It is the last train out of the station. I repeat. But Republicans, they seem to care more about banning abortion than lowering premiums. This bill is loaded with a poison pill, so everyone knows it can't come close to passing. By putting that poison abortion pill in it, they basically are saying to Democrats, forget about it. You won't, there's not even close that you can You can't even come close to realizing that this might be the basis of any compromise, aside from how bad the plan is altogether. So the bottom line, the Republicans do not have a serious plan to fix our health care problems, but we Democrats do, a clean, simple extension to prevent premiums from rising and rising and rising. Republicans still have a day to do the right thing. Republicans, we're fighting for the American people. You're fighting with each other. Stop fighting with each other. Try to help the American people and vote for our plan. I implore my Republican colleagues, we need just 13 of you to push this bill over the finish line. If Republicans vote this bill down, they will unleash health care chaos throughout the country. And finally, on the Hegseth briefing of yesterday. During yesterday's Gang of Eight briefing, I asked Secretary Hegseth directly, will he let every member of Congress see the full, unedited tapes of the September 2nd boat strike? Secretary Hegseth's answer? He said, we have to study it. What the hell has he been doing for the last 3 months? Hegseth and DOD have had more than enough time to study this. It's time for all members of Congress to see the tapes for themselves. I told Secretary Hegseth that every member of Congress, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate, want to see the tapes. Both parties are united in demanding that the tapes be released. Our Republican chairman of Armed Services and our Democratic ranking member of Armed Services made a request together. This is not a partisan issue. Both parties are united in demanding the tapes be released, not only to Congress, but to the American people as well. So the American people want to have the transparency they deserve. Hegseth is resisting that transparency. What is he hiding? What is DOD hiding? And what is President Trump hiding? That's the question the American people are asking when it comes to Hegseth's cover-up of these tapes, these videos. At the meeting, I also pressed Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth on the administration's recent military action in the Caribbean. I wanted to know, what are their plans? How far are they going? Is Donald Trump about to drag America into another endless war? And again, I didn't get any satisfying answers. When it comes to matters of war and peace, Congress needs the truth. The American people need transparency. Anything less is a total disservice to our men and women in uniform and to every citizen of this country. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Good thing I'm here to save the day. You make me look good. That's right.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I just heard the minority leader come to the floor and talk about our Republican plan for health care, and he called it insulting. What's insulting is that the minority leader and the Democrats want to send $83 billion of taxpayer money directly from the Treasury of the United States to health insurance corporations who have continued to get rich off of Obamacare. That is insulting to the American people. That is a program that is riddled with fraud. That's what they want, these COVID bonus program put forth by Joe Biden. They want just 3 more years, more direct checks to insurance companies, taxpayer money with no accountability. So how bad are these programs? Well, let's just take a look at the headlines. Monday's Wall Street Journal: Obamacare is a mecca for fraud. The Democrats must be in favor of all this fraud because that's what they want to do. They want to continue it for $83 billion more. What about the Washington Post? This is yesterday's Washington Post. Obamacare subsidies make it too easy to scam the system. That's what the Democrats appear to be wanting to do, continuing to put money, $83 billion, into a system that even the Washington Post said is easy to scam. Is that what the American people want? That is insulting to the American people. So tomorrow the Democrats are going to start here and they're going to line up one after another and vote to send another $83 billion directly from the federal Treasury of the United States to insurance companies. $83 billion to a program that is designed to be defrauded. So how bad is the fraud? Well, the Government Accountability Office tested whether the Obamacare system would catch fraud. Good for them. So they made up and submitted 24 fake applications for Obamacare. Yeah, that's right, fake applications, fake information, make it up, make all the information up, and 23 of the 24 of the Obamacare applications were approved, they were accepted, and qualified to receive the subsidies. They were fake. That's why even the Washington Post says that fraud is on the way. They all receive taxpayer-funded health care subsidies paid by the federal government. It is insulting to taxpayers that that's the best the Democrats can do, that that's what the Democrats offer. 18 of the 24 fake enrollees, and this is even worse, were still receiving taxpayer-funded subsidies as recently as September. Now remember, September is the month, the end of September. That's when the Democrats shut down the government of the United States. Why? Because of these COVID bonus payments from the Biden administration. That is insulting. Those subsidies were paid directly from the government to the insurance company, and the government, just for those 18 of the 24, received over $100,000 for these 18 fake applications, right from the government, not to the people, not so the people could see, did this go to a real person? No. Government, insurance companies get rich, Democrats love it, nobody gets to see what's going on, and premiums have gone up 221% since Obamacare passed. And remember Obama saying your premiums would go down by $2,500 if you just passed his law. Well, Mr. President, I just told you what happened with 18 of 24 for $100,000. Remember, there are 20 million people on Obamacare today receiving government subsidies. When you take a look at that level of fraud happening across the board, imagine how much taxpayer money is being wasted or stolen. The losses to the taxpayers is staggering. And that, I would say to the minority leader who came here and talked about the Republican proposal being insulting. That, Mr. President, is insulting. And then these fake applications that were approved without any income verification. The law says you got to verify somebody's income. Under the law, the amount of money that a person would get in terms of bonuses is supposed to be based on income. In one case, the fake applicant's income, according to Obamacare officials who did the work out the system, it was confirmed, it said, because of documentation. That's what it said. Based on documentation, it was approved. The people that made up the fake applications never provided any documentation at all. That's insulting to taxpayers. In another case, the system never requested proof of citizenship. That's how we know for a fact that Obamacare subsidies go to illegal immigrants. If they don't ask you if you're a citizen, it's easy for non-citizens to apply. Oh, investigators also found out that dead people were getting Obamacare subsidies because the Democrats don't care about any of that. That's insulting to taxpayers. 58,000 Social Security numbers that were linked to death records were used to receive subsidies. More than 7,000 Social Security numbers were used in enrollments after the date of that person's death, signing them up after they were dead. It's okay with the Democrats and the Obamacare people that not a single Republican voted for. One Social Security number was used repeatedly to enroll people into Obamacare policies, and the fraudsters used it 125 times. Altogether, investigators through the Government Accountability Office discovered $21 billion lost to Obamacare fraud. That is insulting. If Democrats were truly concerned about affordable health care, you would think that they would want to root out the waste and the fraud that even the Washington Post says Obamacare subsidies make it too easy to scam the system. Yet every Democrat is going to come down here to the floor tomorrow and vote to continue the fraud. The Democrat bill sends $83 billion directly from the federal treasury to insurance companies, and it fails to include a single reform to stop the waste, the fraud, the abuse, or the corruption, because Democrats simply don't care. Their fat cat friends at the big insurance companies don't care either, because they get paid directly from the government either way, and the Democrats want to send another $83 billion their way with not a single reform. The more people they enroll, either real people or fake people, the more money in the insurance company's pocket. And when they're fake enrollees, they're not filing medical claims. So that's just more profit for the insurance companies. This, of course, is money from hard-working taxpayers. Stock prices of the health insurance companies are up 500 to 1,000% since Obamacare became law. Under Joe Biden, Democrats suspended Obamacare income verification for 4 straight years. As a result, millionaires get subsidies. Today, millions paid nothing for their premiums. This is what's wrong with the health care that we have in this system in this country right now under the Democrats, and they want to continue this without any change, without any credibility in the minds of the taxpayers. You say, you're going to continue to do this? How is that credible? It's irresponsible. It's insulting. Mr. President, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services reports 39% of the people who signed up for health care coverage on Obamacare this year got health insurance, and they paid absolutely nothing for it. Zero. Some of them may not even know they got it. But the money went to the insurance companies directly from the government. The American people are paying the price. The fraud has gotten so bad that last year 200,000 people, Americans, filed complaints with the federal government about their health insurance. And they filed complaints because they were unknowingly switched from one Obamacare plan to another, or from one plan to something different. They didn't even know it was happening. And that's the 200,000 that recognized it and complained to the government. Health insurance companies signed up individuals for insurance plans they never even knew they got. But if an insurance company or somebody selling insurance gets a name and identification number or social security, these brokers get paid a bonus for signing up somebody new to the plan. The person's listed, money goes to the insurance company because the person is cut out of it and doesn't know about it. And that's why we have 200,000 complaints of the federal government last year. It is fraud, plain and simple. The Democrats want to continue it for the next 3 years. Here's the truth about health care and health insurance companies. If you don't stop fraud, the chronic high costs will never be cured. In fact, they're going to get worse. That's why Republicans passed this past summer strong anti-fraud protections as part of our working families tax cut bill. Our reforms make it harder to cheat the system. Democrats don't like that. Every one of them voted against our bill this past summer to put in protections for taxpayers. Every Democrat voted no. What Republicans did was restored income verification. Democrats, nope, we don't want to verify income. Send these subsidies to millionaires. You know, you hear the senator from New Hampshire, the senator from Vermont down here talking about tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. They want to send subsidies for health care for millionaires and billionaires. He can make that much money this year. Keep sending them the subsidies. Now people are going to need to verify their income when they re-enroll. And we're going to require a full repayment when individuals have underreported their income in an effort to get higher subsidies because it's fraud. Every single Democrat voted against the fraud provisions. They voted against these protections that we had against the fraud. And now Democrats, with what they want to do for the next 3 years, want to make the fraud dramatically worse. This needs to end, Mr. President. The American people deserve the care they need from a doctor that they choose at a price they can afford. Obamacare absolutely failed to deliver that. Republicans are committed to protecting taxpayers, committed to rooting out the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and the corruption that has become epidemic in Obamacare. So when the minority leader comes to the floor and makes his statements and talks about the Republican proposal being insulting, I would tell you what the Democrats have foisted on the American people has been insulting, and the waste, fraud, and abuse that continues is a continued insult to American taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Minority Whip.
I'd like to respond to my colleague and friend from Wyoming and just note one thing that happened last Sunday that I think puts this whole debate in perspective. I go to a restaurant in the Loop in Chicago. My wife and I have breakfast there regularly. It's well known. It's named Lou Mitchell's. Lou Mitchell's restaurant claims that they are the beginning of Route 66 in America. Tourists come from all over the world to travel Route 66, and they start at Lou Mitchell's. Well, that's where my wife and I start with breakfast on Sunday morning. And we have a favorite waitress who we've been working with for years, and a lady who serves as maitre d', who's 95 years old. She comes to work every day. It's a great place. It's a real slice of America, a real slice of Chicago. It's usually a pretty happy place too, rooting for the Bears and talking about upcoming holidays. It wasn't that way with my friend, the waitress, I'll call her Sarah, last Sunday. She came over to me and said, "Senator, do you know what's going to happen to my health insurance on January 1st? And I said, "No." And she said, "I'm going to have to pay $300 or $400 more a month for me and my husband under the Affordable Care Act. What happened? How can I possibly pay that amount of money?" As a working waitress, she's 63 years old. She's been working as a waitress for years, and she's had a ton of medical problems. I know that as a fact. And I said to her, well, what happened was we didn't approve the continuation of the tax treatment for your health insurance premium. There was a dispute in Congress over that issue, and we'll have our chance this week on Thursday when there's going to be a vote on whether we give you the tax credit that you've been receiving for years to help you pay your health insurance premium or not. If we can get 13 Republicans to join us, we can continue to pay that basic helping hand for you and for so many others who work hard, and that's the only way they can get health insurance. She says, I don't know what I'll do if you don't change the law. And I said, I don't know either. And I thought when I left her that at least we would have a chance for a bipartisan response to solve this problem. The speech just given by my friend, and he is my friend, and colleague from Wyoming tells me that there's little chance that this is going to happen. When it's all over, Sarah is going to face a health insurance bill which she can't pay as a waitress, a working waitress. I don't know what she'll do. I suspect she'll have to just cancel her insurance coverage at a time when she still has some serious medical problems. That's the reality of it. So I'd say to my friend from Wyoming, there's plenty of opportunity for your party as the majority party in the United States Senate to call a hearing and address any changes you want to make in the Affordable Care Act. If you believe there is a fraud and we can establish it, count me in. Let's do it together. Let's make it bipartisan. I don't want to waste a single taxpayer's dollar, and I want to provide real health care to people who otherwise can't afford it. We need to do that. But in the meantime, what are we going to do about Sarah's health insurance premium that in 2 or 3 weeks is going to go up and almost double? What is she going to do about it? Shouldn't we care about her first? This is really a triage, and the first thing to do is to help Sarah, make sure that her family has health insurance coverage. The second thing we do in the triage is address changes in the system. I'm open to them. I think some of the things that were said on the floor probably exaggerated the situation, but I'm open to any changes which want to be suggested that will improve the system. But let's start with this triage by helping Sarah, the waitress at Lou Mitchell's in the city of Chicago. Make sure that she has health insurance when it's all over. Give us those 13 votes and call for the first meeting of the Congress in the next calendar year to address any fraud in the system that we can find and deal with it directly, openly and directly. But don't walk away from 24 million Americans who count on this as an avenue for health insurance and say that because there's fraud in the system committed by insurance companies or insurance brokers, we're going to show you, we're going to basically say Sarah gets no health insurance. That's wrong. It's just plain wrong. The second thing I want to say, Mr. President, is to really note something said yesterday by the President of the United States, Donald Trump. The year was 2018, 6 years ago. And President Trump challenged me and other members of the Senate to come up with an immigration plan for the United States that included his big, beautiful wall, if you remember. And so I went to work with several of my colleagues here and several on the Republican side to help write an immigration bill. And I ended up calling the White House when I thought we came up with such a bill, a bipartisan bill, and they said, come in and see the president this morning. Well, that kind of shocked me that I could get in that quickly to see him, but I appealed to my Republican colleagues and we went down to the White House together to meet with the president in the Oval Office. The meeting was historic. It turned out that others had been invited, Democratic and Republican senators and congressmen, to discuss the issue, and they frankly didn't agree with the conclusions which we brought to the president. The president spoke at length at his views about immigration. The conversation declined at some point to a level I'd never expected to witness in my life. The president started saying things about immigrants in ways I thought had never been said before in the White House. He used terminology which I'm not going to repeat on the Senate floor, but it referred to a phrase of S-hole nations. You can fill in the blank if you wish. But I was shocked to hear it, and I heard him refer to several countries in this fashion, and I thought to myself, how we reach a point that we discuss immigration in such crude and vulgar terms? After I left the White House, it leaked out what the president had said, and the White House denied it. They said it didn't happen. I said it did. They said I'm lying, to the point where two of my Republican Senate colleagues went on television several days later and said that I had lied when I said the president made those statements. Well, yesterday at his rally in Pennsylvania, President Trump admitted that he had used the slur that I referred to earlier to disparage Haiti and African nations during that 2018 meeting with lawmakers, bragging about a comment that sparked global outrage during his first term. I want to put that in the record because for 6 years I have lived with the shadow of people saying that I misled the American people as to what the president said. Yesterday he admitted what he said. It's not for my sake, but for the sake of discussing this issue of immigration. We've got to get beyond crudity and vulgarity and what we've seen in the extreme in the last several months when it comes to immigration. I'll make it clear where I stand. We need an orderly process at our border, period. Second, we should never knowingly allow a dangerous person to come into this country. Third, if a person is in this country seeking legal status and commits a dangerous crime, they should be gone, period. Fourth, we cannot accept all of the people in the world who want to come to America and live in America at this point. I wish we could, but we can't. Some are important, and I want to stand up for them. We can't allow everyone. We need an orderly process to achieve this goal. We are a nation of immigrants, and I'm proud of that fact. I hope everyone is. Let's make sure we do immigration the right way. The reference in 2018 was an embarrassment to the White House, to the Oval Office, and to the presidency. I'm glad that the president has finally admitted what happened on that day. Mr. President, on a separate subject, for more than 3 months, Secretary Kristi Noem and President Donald Trump have used the city of Chicago as their personal playground for militarizing immigration operations. When they announced the start of this campaign, they called it Operation Midway Blitz. They promised to target and deport murderers, rapists, terrorists, the criminally insane, the worst of the worst. The results tell a different story. In an ongoing lawsuit, a judge examined whether Immigration and Customs Enforcement violated a consent decree preventing warrantless arrest of individuals without probable cause. In a list the administration presented, a list that came from the Department of Homeland Security, came from Secretary Noem, submitted to the federal court of more than 600 immigrants recently arrested. Do you know how many of them had a significant criminal history? 16. 16 out of more than 600. Nationwide, ICE has arrested nearly 75,000 people with no criminal history between January 20th and October of this year. Federal immigration agents have arrested and detained the following as examples: a mother on her way to visit her 15-day-old baby in the NICU, a teacher at a preschool in front of her young students, day laborers, vendors, construction workers, and cooks simply trying to work hard, make a living, and support their families. Immigration agents arrested and detained at least 40 U.S. citizens in Illinois alone between late August and early November. Does that sound like we're getting rid of the worst of the worst? People with no criminal history, many of whom are citizens of the United States, not given the advantage of due process guaranteed by the 5th and 14th Amendments. I've repeatedly warned that these actions amount to political theater to promote the president's anti-immigrant agenda and spread fear and reduce crime. I have cautioned that it is a slippery slope from this trampling of rights and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution. And I've urged my Republican colleagues, just one Republican colleague, to consider the possibility that these raids could come to a city they represent and they'd be faced with the very same reality. How might they feel then? Would they call out these abuses of power if that time came? Well, I regret to inform them that the time has come. After wreaking havoc in Illinois, Border Patrol official Greg Bovino and his traveling circus have hit the road and descended on more communities, including red states. Last month in Charlotte, North Carolina, a video posted to social media showed a U.S. citizen construction worker being swarmed by federal agents while he was in his vehicle. They proceeded to smash the truck's window and handcuff him while verifying his citizenship. The man said the agents, quote, didn't believe I was an American citizen and wanted to know where I was born. He was released only after the agents verified his citizenship. In a separate incident, this one in Louisiana, a viral video showed a silver unmarked SUV pulling up to a woman and two masked agents exiting to chase her. She repeatedly yelled she was a U.S. citizen and to, quote, leave her alone before making it to her home. Other states, including Florida and Texas, have also witnessed increased federal immigration enforcement operations. These types of confrontations with federal agents that we are seeing in the streets of many American cities will unfortunately continue unless we speak up. The lack of professionalism and the use of overly aggressive tactics and excessive force is sad but not surprising. The Trump administration has surged ICE hiring with the goal of onboarding 10,000 new agents by the end of the year. That would more than double the number of deportation officers from the current number of 6,000 to 16,000. The Trump administration should be working to improve screening, hiring, and training of recruits before unleashing them in the streets of America. Instead, they have lowered requirements for ICE agents, including loosening the age restrictions for prospective agents and shortening the training period from 13 weeks to merely 6 weeks, and giving each of the new ICE recruits a $50,000 cash bonus. This approach has proven woefully inadequate and downright dangerous. Recent reporting suggests these new lower hiring standards have resulted in ICE recruits who have barely been able to read or write, failed drug tests, displayed tattoos associated with gangs and white supremacists, failed to meet basic physical fitness requirements, and even have pending criminal charges. Secretary Boehm calls this her dream team. Her dream team. In one instance, the staff at a Georgia-based federal law enforcement training center where recruits are trained were left shocked when a student asked to be excused from class to attend a court case that he faced on a gun charge. A male recruit reportedly barged into a female dorm at one of these training facilities after bar hopping and harassed the occupants. Another recruit groped a woman in a training class. These are the people, the dream team of Secretary Boehm, that President Trump is attempting to release onto our streets to restore law and order. With these lower standards, the troubling incidents I've described are definitely going to increase. Given all this, I ask my Republican colleagues, if you think we need to keep an eye on the federal government, why don't we start here? Will any of you rebuke this lawlessness and cruelty? Any one Republican senator? What will it take for you to finally do so? We ought to be united in calling out these abuses. Secretary Noem wants to play dress-up in her camo wardrobe, demanding government jets to tour her battleground states, brag about her dream team of masked secret police, arrest ordinary people who are working hard on tough jobs with what I believe is an attempt to change basic constitutional principles. We have to stand up and speak out. Is this what America is really all about? I yield the floor.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, first I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Myself for up to 15 minutes, Senator Wyden for up to 10 minutes, Senator Ernst for up to 10 minutes, Senator Cassidy for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 203, SJ Res 82.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 203, Senate Joint Resolution 82, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services relating to policy on adhering to the text of the Administrative Procedure Act.
Mr. President, this is a nonpartisan CRA, which doesn't happen around here all that often. This is basically just public participation in good government. When the Administrative Procedure Act was passed in 1947, the Department of Health and Human Services didn't exist. And for about a dozen years, it didn't have much in the way of responsibility. And so it was exempt from the provisions of the Administrative Procedure Act that apply to public comment and public input on significant decisions in agencies that apply throughout the federal government. In the early 70s, Elliot Richardson, who was President Nixon's Secretary of Health and Human Services, issued a waiver of the exemption. I realize it's a little contorted, but basically what he found was that the role of the Health and Human Services Department was vastly expanded after Medicare, Medicaid, and the other responsibilities that have been placed in that department. So he said, in effect, we will be subject to the Administrative Procedure Act, and we'll notice the major activities that we're going to do to the public, and we'll allow public comment. It's not a veto, it's just a simple transparency of here's what our rule, or here's what our activity is going to entail, and allow the public to comment. And that's been the law for 54 years, through 6 Republican presidents, including Ronald Reagan and the first administration of Donald Trump. In March of this year, Secretary Kennedy chose to repeal this waiver, this rule that was adopted 54 years ago, and close the processes of the Department of Health and Human Services to the public, and essentially obscure activities that they were making, so the public only learned about them after they happened. There was no opportunity, there was no notice, and there was no opportunity for the public to comment. So we're not really talking about politics here. We're not talking about Democrats and Republicans. We're just talking about a fundamental rule of how our government works in an effort to be in touch with the public, to allow them to know what's going on in these important decisions and to have a role. Now, it's ironic because Secretary Kennedy, in his confirmation hearing, used a term that frankly I had never heard before, but he used it repeatedly: radical transparency. He said, we're going to have radical transparency. And we went back and looked, he used the term transparency something like 100 times in his response to questions, either in his hearing or in his written responses. This was a basic premise of what he presented to the Congress in his path to confirmation. This is the opposite of radical transparency. It's radical obfuscation. It's a deliberate action. He had to take an action to rescind this, what had been the rule for the Department of Human Services, as I say, for 54 years under presidents of both parties and different administrations. And what we're really talking about is simply allowing the public to know what these proposed actions will be and ability to comment. What's wrong with that? What's objectionable about that? It doesn't slow things down appreciably. It's not a huge impediment to executive action. And we're not talking about emergency actions. We're talking about fundamental policy decisions being made by the department. Now, here's what we're talking about. Basically, it's called the Richardson waiver, and it was the waiver of the exemption of the department that was in the original Administrative Procedure Act. By rescinding it, which is what they did, the CRA that we're talking about today would rescind the rescission. It would basically overturn the decision of the Secretary to close the processes of the department to the public. So it basically says the public can't weigh in. And again, we're not talking about a veto or some extraordinary opportunity for things to be obstructed. We're just notice and comment. I mean, that's sort of the basic process of our administrative work that we do here in Washington. So no ability of people to weigh in on major health care policy changes. He reorganized the entire department without any notice, without any studies or analysis or public notice of what they were doing and why. clearly, the executive can make changes in the staffing arrangements and that kind of thing. They can work on how to organize their departments, but there should be some, when it's a wholesale reorganization, there should be some notice of here's what we're going to do, here's the basis, here's the study we've done, here's why we need these jobs, we don't need these jobs. None of that happened after the rescission of this rule. And there was no public comment, there was no public input on really a fundamental reorganization of one of the most important, the second largest department that we have in the United States government. HHS reduction in force and mass firings. Tremendous changes in the organization and the ability of this department created by the Congress to meet the needs of the people that the Congress had in mind when they funded these programs and created this agency. They canceled thousands of grants and billions of dollars of research funds. Again, without any notice, without any opportunity to comment, just gone, including, believe it or not, research into Alzheimer's, research into some of the most serious diseases that we have in this country that are ravaging our people, cutting off research. Again, if that's what they're going to do, they should do it, but they should let the people know that they're doing it and why. And allow people to say, no, no, we think this is important. We think this area is particularly important, just to have the input. To do it arbitrarily and behind closed doors and with no notice and no opportunity for people to have input is a disservice to the American people. And that's what this has done. Thousands of grants, billions of dollars, and I'm talking about like $11 billion in medical research. Imagine what might be in that research that's now been canceled. And people were in clinical trials canceled. That's one of the most, I believe, one of the most important functions of the federal government is research and supporting research. And here we are canceling this with no notice, no opportunity for people to comment. Another point, appoint members of important advisory committees with no public input. In the past, there was public input. There was a notice posted that we're going to appoint these advisory committees and we're going to and come forward, make nominations, give us names. None of that happened. And we all know that there have been some pretty questionable decisions recently by these purged advisory committees. So again, this is good government. This isn't an attack on Secretary Kennedy, on President Trump. This is just getting us to the place where the public has some input and knowledge of these major decisions that are being made that affect the health and welfare of the people of the United States. So I hope that we can have a bipartisan vote on this today, because again, this is just a sort of wonky process vote, but it protects the public's ability to know what's going on in one of the most important departments in our government and to have a chance to have a little say in those decisions. So I hope that we can have a significant bipartisan vote today. I think this will make a difference. I think it will help the country. I don't think it will hamstring the department or the secretary in any way, and it will, in fact, improve the health and welfare of the people of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator Morgan.
I want to tell my colleague it's been a pleasure to work with him on this. And what you have said is so eloquent. I'm going to be very brief and just make one point. What you want to make sure is the American people aren't in the dark with respect to important health issues. You want them to be able to comment. You want them to be able to weigh in. And I think that's extraordinarily important. And the reason it's needed is earlier this year, Robert Kennedy took the unprecedented step of doing away with that and basically taking away that right to comment on matters that are so important to them. From day one of his tenure at HHS, he's gone to great lengths to upend public health and erode the safeguards that have been in place for decades to keep kids and seniors and families safe and healthy. He's fired thousands of scientists, health professionals, and staff in charge of the health and well-being of kids and families. And one of the things that I appreciated your mentioning is the roots of this. The roots of the Richardson waiver are with Republicans. This was not some plot by a bunch of people for ideological reasons on the other side of the political spectrum. This was a basic proposition of making sure that people had a say in the healthcare policies that the federal government enacts. And I would just say to my friend, back in my days when I was director of the Great Panthers, I know my colleague was with legal aid, we thought the right to participate was just about as fundamental as you can get. And doing away with that makes it a lot easier to undermine science and healthcare in America and make every one of us less safe. And under the rule change that's being talked about, it's all being done for reasons of secrecy. Since Kennedy's repeal of the Richardson waiver, HHS has abruptly and arbitrarily canceled hundreds of millions of dollars of previously approved public health funding. The Secretary has announced a major reorganization of his department, resulting in fewer health experts at HHS. And without the Richardson safeguard in place, it seems to me we'll have a government that's emboldened to move forward with sweeping rules about vaccines without input from the public. Robert Kennedy and my colleague touched on this, promised radical transparency. We had the confirmation hearing in the Senate Finance Committee. So the promise was for radical transparency. What looks like what we got, to me, I'd say to my colleague, is radical secrecy. Instead of throwing open the doors of government, what's happened is the gates have been shut and the key has been thrown away. So the resolution that you are introducing today makes sure that the American people get their voice back. And on what I think is the most important issue, which is health. I've visited with my colleague before on this. I've always felt the most important issue is health. Because if you and your loved ones don't have their health, everything else goes by the board. And what you're doing with this important resolution is giving Americans a say in the future direction of their own health. You're giving them the power to speak up about this crusade against health care and the power to speak out against the policies that are making them less safe. I come to the floor today to say that this is a thoroughly nonpartisan CRA. You look at this and the language and what you're trying to do and how you've described it on the floor has really drained some of the ugly partisanship out of an important debate. You said this comes down, as I said earlier, let's make sure the American people aren't in the dark. I urge my colleagues to vote for transparency, to vote for the right to weigh in on these health care issues, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to Executive Calendar Number 4, SRES 532.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the COVID pandemic is over, and the emergency spending spree should be over too. The COVID-era Obamacare boosts were temporary, and now those temporary benefits are set to return to pre-COVID levels, exactly as the law intended. These emergency measures were for an actual emergency, not a forever program, and definitely not a backdoor expansion of Obamacare. Healthcare costs increased for everyone during the Biden years, not just those with Obamacare. We need a plan that brings down healthcare costs for everyone. In addition to ending the emergency spending spree, as the law says, we need to claw back every last COVID slush fund dollar before Washington finds a new way to waste it. There are billions of dollars still sitting in the U.S. Treasury with "for COVID" written on them. This summer, the GAO, the Government Accounting Office, identified $65 billion, that's billion with a B, still in COVID slush funds. Let's close the book, return to reality, and give taxpayers the accountability they've long demanded. Because yes, their hard-earned money ended up paying for binge drinking monkeys in Oregon. What? So you're all saying, what? It is unbelievable, but it's true. The Oregon Health and Science University raked in more than $1.8 million for this. In one study, monkeys were fed 8 to 16 alcoholic drinks a day to see how their chronic boozing affects COVID-19. Taxpayers didn't sign up for that, and it's long past time we put a stop to it. Let me also give you some examples of unspent COVID funds. $3 million is sitting in an account for museum and library services for COVID. $390 million for USAID's Emergency Connectivity Fund for Educational Connections and Devices. USAID is no more, so these millions should have been returned to taxpayers yesterday. $4 million for international broadcasting operations at the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And I challenge you to find any American on the street who would want their tax dollars going toward COVID funds for international broadcasting 6 years after the COVID pandemic. $389 million in COVID funds sits unspent for an HHS program management, and I think they've managed COVID enough. $1 million for USDA's marketing services. USDA. I can tell you that Iowa farmers would much prefer these funds be put toward a better use. $1 million for an account that just simply says science at the State Department. Okay, so let me tell you, my friend Secretary Rubio is holding down a lot of different jobs, but science, let's give that COVID science money back to taxpayers. And those are just a few examples. I've tracked 82 program accounts. 82 program accounts with remaining COVID funding. My Returning Unspent COVID Funds Act is very simple. The COVID pandemic was 6 years ago. It's past time for the unspent COVID funds to be clawed back. Let's pass my bill and send these funds back to the Treasury. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 266, S3166. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I'm going to make just a few brief points in response to Senator Ernst's proposal. This bill would rescind each dollar of unspent funding from emergency supplementals, including funds America needs to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. For example, the Trump administration is using this funding right now, that's right now, to address an Ebola outbreak. Rescinding this funding makes America less safe. The point of the Rapid Response Fund is to have money in case there's a need for a rapid response. This funding can save lives. This bill would further rescind funding for medical supply chain development, manufacturing, and production to develop products like a universal flu vaccine to prevent the next pandemic. And it would rescind funding available to build a stronger healthcare workforce for nurses and diseases specialists who can address emergency interventions. I want to say to my colleague, we've always worked well together, that I'd be glad to work with her and other colleagues to have a comprehensive look at what should and shouldn't be rescinded because of the discussion we've just had. That's something that should be done as part of the appropriations process, not, in my view, through this legislation. For that reason, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, Senator from Louisiana. This well-meaning CRA is not needed. For decades, Congress has allowed agencies to fast-track regulations on bureaucratic topics that do not impact the public. The policy that is sought to be overturned merely aligns HHS policy with this long-standing exemption. It does not change the process for major regulations that impact the public. The courts have weighed in repeatedly on agency processes for issuing regulations. Fast-track procedures can only be used in a narrow set of circumstances. We should be, if there is a concern about the HHS policy, the goal should be to change the law, not pass this CRA. And there's been an implication that reductions in force would have gone through rulemaking if HHS still had the Richardson waiver in place. That's actually not true. The reductions in force are governed by an Office of Personnel Management regulation implemented by HHS. So with that said, I object to the unanimous consent. Excuse me. Whoops. Stop for just a second. I misspoke. When I see them, say it again. You got to speak a little bit louder.
There's no unanimous consent, so you can just continue with the remarks.
Okay. And so, with now, Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I yield.
Question occurs on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts,
Nope.
Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Hey, Brian. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Kane, King, Slotkin, Tillis, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Curtis, Ernst, Lee, Marshall, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Wicker. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye.
Mr. Sullivan, no. Oh. Mr. Marino, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Grassley? No. Mr. Husted? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Justice? No. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Sanders, aye. Okay. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Cantwell. Aye. Mr. Kim. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. you. Okay, I do too. I like it. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. McConnell? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
Counter number 203, SJ Res 82, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 and so forth.
Start with number 1.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 4S Res 532, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on S-Res 532 and an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. I got you. Hyde Smith, I got you. Smith. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Holly. Oh, thank you. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, gotcha. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, thank you, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Warren, Mr. Welch. Gotcha. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Fisher, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, McConnell, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Budd, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, King, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No.
Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Thin, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye.
Make me do something. The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Executive calendar number 4, Senate Resolution 532, authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, this week we have an opportunity to lower health care costs for the American people. For months, my Republican colleagues have refused to extend existing Affordable Care Act tax credits that help nearly 22 million Americans afford quality health care. These tax credits have been one of the single most successful tools to ensure that every American has access to the care that they need. And as we near the end of the health care enrollment period for the new year, Michiganders are experiencing the real-world consequences of my Republicans' actions. Right now, folks across Michigan are shopping for 2026 health care coverage. And when they log onto the marketplace, they are seeing staggering price hikes for the exact same coverage that they currently have. For example, this year, an average plan for a 26-year-old living in Michigan's Upper Peninsula cost about $340 a month. Next year, that monthly payment is scheduled to double, costing them $600 to $800 per month. A family of four living in Detroit paid $980 a month in 2025 for the average plan. What that same plan would cost now if Republicans allow these essential health care credits to expire, well, that family is now going to be paying $2,700 a month. And finally, let's take a 64-year-old couple living in Kent County. They currently pay roughly a $600 monthly premium for their coverage, but soon that cost will be over $2,000 a month for just their premium if Republicans continue to block these health care credits. And remember, these monthly costs don't even count towards their deductibles. Folks will still have to pay more before their insurance even kicks in. It's simply unacceptable to let these subsidies expire, and every single member of Congress knows it. Working families cannot afford these increases without sacrificing other necessities, especially as inflation is making the cost of everyday goods more expensive. We know the Trump tariffs are adding thousands of dollars of cost to the average family each and every year. As a result, too many families are being forced to make a gut-wrenching decision to go without their health care coverage altogether. According to data from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, nearly 14,000 fewer Michiganders have enrolled in the Affordable Care Act plan compared to this time last year. That's almost 14,000 Michiganders who may have to go without health care all of next year because my Republican colleagues refuse to act. And we know that when less people have insurance, it drives up the cost of health care for everybody else in the country. There's no question that America is facing a health care affordability crisis, and these credits are the best tool we have to provide some financial relief right now, for families who desperately need it. But Republicans have made it clear, time and time again, that they are perfectly fine letting this program expire, all the while offering no true alternative vision for how we can keep health care costs down for everyday Americans. But Democrats, we're not going to sit back. We're not going to stall any further. This week, the Senate will vote on a bill that would extend these critical tax credits for 3 years. This common sense proposal would protect access to affordable, comprehensive health care that helps keep American families healthy. Simply put, if we pass this bill, we could literally save lives. That's exactly why I voted to pass the Affordable Care Act into law during my first time in the U.S. House back in 2009. And this week, I will proudly vote once again to make health care more affordable and accessible for every American. That's who we are as Democrats. That's what we've always fought for, because we believe that access to affordable health care is a fundamental right. For the sake of hardworking Americans in Michigan, as well as all across our country, I hope my Republican colleagues will join us in protecting that fundamental right. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
I'd like to ask to set aside the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate's talking a lot about health care right now, for good reason. There are major cost increases going up on insurance all across the country, but especially for some folks that are in Obamacare marketplace plans. I talked earlier this week with a gentleman from my state who's in his early 60s, runs a small business, works his tail off. His insurance plan that he's taken on, he took on in the last few years because of the enhanced premium tax credit subsidies that were added in 2021. Those temporary tax gifts to insurance companies expire in just a few weeks. Now, he knew that they would expire. As he told me in our conversation, even as we had this week, he said he knew they were temporary, but now he's trying to figure out what to do to find affordable health care options for himself because his health care plan is going to go up about $500 a month. That's an enormous amount. And his frustration was pretty clear. He's just looking for a plan that he can afford. He's just looking for an option. He's not asking for something unrealistic. He's just trying to figure out what to do. And he asked me the question, how did we get here? How did this happen? Well, let me just walk through that. Because the interesting thing about all this is how confusing that it's really been in the process. Everyone that I talk to about healthcare about, they all say, it's incredibly confusing, I can't figure out any of this. Well, let me try to explain just a couple of things we're talking about. What my Democratic colleagues are asking for is a multi-billion-dollar extension of not of Obamacare, but of a subsidy that was put on top of Obamacare, and it doesn't apply to 320 million Americans. It applies to about 20 million Americans. And if I want to make it even more specific from that, it's not just the 20 million Americans, because most of those qualify for the full subsidy. It's just for a certain group, typically folks that are 50 to 64, that it applies to. And it's that particular group that are on the Obamacare marketplace, that are in that age bracket, that are facing very high premiums that are coming up very, very soon. And it's a big deal to them, as well it should be for any American. But let me set the context for this. The Kaiser Family Foundation lists the average cost for insurance, for healthcare insurance on the individual market, the average cost for healthcare insurance in the individual market at $215 the year before Obamacare came into effect. Let that soak in for a minute. People in this room know how much your health insurance is now. If we went back to prior to Obamacare's passage, the average cost for the individual marketplace for health insurance was $215. Not so anymore. It's more than doubled, more than tripled for many people. President Obama said at that time that this is his quote, "It will cut the cost of the typical family's premium by about $2,500 a year." It's not reduced the typical family by $2,500 a year. It's dramatically increased. It's become more and more complicated. There are more and more entities that are involved in healthcare decisions. And the challenge for healthcare right now is the absolute complexity that has been created and the cost that continues to overwhelm. That's where we are as the baseline that every American is facing right now. In 2021, my Democratic colleagues saw the skyrocketing costs in what they call the American Rescue Plan during COVID. They added in an additional subsidy on top of Obamacare for about 10 million people. That was called the Enhanced Premium Tax Credit, that it got added on top of Obamacare because the Obamacare costs were skyrocketing so fast. They called it at the time a temporary plan to be able to help during COVID. But then a year later, they added another 2 years on top of it. That is now what is expiring at the end of this year, their temporary COVID extension.
The problem is the price continues to go up so rapidly that now no one can afford the plan anymore. In my state in Oklahoma, we asked our insurance commissioner, take a 6-year snapshot and tell us what's happened in the marketplace, the Obamacare marketplace, without the subsidies. If the subsidies went away, what was the increase? And for the commercial insurance from my state, what changed during that time period? For Obamacare, the rates have gone up 198% in 6 years. In commercial insurance in my state, it's gone up 29%. Apples to apples comparison. There's a very real problem with the structure of how Obamacare actually works. And the request has been, let's just put more subsidies on top of it, more subsidies on top of it, add billions and billions more in taxpayer dollars to cover up the problem that is underneath. There is a problem in the way that Obamacare is actually created and how it's actually operating and what it's causing, not just for that group in the marketplace, but what it's causing for everybody else, even people that are not in the marketplace at all, how that's driving up rates. So, we are debating in the next 24 hours trying to be able to come to 2 sets of solutions here. My Democratic colleagues are bringing a proposal tomorrow to say, let's just take the subsidies that we did during COVID and let's extend those 3 more years. And we'll just do that. No reforms, no changes, no anything else. Let's just do that for 3 more years. It was interesting, I asked about the 3 more years and the exact timing on that and how that would work. It's fascinating when you pull back the politics of that 3-year extension. The 3-year extension goes through the end of 2028, but what they don't tell you is it actually would set up to announce the new insurance rates for 2029 that would not have the subsidies anymore in it the week before the presidential election in 2028. Well, that was clever. They set up a little political time bomb for the presidential election in 2028, saying they chose this certain date and this certain time to do it so that right before the next presidential election, we'd have this same argument all over again. No reforms, no changes, political date setting. Republicans are actually bringing forward a proposal and saying, we see you. We see what's been dropped on you. We see individuals that are in my state and all over the country that are now falling prey to what has happened in Obamacare, that they can't get options for different health care insurance, they can't get cheaper rates, and they certainly can't go back to what the rates were in 2010 at $215 a month anymore, because under Obamacare, if you're in the individual market, that's not allowed anymore. That is absolutely prohibited in federal law now. So we have a very simple proposal. We do want to assist folks that are stuck in this Obamacare marketplace to try to figure out how do we help them through this. But we don't want to send the dollars to the insurance companies. That's a hole. We want to send it to the individuals that are there and to give them some greater choice on it. So our main proposal is, yes, we want to help them and we want to help them immediately, but we don't want to send dollars to insurance companies and trust them that it's going to be taken care of. We want to get the dollars to those particular individuals and to say, let us help you in this process, get through this next year as we hopefully reopen this whole debate about health care. The second thing that we want to do is increase the options for coverage for those individuals and increase it right away so that they've got greater flexibility on what they can choose. We trust the American people as they're shopping in the marketplace for health care insurance to be able to make better decisions. Long term, what I'd love to see is let's open up the conversation about how we have associational health care plans. Right now, this small business owner that I talked to earlier this week, he is limited to only choosing things in the Obamacare marketplace, and the price is absolutely skyrocketing for him. He doesn't have the option to actually join together with other small businesses and to get better negotiation for a better rate. A big company can do that. If you're Walmart, you can do that. If you're JP Morgan Chase, you can do that. But if you're my small business owner in Oklahoma, they cannot. They're prohibited from doing that. Well, that's ridiculous. They should be allowed to be able to join together and to be able to negotiate for better rates so they can get greater options on that. We want to be able to help expand health savings accounts, Health savings accounts allow individuals to actually talk to their physician or to their hospital and say, how much does this cost? And to actually try to find a way to be able to compete for cost on it. Greater price transparency allows people to be able to choose if they've got to get an MRI, CT scan, whatever it may be, to say what are the best options to be able to do this. That actually brings the cost down. Most of the time people go to the hospital, they never know what the cost is for anything. They have no idea because quote unquote insurance is covering that until suddenly they don't. And then it becomes a big issue. That should be something we can all agree on. Greater flexibility, greater options on plans does nothing but help people. And an issue that I've worked on with several other folks in this room, and that's dealing with pharmacy benefit managers. We got to be able to actually land this. We all know that the rising cost of pharmaceuticals that's out there, we all experience that, and everybody says, what is the problem? It's the middleman in the middle of this that's actually controlling the formulary, controlling a lot of the pricing, and that completely hides the cost of everything on it. It's destroying, the pharmacy benefit managers are destroying our independent pharmacies in our rural areas all around the country as they continue to make more and more profits on Wall Street. We've got to say, we're not trying to destroy you, but you've got to stop destroying our independent pharmacies around the country, and you've got to actually be more transparent in the process on this. We have a bill that is a bipartisan bill that has come out of the Finance Committee that we have unanimous support for. Tell me how often that happens in this body, that we can't seem to get to the floor. We should be able to agree that if someone is trying to dramatically jack up the cost of pharmaceuticals on our individual constituents and in the families in our neighborhood and destroying our independent pharmacies, we should all be able to agree that's anti-competitive, and that's got to stop. We should be able to do that. Listen, we've already passed this last July a $50 billion amount going to rural hospitals to be able to stabilize those rural hospitals. We've already engaged in ways to be able to stabilize Medicaid long-term, to be able to make sure that program continues to work well. We've already taken on some of these things to be able to make things better. We've got to deal with the issue of individuals and their healthcare options and their opportunities to find better insurance to be able to take care of their healthcare. Let's increase competition. Let's increase options for individuals in the days ahead. But in the short term, let's at least get immediate assistance to those folks that need the help right now by getting dollars to those individuals, not by sending cash to the insurance companies and setting up a political time bomb right before the presidential election. That doesn't sound like that's actually helping people. That sounds like that perpetuates the same problem that we've already dealt with already. These are options that we should be able to have grown-up conversations and to resolve. There is a way to be able to resolve this. Let's get busy doing it. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee.
I am so pleased that my colleague from Oklahoma is on the floor and talking about this issue that affects so many Americans, and indeed in Tennessee. We have seen the impact of this. Now, as my colleague mentioned, our friends across the aisle have done what we call kicking the can when it comes to health care. Obamacare is too expensive to afford. That is something that has been proven. But instead of dealing with root causes, they're saying, let's just extend the COVID-era subsidies for another 3 years. And then we'll talk about it. And he mentioned triggering that date during a presidential election, doing nothing to reform the abuse that you're finding in the system, and just kicking the can and saying, let's do these subsidies. Let's not worry about it. Well, you know, that is not something that Tennesseans are wanting to see. And as many have reminded me, it is these exact same subsidies that the Democrats used as a smokescreen to carry out their 43-day government shutdown. But at the end of all of this, they don't want to do anything about it, even though we have information and we have seen research that by extending these pandemic era subsidies, and by the way, COVID is over, the pandemic is over, but they want to continue to fund like it's still going on. But these subsidies have been plagued by waste, fraud, and abuse. And what they're doing would cost taxpayers $35 billion a year to do nothing more than line the pockets and the profits of insurance companies. We know that there's an incredible amount of fraud, 6.4 million people fraudulently enrolled. We know that it is hardworking taxpayers that are paying for this, and the Democrat solution would do nothing to clean up the program. It would do nothing to lower the cost of health care. It would continue the status quo, and individuals that are enrolled in Obamacare would continue to see their cost go up. So what we have said is the original Obamacare subsidies, and by the way, Mr. President, I want to be very clear on this. Those subsidies are law. They do not go away. The only thing that is going away is the Biden-era COVID subsidies. The Democrats put those in place in 2021. They were to expire in 22, and then they decided, no, let's make them expire December 31st, 2025. So they created this problem. They created the problem with Obamacare. Not one Republican voted for it in either the House or the Senate. And now they've created another problem. And they've done all of this because they didn't want to address the flaws that were in the program. Well, under the Biden COVID era credits, people who were making over $500,000 a year could benefit from the taxpayer-funded subsidies. Now, originally, with the original Obamacare subsidies, you get the credit up to 400% of poverty. But the Democrats said, no, let's make it free for all. Let's just get these out here. Zero premiums. Yes, that sounds great. That's what they wanted to push for some people. And up to $500,000 a year in income, $500,000 a year. You too could get a taxpayer-funded subsidy to help pay for your insurance. Maybe 80% was paid or 90% was paid. This is not what the American people want. But instead of lowering cost, these subsidies are continuing to prop up a very broken system, and that is why the cost continues to go up. Now, since 2013, the Obamacare benchmark plan premium has increased by more than 200%. In Tennessee, you have seen about a 20% increase. Now, this Obamacare plan is going up more than 300 times the rate of employer-sponsored plans. And so the taxpayers are on the hook for this. So why is it they continue to go up? It is because of government interference and mandates that the Democrats passed when they passed Obamacare. It is too expensive to afford. During the Schumer shutdown, I spoke in this very chamber about the fraud that was connected to the Biden COVID credits. Last week, the U.S. Government Accountability Office actually released findings that show just how easy it is to commit fraud with these subsidies. The GAO conducted an undercover test. They had heard anecdotally about some of this fraud, but GAO, which is nonpartisan, said, let's get into this. Let's dive in. Let's do an undercover test. So they submitted applications for these Biden subsidies for 24 fictitious individuals, people that don't exist, addresses that are not accurate, names, social security numbers that are not accurate. Each application had false and missing information on identities and incomes. So they just made it up. They ran their test. And Mr. President, to their surprise, get this, they didn't have one or two people that were approved, or even half the people. A dozen of these fictitious people made it through. They had 23 of the 24 fake people, fake identities, fake income. Nothing was real. But yet, Obamacare approved 23 of 24 of these applications. And the U.S. taxpayer footing the bill for this paid more than $10,000 a month to insurance companies to provide for these people that don't exist, for these fictitious enrollees. Now think about that, $10,000 a month. A preliminary analysis by GAO found that there were at least 190,000 applications between 2023 and 24 that had unauthorized changes by agents or brokers. That means people didn't know that they were enrolled, or they didn't know that changes on income and personal data had been made to their application. Over the same period, there were close to 100,000 duplicate Social Security numbers enrolled in the program. So you have a broker or somebody that is enrolling people. They get a Social Security number. They are going to town with it. They are wearing that thing out. So you've got 100,000 duplicate numbers enrolled in the program. In one case, a single Social Security number, one number, was used to apply for more than 125 policies. Mr. President, I call that fraud. And I think it is amazing that Obamacare is so poorly run that they are allowing this level of fraud and waste of your tax dollars, which are paying for every bit of this. This is a program that now our colleagues across the aisle are saying, we don't want to fix it. We just want to kick the can. We want to extend these subsidies for 3 more years because the program is really expensive. And why is it expensive? Waste, fraud, abuse, government mandates. And Obamacare is too expensive to afford. Now, Republicans have already started to address the root cause of the issue, and in the big, beautiful bill, there's provisions that require individuals who misstate their income to repay the excess subsidy amount in full. Requiring applicants to verify their income, their family size, their immigration status, and residence before enrolling ensures no one can abuse the system at the expense of American taxpayers. This is what you call good old common sense. If you're going to go apply for a credit card or a loan at the bank, you've got to verify this, and you're going to be held legally responsible. Under Obamacare, it's like nobody gave a rip and flip about what you put on the paper. Whatever you said, all right. There was no verification that was done. Republicans are also working on solutions to lower the cost. How about that one? And to promote health care freedom. Let you, the patient, the individual, have more choice, more options, and make decisions that affect your health care. This week, our Finance Committee Chairman, Senator Crapo, and the Health Committee Chairman, Senator Cassidy, introduced legislation that would direct funds directly to patients, not to insurance companies. Well, how about that? Let's make certain that patients are the ones who receive those funds, not the insurance companies, because we've already defined the waste, the fraud, the abuse that is taking place in the program. Now, doing this through health savings accounts and funding for cost-sharing reduction payments, these are things that are positive, that would help to bring some transparency to the system. Unlike the Democrat proposal, which only further adds to our $38 trillion in debt, the Crapo-Cassidy bill would drive down the cost of premiums and provide an off-ramp for the Biden plussed-up bonus COVID credits for individuals that were making six-figure incomes. Now, last week I introduced a package of bills to support and expand Tennessee's Medicaid innovation, including the Medicaid Primary Care Improvement Act, which would allow states to use Medicaid dollars to pay for direct primary care arrangements, expanding healthcare access for Medicaid beneficiaries and improving outcomes. And we're introducing legislation that I've worked on for years. Empower citizens to purchase health insurance across state line. Have portability on policies. They got a policy that works, that they like, that they can afford, allow them to take that policy with them regardless of where they live. Again, common sense. We do know this. You've got to promote competition so that we can bring down prices and give consumers, individuals, patients, more power to price shop for affordable plans. Americans do not want the federal government in charge of their health care. They do not want socialized medicine. They do not want government-run health care plans, and they definitely do not want their hard-earned tax dollars underwriting fraud. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Iowa.
If you hear the term Arctic frost from those of us in Washington, D.C., it's not a meteorological term. It's a name that the Biden administration put on the efforts through Special Counsel Jack Smith to put then citizen Trump in prison so he could never run for president again. And I have been trying to make as much of this information that we discover public. So I come to the Senate floor now to discuss this now infamous Arctic frost investigation that I and Senator Johnson of Wisconsin have exposed. As we've shown through our investigation, Arctic Frost was not just about putting President Trump in prison, but it was a means to an end. That end that the Arctic Frost investigation sought was a vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and partisan Department of Justice prosecutors could improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. As Arctic Frost became special counsel Jack Smith's election case, it also targeted over 400 Republican groups and individuals. Recently, Senator Johnson and I have exposed that the special counsel's office obtained phone records of at least 11 senators and 6 members of the House of Representatives, all of them Republican. I expect there'll be more members of Congress added to that list. Each of these subpoenas included a court-issued non-disclosure order. Recently, I made public Department of Justice documents, including emails. These documents showed that Special Counsel Smith's office knew of the constitutional implications of issuing a subpoena for congressional data. A May 17th, 2023 email shows that Molly Gaston from Special Counsel Smith's office emailed John Keller, one of the heads of Biden's Department of Justice Public Integrity section. In that email, Gaston consulted Keller about issuing subpoenas for members' phone records. Keller, from the Department of Justice, told her that there might be litigation risk if you do that. So Smith's staff was warned. And the reason why. Keller said subpoenaing congressional information could violate the speech and debate clause of the Constitution. As we all know, the speech and debate clause protects members of Congress from any retaliation or civil action for what's said right here on the floor of the House and Senate. Well, no kidding, they were warned. Of course, the Department of Justice knows that core constitutional activity of constitutional officers is protected in the Constitution. Keller's email to Gaston also notes case law saying legislators asserting an invasion of speech or debate may intervene and oppose subpoenas. So it's a constitutionally based opposition. However, affected members, remember they're all Republicans, weren't afforded the opportunity to challenge the subpoenas as the law would give them the right to do. And it's all about the subpoenas having a non-disclosure order in it. Now, these non-disclosure orders, rubber stamped by a judge named Boasberg and others on the same court, kept Jack Smith's action against Republican against the Republican members. So far, almost all of the non-disclosure orders for members' phone records were signed by Judge Boasberg. On November the 20th, 2025, I, along with Chairman Johnson and Mr. Jordan, Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, wrote to Judge Boasberg. We asked what information Special Counsel Smith's office presented, if any, to the court that led to the approval of the non-disclosure orders of members' phone records in violation of federal law. We also asked Mr. Boasberg if he ever denied any Department of Justice non-disclosure order requests. Now, Judge Boasberg never answered our letter. He had Judge Robert Conrad, the director of the Administrative Office for the U.S. Courts, responding on his behalf. Judge Conrad failed to fully answer our questions. The letter claimed responding to our letter fully would, quote, encroach upon the separation of powers, end quote. Now, the court ought to have raised that concern when Special Counsel Smith requested the non-disclosure orders for the legislative branch phone records, not after it became public as a result of our getting these documents. But the limited response by the judge shows that the federal court, including Judge Boasberg, essentially acted as a rubber stamp in approving Special Counsel Smith's non-disclosure orders. Judge Conrad's letter stated that the Department of Justice typically doesn't include a subpoena with a non-disclosure order request and only provides a signifier like a phone number to the court. Thus, the information before the court wouldn't reveal that a phone number belonged to a member of Congress. Judge Conrad's response appears to indicate that Special Counsel Smith's office failed to disclose to the court that any subpoenas sought phone records for members of Congress. Jack Smith took this egregious action, even though Smith and his team knew case law was clear that legislators could challenge the grand jury subpoena on grounds it violated the speech and debate clause of the Constitution. The letter from Judge Conrad raises serious questions about Special Counsel Smith's candor or lack thereof before the court. But the volume of subpoenas issued by Special Counsel's office should have raised alarms with Judge Boasberg and any other judges involved in issuing those subpoenas. Alarms that maybe congressional records could have been swept up by the government's conduct. So there's some questions. Did Judge Boasberg and others even answer the question? Was even a small amount of due diligence done? Boasberg and others won't say. Not asking these simple questions appear to be a clear dereliction of duty. The actions by the Biden Justice Department and the federal court raise more questions that Congress and the American people deserve answers to. These things are very important because when the power of the federal government, particularly through the Department of Justice prosecutors and the FBI, to be politically weaponized, to put anybody in prison, and if they can do it, attempt to do it to a former president then and now President Trump for 4 years, it could be done to anybody. And we need to know that this should never happen again in the United States of America. So I'm giving you this update. Accordingly, my oversight will continue. I yield.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Healthcare is the #1 driver of inflation in the 21st century. We talk about affordability. Healthcare is the biggest driver of our costs rising in this century. And as a fact of the matter is that the Affordable Care Act is really the Unaffordable Care Act, and it's made it less affordable. That fact is indisputable. I've been in the Senate for less than a year, and I didn't create this problem, but I am here working to be part of the solution. In just a moment, I will ask for unanimous consent to pass my bill, S-3391, the Accountability for Better Care Act. My proposal represents a good faith offer on a short-term basis to extend enhanced premium credits for 2 years. I repeat that. This would extend enhanced premium credits for 2 years, but with reforms that will reduce fraud, lower premiums, and protect long-standing conscience rights for millions of Americans. That's what it does. And before I explain what this common sense proposal does in more detail, I think that it's equally important to express why it's important, why I'm on the floor today. Because I will tell you, over the past few weeks, I have been visiting and getting calls and talking with Ohioans who are very concerned about their rising premium payments. I was in a meeting recently with a pastor who he and his wife are attempting to renew their policy under the ACA. Makes a little over $80,000 a year and is going to see his premiums rise by over $10,000 next year. Had another conversation with a small business owner who indicated with premiums and deductibles that it will take more than 30% of his salary to afford health care. These are just a few examples of the millions of Ohioans and Americans that are worried. It's why we've got to take action. It's long past time to do so. One action we can take today as part of this legislation is to address the fraudulent enrollees under the program, though. It's existed for 4 years, and we know that it's cost taxpayers $27 billion each year. That's a lot of money, a lot of fraud going on in the country right now, and we certainly can't stand by and watch it happen by renewing premiums and not the premium subsidies and not doing anything to eliminate the fraud. We know it's happening. So it's important, if we're going to extend the tax credits, that we fix the problem. And we can do this by requiring everyone receiving a premium tax credit to pay something towards their health insurance that will help realign the incentives and reduce fraud. I offer a modest solution to this. It requires simply $5 on a monthly basis to enroll so that we can combat fraud, so that we can know there's an actual person on the other side of this policy that the insurance companies sign people up for, so that we can eliminate the rampant fraud. And to put this in perspective, a $5 request is simply 16 cents a day to get affordable health care provided for largely by the taxpayers of this country. That's a pretty great deal for the people who would be enrolled. That requiring this minimum premium will also make certain that Americans cannot be enrolled without their knowledge, because we know that there have been convictions around this country for unscrupulous brokers that sign people up under the ACA, enhanced premiums. There have been prosecutions and convictions. We know it's fraud. We can fix it simply by asking people to pay a little bit in return for their largely free health care. We also know that insurers raise premiums on the ACA Silver plans in order to address the cost-sharing reductions for low-income individuals. We know this process is silver loading. In my bill, we will fund the cost-sharing reductions so that we can end the practice of silver loading, the games that insurance companies have been playing. This would lower premiums in the long run by 10 to 20% for lower income individuals and save the taxpayers between $5 and $10 billion. An important reform to the tax credits. And finally, my bill maintains household premium contributions for most people making up to 400% of the federal poverty level, and it also places an income cap on the ACA tax credit for households up to 600% of poverty, federal poverty line. That's $192,000 for a family of four, because we know under the old system, it would subsidize, people making $20 an hour would subsidize the premiums for people making $1 million a year. No one thinks that's right. Can't imagine anyone does. So we fixed that. And these premium contributions will are gradually increased as individuals earn more wages up to that income cap. This will reduce the sharp cliff that many of these families are facing because of the design of the credits that currently exist or are about to expire. I hear constantly from Ohioans that they're worried about their out-of-pocket costs due to failures with Obamacare. We know it doesn't work. Colleagues on the floor have detailed why. My bill creates a soft landing to protect Ohioans and Americans from steep rises in their premiums created by the structural failure of the Obamacare system. I have long said that I believe that there is a way forward with this proposal, that we can protect families from punishing premium costs and address the underlying fraud in the ACA, and to do so in a balanced and thoughtful way. I came to the floor just a couple of weeks ago and outlined this framework in a proposal I called Fraud, Freeze, and Fix. Well, today, this is the manifestation of that as represented by the Accountability for Better Care Act. I appeal to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that have stated that their goal is to extend the Biden-era COVID bonuses. If that is true, they should support this bill, because it does that. That's what it does. But it also gives Congress a runway to fix and address the drivers of high costs of health care. I will conclude this finally. To my Democrat colleagues, there was a 43-day government shutdown that was extensively supposed to be about extending the ACA subsidies. Well, this is your opportunity to take yes for an answer, because we are extending the ACA subsidies. You get your wish, and we get the accountability we need. And for these reasons, I ask unanimous consent that as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of S. 3391 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I ask further that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I'm going to make just a few brief points in response to my colleague Senator Husted's proposal. This bill is part and parcel of what we have seen for years from the Republican Party, an attempt to undermine the Affordable Care Act in its entirety. If this bill became law, it would undoubtedly still kick millions of people off their ACA coverage. When Americans are calling out for help to lower costs, this bill would actually increase premiums by an average of over $1,000 for over 10 million people annually. And if that's not enough, Senator Husted's bill sneaks in another attack on women's rights to control their own bodies, and it bans marketplace insurance coverage of abortion. I will end with this. I have worked on this policy for a long, long time. I care deeply about affordable health care and have been willing to work with anyone to deliver results for the people I represent. But the place for this debate, perhaps this offering, should have been last June, this past June, during the debate on President Trump's signature legislation, a major tax bill that disproportionately sent its benefits to the wealthiest among us. That is where we should have had an extensive debate on extending a tax break for working families and individuals to be able to afford their health care premiums. And if not during that debate, we should have been working across the aisle on this in the lead up to the expiration of the last CR on September 30th, the end of the last fiscal year. But it is 5 days before the expiration of open enrollment. 5 days. People have been shopping since November 1st. They have seen what their costs were this past year, and they have seen what their costs are going to be next year. I, along with my Democratic colleagues, have been pleading with Republicans to come to the table and negotiate on this. And by and large, they have refused. And then yesterday, just 1 day before we vote on a clean 3-year extension, we get this bill out of the blue. This bill is a deeply unserious proposal to a very serious problem. And therefore, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard. The senator from Ohio.
I appreciate my colleagues' thoughts. I haven't been here for years. I didn't create this. I haven't been here for years trying to undermine Obama. I've been here less than Obamacare. I've been here for less than a year. And this isn't serious. This isn't unserious. I'm very serious. This represents a compromise. My Democrat colleagues want an extension of the ACA tax credits. I'm offering that. All I'm asking for in return is that we eliminate the fraud. The kind of fraud that we had in Minneapolis going on right now, where we don't have proper oversight of our generous taxpayer-supported programs. I will just say this specifically, though. The proposal that I'm offering is more generous than the original ACA program and tax credits. And it has nothing to do with women's rights because it doesn't ban any of it. It just says that the taxpayers don't pay for it, which has been, since the 1970s, the way that this institution has operated as it relates to the Hyde Amendment. And the time to work on it was last June. We offered something on CSRs last June, but it was objected to by the Democrats under the Byrd rule. It was offered. Cost share reductions. We offered it last June. But my Democrat colleagues objected to it. And yes, I agree, there's only 5 days, maybe longer if we want to spend a little time, and time is of the essence. So that's why we shouldn't waste any more of it. We should pass this legislation. Mr. President, I yield.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, families across the country are struggling with skyrocketing costs, health costs, grocery costs, energy costs. But instead of working to address these challenges, Republicans are bringing yet another disastrous Trump nominee forward to support his agenda. Thomas March Bell has been nominated to be the independent watchdog at America's health agency. There could not be a more dangerous choice for this position. Now, I've long believed in the bipartisan coalition that works here to defend the integrity and independence of the inspectors general. As Senator Grassley once said, inspectors general are intended to be equal opportunity investigators, designed to combat waste, fraud, abuse, and misconduct without regard to political affiliation. They are the ultimate drainers of the swamp. One of Donald Trump's very first acts after taking office was to fire these independent investigators. In less than a year, he's gutted the integrity and independence of these offices. A few years ago, this body overwhelmingly passed a law to secure the independence of the inspectors general in government. But 4 days into his second term, Donald Trump threw that law in the dumpster. He unlawfully fired nearly 24 inspectors general across the government. Now he's replacing them with a wave of partisan operatives who stand ready to sabotage the independent oversight of inspectors general. Meanwhile, it's been crickets from Republicans. They're just happy to let him do it. No nominee exemplified the assault on the independent oversight quite like March Bell, the nominee to serve as Health and Human Services Inspector General. I'd be remiss if I didn't start off by noting that he's nominated to fill a position that's not legally vacant. He's nominated to fill the role of an inspector general that was illegally fired by Donald Trump. My Democratic colleagues and I on the Finance Committee urged Chairman Crapo to pause this nomination. It was met with radio silence. Now Republicans are pushing him through, unbothered by Donald Trump's complete disregard for the law that almost every one of them voted for just a few years ago. How times changed. Let me talk about Mr. Bell's supposed qualifications. Once in a while, I get called a privacy hawk, and I never consider that an insult. I've worked for decades, often with my Republican colleagues, to safeguard the privacy of Oregonians and all Americans. I've come to believe there are few places where privacy is more important than in the healthcare system. That's why this nomination is so dangerous for HHS. Mr. Bell has made a career out of plastering people's private information in so many places, everywhere he can make it stick. When he was chief counsel for a select House panel, he made public a slew of information on reproductive health care providers and the patients that he targeted with a sham investigation, all while they were being subject to threats and physical harm. Staff and even members of Congress raised multiple concerns about his behavior during this investigation. He couldn't care a lick. Those patients and providers saw a 9-fold increase in violent threats during his investigation. When my staff asked Mr. Bell what steps he took to protect the targets of this critical investigation, he replied, "None. That's unacceptable." I'll also note that the entire investigation was based on doctored, manipulated, and sometimes downright fabricated evidence, much of which he got from a personal connection. This wasn't oversight. This was raw partisanship intended to target and intimidate reproductive health providers and the women seeking their care. This is shocking behavior from the person nominated to oversee the privacy and protection of the private health information of Americans. But that's Mr. Bell's bread and butter. In questions for the record following his nomination hearing, he refused to admit Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election. An inspector general needs a firmer grasp of reality than this. Even now, while he's nominated for a role that requires resolute independence, he's leading another sham investigation. This time he's looking at Act Blue. This is nothing more than Donald Trump weaponizing the federal government to target political opponents with political enforcers. Instead of serving the American people, he's focused on carrying out the Trump agenda. If my colleagues think that this is blatant partisanship and it's going to stop if he's confirmed as an independent inspector general, they are betting on the wrong horse. When Mr. Bell came before the Finance Committee, he said, and I'll quote, He will examine, evaluate, audit, and investigate to support the initiatives of President Trump and Secretary Kennedy. Last time I looked, Mr. President, Inspector General isn't there to follow the President's marching orders. They're there to make sure the train stays on track and nobody is out there pilfering the boxcars. Mr. Bell has spent his whole career as a partisan operative. His confirmation will be a blank check to continue to make the healthcare system more expensive, more exclusionary, and less effective. It'll all be done at the expense of the American people. This goes beyond the fox guarding the hen house. It's giving the fox free rein to investigate hen houses from coast to coast. And while that might be the MO of this administration, it's dangerous for the American people, and it's exactly the opposite of what Congress set up for inspector generals to do. By confirming Mr. Bell, the Republicans send yet another strong message to Donald Trump that he can use the federal government to settle personal scores. I urge my colleagues to respect the laws that we passed here and to respect the privacy, the decency, and safety of patients and providers. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the dangerous Bell nomination. I yield the floor.
The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, right now, families are trying to get health coverage for next year, a few weeks away, and they are coming face to face with the mega healthcare hike. That's not some theory or talking point, that is the stone cold reality. Just talk to folks back home and they will tell you premiums are doubling on average for people losing the ACA enhanced premium tax credits. In some cases, they are tripling or quadrupling or even worse. I have heard from seniors who will see their premium jump more than $1,000 a month. I've heard from a family in Washington State whose premium will jump $2,000 a month. A new KFF poll found 1 in 4 people will just go without health coverage if their premium doubles. Again, that's the average increase families are facing because of Republican inaction. That's the reality that we are staring down this very moment. This is hitting seniors who are too young for Medicare but can't afford to roll the dice on their health. This is hitting small businesses who rely on the exchanges and tax credits to get coverage for themselves and their employees. It is hitting farmers, many of whom are covered on the exchanges. And I have to say, the reason that I call this the mega health care hike is because it is going to hit mega states the hardest, even as Trump calls affordability a scam. The 10 states where premiums are jumping by the highest percentage, all Republican states, every single one. The vast majority of these dollars go to Republican states, and yet the vast majority of my Republican colleagues couldn't be bothered when it came to saving the health tax credits and stopping folks back home from losing their coverage. Not only are most Republicans not serious about stopping the mega health care hike, many of them are cheering it on. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at what Republican leaders said about saving the health care tax credits earlier this year. Republican leaders said, and I quote, nothing. Or just look at the only health care plan Republicans ever rallied around, cutting $1 trillion from health care. Or just listen to Speaker Johnson argue Republicans strengthened health care by making the biggest cut in Medicaid in history. That's like saying you strengthened a ship by throwing the passengers overboard. That is the one thing they all agree on. That is the one health policy they are all proud of. Do Republicans want an award for all the hospitals that are now going to shutter? Do they want a thank you card from all the families that are getting priced out of their health coverage? And another clear sign Republicans are not serious about health care. Their message has been all over the place, everywhere from hypocritical to nonsensical to straight up lies. One of the first Republican talking points we saw was the outright lie that all this money is for illegal immigrants. Their latest spin is just as ridiculous, because now
Republicans, the same party that proudly brought you the biggest billionaire tax giveaway in the history of our country, the same Republicans who have never met a corporate CEO they didn't want to shower with tax cuts, are scandalized to learn health insurance is provided by health insurance companies. That's pretty darn rich. When Republicans were just giving money away this summer, literally a billionaire free-for-all, it was so important that they cut health care. But when Democrats want to help families buy health care coverage, that's a bridge too far. If Republicans, the party of Trump and Elon Musk, want to play who is buddies with billionaires, go ahead, make my day. Remember, Republicans made tax breaks for billionaires permanent. Permanent. They exploded the national debt by trillions to do it. They cut health care to do that. And they pretended that it cost $0 by using ridiculous make-believe budget gimmicks. But saving health care for a few years is too expensive? Republicans don't see anything outrageous about Trump shoveling billions of dollars at Argentina? They have no objection with a new private jet for Secretary Noem, or bulldozing the White House for Trump's latest gold-plated vanity project? But they can't imagine making sure their own constituents have health care? And please, when Republicans try and pretend it's unthinkable we want to do this for 3 years, don't forget they already voted down doing it 1 year. In fact, one Republican actually called it, quote, political terrorism. Give me a break. Trump can post a video where he bombs protesters with feces. He can repost someone calling to hang Democrats. But when Democrats want to save health care for working families, that is political terrorism? Mr. President. And let's not forget one of the most incredible Republican excuses for letting these premiums double, that they never wanted to lower health care costs with these tax credits in the first place. They say, look, Democrats passed these tax credits without a single Republican vote. Well, you bet we did, and that really shows the differences in priorities, doesn't it? When Democrats were in power, we passed the strongest, longest tax credit we had the votes for to help working families get health care, because Democrats actually think it's a problem that millions of people are going to lose coverage. But Republicans think the real problem is too many people were able to get coverage in the first place. They're even doubling down on that in their new half-baked proposal to pretend they have some kind of health care agenda. Just look at the ideas that Republicans are putting forward. The Republican health care plan is to bring back the bad old days of high-risk pools when pre-existing conditions were not protected and a cancer diagnosis meant you couldn't get health coverage. The Republicans' health care plan is more junk health plans that bury patients in debt when they have an accident or they get sick. The Republican plan is finding new ways to attack access to abortion and block women from getting the care that they need. The Republican health care plan is just let moms shop around for health care, as if moms didn't have enough to worry about, and as if shopping is even an option when you need urgent care or specialty care that's hard to find, or you only have one hospital for miles. And here's a doozy. The health care plan Republicans put forward this week does not even bring down premiums, not a single cent. That's right, their plan does nothing about the skyrocketing premiums. So if your premium is too high for you to afford coverage in the first place, the Republican plan for you is tough luck. They want to replace tax credits that actually make sure people can enroll in a quality health plan with a mere pittance that you can only get if you're poor enough to qualify but still make enough to afford health coverage in the first place. And only if you buy the lowest quality plan, even if that's not what you want. Only then are Republicans offering you a meager $83 or $125 a month which comes, by the way, nowhere close to covering your deductible, and does nothing to keep families' out-of-pocket health care costs from going through the roof. Instead of reducing the uninsured rate or getting people quality coverage, Republicans are saying to you, what if we only give money to people who can afford health coverage instead of supporting those who cannot? And what if we spent that money pushing people towards the worst coverage that leaves them on the hook for huge deductibles? Instead of bringing premiums down, Republicans are saying, what if we spend the same funding in a way that doesn't lower premiums at all, but just leaves them sky high, and even ends up with them soaring for patients with pre-existing conditions by driving younger, healthier people into lower quality, catastrophic plans or out of the market entirely. The Republican plan is like Squid Games for healthcare. You can't afford health coverage? Here's a coupon. Spin the wheel and see if you make it through the year. If you lose, if you get cancer, or if you get pregnant, or if you have some sort of medical emergency more expensive than $1,000, you get buried in debt. And win or lose, you are going to have to play the same twisted game again, year after year for the rest of your life. And one year, you're going to lose, because we all get sick eventually. We all get older eventually. What Republicans have put forward is not a health care plan. It's a sick joke. I can hardly believe they can say it with a straight face. And speaking of jokes, are Republicans going to stand up this newfangled disaster before open enrollment begins? Well, wait, guess what? Too late for that. This is not just out of touch with families, it is out of touch with reality. Even if these plans were not a joke, there's scarcely time left to do something half as complicated. That is the kicker, Mr. President. If Republicans were serious about reforming the tax credits, the time to do that was before we were a month into open enrollment. Democrats were at the table all year. Republicans were nowhere to be found. The truth is, if Republicans actually wanted to reform the tax credits, they could have done that without Democrats. They could have done that actually in their big ugly bill. They could have extended those ACA tax credits completely on their own terms if it was important to them. But they did not, because they did not care. And when Democrats insisted and insisted and insisted Republicans just come to the table, they chose to shut down the government rather than talk about health care. But now, when rates have already been set and families have days to get coverage for January, a few weeks away, Republicans are not only trying to pretend they care about stopping the mega health care hike, they are now trying to pretend it is realistic to negotiate major changes and new programs in time for January 1st. What are they talking about? Forget how long negotiations take. Even if we pass that bill today, there is not time to implement anything more complicated than a clean extension. Now, I am always at the table to talk about how we can save health care. I'm happy to sit down next year and negotiate serious, bipartisan reforms for the 2027 season. But the key word here is serious. It is not serious for Republicans to act like they care about health care now when they were silent on this during their tax-cutting bonanza. It is not serious for Republicans to act like there is time for major negotiations and reforms now, when we are over halfway through open enrollment. And it is not serious for Republicans to act like they just want simple tweaks when they're actually demanding new abortion coverage bans they know are a non-starter. Mr. President, let me close with this. If Republicans truly want to have a serious bipartisan conversation about health care, we can do that. Democrats are happy to do that. But there is a fire burning right now, and a lot of people are about to get burned if we don't put it out. So the first step has to be passing the bill Democrats have put forward, simply extending the tax credits and saving health care for millions of families in the country. We could have talked about reforms earlier, And once we do this, we can still talk about reforms later. But right now, we have to put this fire out. And we have a bill that does that. Now, I am hoping against hope and against history that reason wins out and Republicans join us to pass this bill. But I will say, if Republicans refuse to do the right thing, the thing their own constituents are begging all of us to do, they should know Democrats are not going to walk away from this fight. I'm going to continue to hold Republicans accountable. And more importantly, the American people are going to hold Republicans accountable too, with their voices and with their votes. Democrats will also keep sharing a vision for how we do rebuild a stronger healthcare system after this Republican wreckage. Because as much as we want to save these health tax credits, I think everyone knows that is a starting point. It is a bare minimum. We still need universal health care in America. We have needed it for a very long time. It is what I've always been fighting for. And whatever happens in the next few days, I'm going to keep pushing for reforms that make high-quality health care that's actually affordable a reality for every American. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, the President of the United States is very focused. He is focused on building a $300 million ballroom in the White House, while the price of everything has gone up: food, housing, healthcare, electricity, clothes, you name it. Costs are up, jobs are down, and wages are flat. And the president is doing worse than nothing. And I mean that, worse than nothing, because it would be one thing to not be focused enough on the question of prices. It's another thing to actively raise the price of everything through federal policy. It's not even that easy to find mechanisms to make prices go up, but he is doing that. He's going out of his way to raise prices. That is not a partisan accusation. That's actually what's happening. And so today I want to go over the 5 ways that Trump is screwing the average consumer with higher costs on purpose. Number 1, food. Anyone who's been to a grocery store recently knows how expensive certain items have gotten. Coffee is up 20%. 20%. Beef is up 15%. Orange juice is up 27%. Bacon and bananas are up 5%. And why is that? It's because the president thought it would be a good idea to slap tariffs, which are a tax, on everything that comes into the country. Everything that comes into the country, and you are paying for it. Number 2, electricity. According to the Trump administration, electricity prices are rising this year at double the rate of inflation. Double the rate of inflation. So what does Donald Trump have to do with that? Well, electricity demand is soaring, and Donald Trump has effectively implemented a ban on solar energy. Any solar project, not just on federal land, but where the federal government even has a tiny little interest in it, is essentially frozen. 90% of the new projects, and let's be clear, there was a time when coal and gas and all that other stuff was price competitive with solar. Solar is the cheapest new form of energy. Cheap is clean and clean is cheap, and that is a change. Solar energy is the way to provide relief to ratepayers, but there is a nationwide solar ban instituted by Donald John Trump. Number 3, health insurance. Millions of Americans are giving up their health insurance because they literally can't afford it anymore. I know 3 people in this building who are going to have to give up their health insurance. And as I was doing open enrollment, I was relieved to find out that my health insurance only went up by 12%. That's like good news. If you're 12%, you're thrilled. The average is double if you're on the exchange. The average is double. People can't do it. That is an intentional policy choice of the President of the United States. Number 4, home insurance. And this is a sleeper. If you own a home, you've probably seen your home insurance spike over the last few years. And frankly, the main driver of that is the increased severity and frequency of natural disasters driven by the climate crisis. And so insurance companies are realizing that if you live in the range of a wildfire or a flood or a tsunami or a hurricane or any number of natural disasters, that's got to be priced in. And by the way, if you are lucky enough to be one of like the 15% of America that doesn't live in a place that's got more climate risk, you're in the same damn risk pool as everybody else. And so your rates are going up too. And what is Donald John Trump doing about the price of home insurance? He's banning solar energy. He's stopping wind projects that are already permitted. He's exacerbating the crisis that is driving up your prices. And finally, number 5, Christmas gifts. It's the most wonderful time of the year until you look at the price tag for presents. According to one report, shoppers will be paying more than $100 more to buy the same gifts as last year. Meanwhile, trees, decorations, candy, and booze have gotten more expensive, and small businesses, far from raking in holiday sales, are losing revenue and being forced to lay off workers. A good friend of mine used to say, people vote for you for their reasons, not yours. And you know, people vote against you for their reasons and not yours. And the reason the Democrats lost the election last year is because everything was up. Is because the prices went through the roof on everything. And Donald Trump seemed like a disruptive enough force in the political system to maybe shake things up and maybe put some downward pressure on price, and the exact opposite has happened. Whatever his other faults, people thought at least he would be good on the economy. But we're now a year in, and that's just plainly untrue. What is true is that Donald Trump is making people poorer, and he's doing it on purpose. I yield the floor.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I rise today with colleagues to talk about the vote we will cast tomorrow on extending Affordable Care Act premium tax credits. We missed an opportunity in June. In June, the reconciliation bill that was passed by the Senate contained $1 trillion of tax cuts for people who are in the 1%, the nation's wealthiest, who didn't need a tax cut. But we refused to extend premium tax credits so that 20+ million Americans could afford health insurance. And just by order of magnitude, we could have extended the tax credits as is for 10 years at a cost of $350 billion. That's not inexpensive, but it's 1/3 of the cost of the tax credits that we handed away to the wealthiest 1% of people in this country who don't need it. I can assure you that my Virginians need these ACA premium tax credits. If we do not extend the tax credits in the simple bill that Democrats have on the floor tomorrow, the best estimates are that 94,000 Virginians will lose their enrollment in health insurance through our ACA marketplace. And of those 94,000, 50,000 will go uninsured. They won't be able to find any other insurance. Because the ACA carries with it funding for states, Virginia stands to lose $295 million in federal funding, have a significant hit of more than $400 million to the state's gross domestic product, lose about 3,500 jobs, and also lose around $31 million in state and local tax revenue. But the numbers aren't what's important. The experiences of people and the fear and anxiety that they are telling us about is what's important. Christine Casey in Crozet, Virginia, her premiums will go from $485 a month to $1,730 a month, more than tripling. Paula Graham in Virginia Beach, her premium is going to go from $285 a month to $1,018 a month, more than quadrupling. And I have story after story after story from Virginians in all parts of the Commonwealth, rural, urban, and suburban, youngsters, seniors, people who left a job that they didn't like, but they had to have because it provided health insurance to start a business where they can afford insurance on the exchange, and they now find it unaffordable, and that not only affects health care, but it may require them to give up on the economic dream they've had and go back to a job that they don't like just so they can afford insurance. And so it is my hope, together with my colleagues, that we do the right thing, that we extend the ACA tax credit support for a period of time, 3 years, where then members of the Help Committee and the Finance Committee and other committees can grapple with long-term solutions to issues like pharmacy affordability and other important things that we've shown that we can work together on a bipartisan basis. But there's no reason at this late moment to consign right before the holidays Virginians and Americans who are already suffering through higher energy prices, higher costs for building supplies, higher costs for toys, for Christmas, for everything else in their life, to consign them probably in the most important expenditure in their life to dramatic increases in costs that will lead many to go without health care, thus damaging their own health and the health of their families. I urge my colleagues to embrace a simple extension of the ACA tax credits in the vote we'll have tomorrow. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Almost 6 years ago, I stood here on the Senate floor. I was not yet a member of this body and spoke as a House member leading President Trump's first impeachment. "We are not enemies," I said, quoting Lincoln, "but friends. We must not be enemies." If Lincoln could speak those words during the Civil War, I observed, surely we could say them and mean them now. In the 6 years since that impeachment, our country has only become further divided. It has become even more challenging for Americans to speak with each other, with our neighbors, even with members of our own families who have been alienated from one another. How we begin to heal our present wounds and bring about a sense of common purpose that has been lost, it is difficult to say, as the causes of our division are many. But I suspect if there is a common denominator to what must be done, it begins with a renewed effort to better understand each other, who we are, where we come from, what drives us. In that spirit, let me tell you a little bit about who I am that may differ from the version that many Americans see on Fox or in the president's social media feed, and what I've done to introduce myself to my 40 million new constituents. Because I intend to be a senator for all Californians, in the red areas and the blue and everywhere else in between. That's one reason I sought to join the Senate Agriculture Committee, the first time in more than 30 years that our nation's largest agriculture-producing state has had a seat at that table. I've traveled the state on planes, trains, automobiles, even boats, visiting nearly half of California's 58 counties, including some of the most conservative parts of our state. I've toured almond orchards and cilantro fields, health clinics and food banks and affordable housing developments. I even took part in an ill-advised game of dice at a bar in Los Baños while drinking a bitter Dutch liqueur, which I will not be repeating. Wherever I go, I've asked Californians the same question: how can I help? Now, it is certainly true, depending on where I am in the Golden State, that sometimes I have to break through the caricatures of me on right-wing media, and that could be a challenge, but it is one I very much enjoy. There is nothing more fun in politics than upsetting people's expectations. I knew, for example, that I was making progress when a farmer in conservative Butte County told me after an hour-long meeting, "I don't know why the president calls you watermelon head. You have a perfectly normal-sized head." And that comes from a farmer who knows a thing or two about melons. Traveling across California has only underscored that it's the honor of a lifetime to serve the state I so deeply love in the Senate. I'm especially humbled to serve alongside my friend and colleague, Alex Padilla, and to follow in the footsteps of trailblazing giants who have gone before us, Dianne Feinstein, Barbara Boxer, and our own Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, in whose hard office I now sit. I'm grateful beyond measure to my staff, the smartest, hardest working, best looking bunch of public servants in America, whose dedication to the people of California inspires me every day. And of course, I am deeply grateful to my family, my strong, loving, daring, and caring wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve, my children, Lexi and Eli, of whom I am immensely proud, my late parents, Ed and Cheryl, who taught me everything important, and my brothers, Daniel and David. Like so many Americans, I owe who I am to my family. My family owes who we've become to the opportunities this country has afforded us. My parents, Ed and Cheryl, were the grandchildren of immigrants from Eastern Europe, from Lithuania and Poland, and as my parents used to say with pride, from the shtetl to the Congress in 3 generations, only in America. My father, Ed, left high school early to join the military at the end of World War II. He tried to enlist in the Marine Corps but failed the physical, flat feet and bad eyes. 2 weeks later, he went to enlist in the Army, thinking there might be a different physical standard or at least a different examining physician. As it turned out, it was the same standard and the same damn physician. "Wait, weren't you here 2 weeks ago?" the doctor asked. My father said yes. "You really want to get in that bad?" My father said yes. And just like that, Ed Schiff was in the U.S. Army. After he left the service, my father went to college on the GI Bill. He later dropped out, one of the few decisions in life he came to regret, and went into the schmata business, that's Yiddish for clothing or rags, and sold schmata up and down New England. Eventually, he got promoted and moved our family from Framingham, Massachusetts, to Scottsdale, Arizona, and finally to Alamo, California. We went from working class to middle class, my father eventually getting out of the clothing business and buying a lumber yard. I grew up like so many other kids in that era with Little League and Cub Scouts and lemonade stands, my mother ringing a cowbell to let us know when it was dinner time, the sonorous, authoritative voice of Walter Cronkite on the TV, and summers spent working in restaurants or hauling sacks of concrete and roofing materials. We lived in the booms and busts of the 1970s and 80s, At times, my father would tell us that the business was growing so fast it was scary. And other times, he would tell us that we all needed to tighten our belts to make it through the next few years. But because this is America, because my family settled in the Golden State in the 1970s, I was able to attend some of the finest K-12 public schools in the country. And that has made everything possible. I was able to become a prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A. and take on everything from drug trafficking to corruption to Russian spies. That included prosecuting Richard Miller, the first FBI agent ever indicted for espionage, and my first introduction into the insidious influence of the Russian government. And I was able to win elective office, not on my first try, not even on my second, but third time is a charm, and for 3 decades now I've had the privilege to serve the people of California in the state Senate, in the U.S. House, and now in this august chamber. So many of us who grew up in the post-war era share a common experience. We entered a dynamic growing economy, one that had its ups and downs, its winners and losers, but still an economy that allowed millions to climb into and stay in the middle class. We benefited from vibrant democratic institutions that, despite their many flaws and blind spots, upheld the rule of law and steadily improved the quality of people's lives. In so many ways, California embodies that limitless future, exciting, entrepreneurial, home to Silicon Valley and aerospace and Hollywood, to Disneyland and redwoods reaching the skies, the shores to the mountains. I can still remember the wonder in my friends' eyes when I announced that we were moving to the Golden State. Yet that California, that America that made my story and so many others possible, is today under grave threat. What was once a sturdy ladder into the middle class now feels more like splintered wood. My parents bought our first home for $18,000, what my father earned in a single year as a clothing salesman. These days, in most parts of California, that wouldn't cover 6 months' rent. The notion of buying a place for a year's salary is a fantasy for all but a tiny handful of the most wealthy Americans. When my brother Dan entered UC Berkeley in 1976, tuition cost practically nothing. A couple $100 in registration fees, another couple $100 for books, maybe $1,000 for room and board. That was the cost to attend what even I, a graduate of Cal's arrival from across the Bay, must grudgingly admit is one of the best universities in the world. Today, attending that same institution will cost you upwards of $50,000 a year. I hear from Californians every day who are struggling. One health problem or car problem away from failure. The exhaustion, the desperation, the pride they take in their work, and the despair that it never seems to be enough. The man in San Diego who wrote to me telling me he'll have to spend thousands of dollars more a year just to keep his health coverage, or he may have to drop it completely. The young woman in the North State who did everything right, got a good education and has a mountain of debt to show for it, and who told me in tears how she is deathly afraid of getting sick because she can't afford it, how she has nothing set aside for retirement and nothing to set aside. The farm workers in the Central Valley who are afraid to go to work and attend church, lest ICE detain them. Citizens and non-citizens alike. Is it any wonder that so many Americans believe the system no longer works for them? That hard work is no longer a guarantee of a good life. That sense, for the first time in our history, and for millions of Americans, that their parents' life was better, that their children's future is in doubt, is a powerful and destabilizing force. Because when our economy stops working, our democracy stops working. We've seen this movie before, over and over again. In college, I traveled behind the Iron Curtain. As a young Department of Justice lawyer assigned to work in Czechoslovakia, I saw up close how an autocrat could exploit profound economic dislocation and inequality to divide and dominate. As a member of Congress, I witnessed civil society activists fighting oppressive regimes around the world, which impoverish their own people even as they enrich themselves. When a political system that's supposed to address economic challenges proves itself incapable or indifferent, too many people become susceptible to the siren song of any demagogue who insists that they alone can fix it. And so we come to this perilous moment when so many of our expectations have proved incorrect. We who watched walls coming down, new democracies being born, more people able to practice their faith, associate with whom they would, and able to speak their piece. We came to believe that freedom would be forever on the march, that it was inevitable, inexorable, irrevocable. We were wrong. There is nothing inexorable about democracy. The moral arc of the universe is long, and it bends towards justice, but not on its own, not without effort, not without sacrifice, and not at the present moment. If we are to preserve this great, this improbable experiment in self-governance, our press must remain free from coercion. Our universities must be free to teach. Our law firms to take on unpopular clients. Our Justice Department to do impartial justice. Our companies to hire the best talent. Our legislators to vote their conscience without fear of violence or reprisal. The health of our democracy and the strength of our economy are deeply entwined. We cannot have a strong economy without a strong democracy, and we cannot have a strong democracy if we cannot answer in the affirmative the most basic, the most vital, the most central question facing American families, and that question is this: if you're working hard in America, can you still earn a good living for yourself and your family? To answer that question, yes, means putting a relentless focus on the basic needs of our constituents: food, housing, healthcare, a good job, and the dignity that comes with work. It means acknowledging our own failures of leadership and governance and calling out corruption where we see it. It means placing a renewed focus on getting stuff done. And as it so often has, I believe that California is showing the way again. In the resurgence of San Francisco under a mayor who has prioritized results over ideology. In Los Angeles, where communities are coming together to rebuild from the ashes. In San Jose's data-driven governance. In Sacramento and Oakland and San Diego, taking real action on homelessness, transit, and housing. In the Central Valley, the Imperial Valley, and the North State, growing the food that nourishes us, pressing on despite the hardship of not enough water and too many tariffs. Each of us, I'm sure, can point to places in our states and our cities that are addressing real challenges with the seriousness, creativity, and urgency they deserve. So here in Washington, let us take our cue from the communities we're privileged to represent. Let's act anew to jumpstart the next housing boom in America, just as we did for returning GIs after World War II, as legislation I've just introduced would do, so that every family can afford a roof over their heads. Let's find ways to bring down costs on groceries, on electricity, on childcare, so that a living wage means something again in America. Let's educate and prepare Americans to thrive in a world of AI and automation while continuing to advance America's technological edge. Let's put forward a real vision for a fair and humane immigration system that attracts the world's hardest workers, brightest minds, and best hearts, and retains them rather than kicks them out. Let's act not just to prevent the closure of rural hospitals and labor and delivery rooms, but to expand access to affordable, quality health care for all. In so doing, let us demonstrate to the American people that Congress need not be the opposite of progress. That red tape and bureaucracy need not be the reason that vital housing goes unbuilt and small businesses go under. That whether an American lives on the coast or the heartland in places that voted for us or against us, we see and hear them, and that their voices carry more weight than a lobbyist checkbook. I am a proud Democrat, but I'm also willing to work with anyone to advance those efforts, including that guy at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue who doesn't care for me very much and who I'm not particularly fond of either. Because life is too short, the problems are too great not to seize every opportunity to make progress. Believe it or not, I was born bipartisan. On my dad's side, I'm the son of Roosevelt Democrats. On my mom's side, the grandson of a Republican county chair who really did like Ike. Long before I became one of the Democrats the Republicans love to hate, I chaired the Judiciary Committee in the California State Senate. As chairman, I encouraged members to sit not by party. We considered every bill referred to committee, whether it was introduced by a Democrat or Republican. We voted alphabetically, not by seniority. We tried, in other words, to put problem solving above partisanship. As a House member, I quickly learned this wasn't the way in Washington. The first time I voted at odds with my party in committee, the ranking member positively levitated out of his seat before storming over and screaming at me in the middle of the hearing room. I told constituents after that experience that the quickest way to power and influence on the Hill was to eat right, exercise, and outlive the bastards. But it doesn't have to be that way. When I joined this chamber, I was gratified that a number of my Republican colleagues reached out to reassure me they would help California receive the aid we need to recover from this year's devastating wildfires. In fact, the very first bill I introduced in the Senate was alongside Senator Sheehy, who knows a little bit about fighting fires, to provide tax credits so that folks can protect their homes against wildfires and other disasters. I've been proud to champion legislation alongside so many of my Republican colleagues. So yes, you may have first met me standing on this floor as an impeachment manager. And when this president transgresses the Constitution or puts forward nominees I consider beyond the pale, uses the military to kill survivors at sea, or tries to rip away Medicaid from our most vulnerable, you will find me right here, standing up to him and standing up for the values I cherish and the people I was elected to serve. But to anyone serious about solving real problems, no matter what side of the aisle, you will find in me a willing partner. After all, isn't that why we chose public service? Isn't that why we were sent here? To make life better for the people we represent. My purpose was summed up for me decades before I entered public life, not by Jefferson or Lincoln, not by Shakespeare or de Tocqueville, but by a 5-year-old boy. Earlier I mentioned my gratitude for my brother David, and he is my brother, but not by blood, by choice. David and I met through the Big Brothers program of Greater Los Angeles almost 40 years ago. It has been one of the great joys of my life to watch him grow up and be a part of his life, to go from splashing through the surf on Venice Beach together, to seeing him graduate from Yale and USC Film School, to becoming a talented screenwriter and producer and a big brother himself. What first struck me about David was his application to the program, which asked little brothers what 3 things they wished for. As you can imagine, most typically wished for the things kids crave: a bike, a skateboard, a room of their own. David asked for a big brother, a puppy, and a beautiful world. What 5-year-old dedicates one of their 3 precious wishes to something so selfless and intangible as a beautiful world? But that was who he was then. It is who he is now. And my wish is the same as his wish. It is the wish that drives my hopes for what can be achieved in this body and through the maddening, messy work of politics. My colleagues, within weeks of my swearing in, California was burning. Entire neighborhoods wiped away in minutes. Families sifting through ash where homes once stood. And yet, after every fire I've ever witnessed, one truth endures. When the smoke clears and the embers fade to nothing, people come back to rebuild their lives. Not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. And because they believe in their neighborhood, their community, and in one another. Right now, our nation is passing through a different kind of fire. An inferno, division, of fear, of dreading the rent checks on the first of the month. and watching institutional guardrails topple one by one by one. But we are not powerless, not us here in this body, not those in America who have the most important title in a democracy, that of citizen. We are not condemned to live in the ashes. We can rebuild a country where every child has a fair shot and hard work leads to a good life. Where people, no matter their background, are free from want and fear, free to succeed. Where government is accountable and responsible to people, and yes, where right and truth and decency matters. It's the country my parents believed in. When they brought our family to California. And as the America, I still believe in with every fiber of my being. If we fight for it, if we refuse to give in to cynicism or fear, that beautiful country, that beautiful world is still within reach. That's the future I'm committed to seeing. That's the future I ask your help to bring about. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank the people of California for sending me here to take up that charge. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
President.
California.
Mr. President, I'm so proud to have Senator Schiff as a partner in representing our home state of California. As you've heard me say many, many times before, California is not just home to nearly 40 million people. We are not just the most populous state in the nation. We're also proudly the most diverse state in the nation and proud to represent the largest economy of any state in the nation. California has become the fourth largest economy in the world. So it's a true honor and responsibility for each of us to represent our respective states. I like to think especially so for the great state of California. And while it can get complex at times and does require a lot of work all the time, I have no doubt that Senator Schiff is doing and will continue to do a tremendous job. Now, a lot of us, as members of the Senate, have already begun to know Senator Schiff through his remarks here today, through his participation in our caucus meetings and lunches, through his participation in committee hearings, or even just one-on-one sessions. But as the country has learned just a little bit more today, it is no surprise that given his life journey and that of his family, his professional experience, which included a stint as an assistant U.S. attorney prior to elected office, his state of California service in the legislature prior to him coming to Congress a couple of decades ago, combined with the commitment and clear passion, along with his professionalism and his work ethic and his integrity, it is no surprise that he is a true champion for so many things, including for a grower and farm worker alike, for reproductive rights, for labor rights, for so many issues and values that we hold dear. And they include speaking truth to power. Not just, but especially to the President of the United States when it is called for, and it is being called for so often in these times that we're living in. And one of the things that so many of us admire about Senator Schiff is his willingness to do so, without hesitation, despite being a constant target of threats and attacks by the President of the United States. So folks, it's been about a year, a lot more time, a lot more work, a lot more impact to come from Senator Schiff, not just for the benefit of the state of California, but for the United States of America and the longevity of our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, today, myself and my distinguished colleague from Montana, Senator Sheehy, rise in support of what is perhaps the most common sense national security legislation that's come across the Senate floor this year. The No Tax Dollars for Terrorists Act will help to prevent even one American dollar from going to terrorist organizations like the Taliban. American military personnel spent years fighting the Taliban. Over 2,000 Americans were killed in Afghanistan, and more than 20,000 were wounded. It's a slap in the face to these veterans and their families if even one taxpayer dollar would flow to this organization. We need to know that the NGOs and the foreign nations that aid is provided to do not pass those dollars to the very organizations that look to harm us. The Taliban and other terrorist groups in Afghanistan try to erase women and girls from society. Christians and other minority groups face constant threats, including torture, kidnapping, and murder. Idahoans and all Americans deserve to know that not one of their hard-earned tax dollars is going to fund these heinous organizations. I am thankful that President Trump has cut off aid to Afghanistan in an attempt to stop money flowing to the Taliban. This bill that is before us right now will ensure that Congress is made aware of any exploitation of our tax dollars by the Taliban or to the Taliban, and that the U.S. government has a plan to address that. This vote is an easy, resounding yes. It is beyond understanding why anyone would be against this legislation where we are trying to keep money out of the hands of tourists, our money. If Democrats continue to block this bill, as they have done for months, I am committed, and I recommit, to moving it as quickly as I can through regular process in my Foreign Relations Committee. This bill should become law. I urge my Democratic colleagues to join us to ensure that no American tax dollars go to the Taliban, and I yield to my distinguished colleague from Montana.
The senator from Montana.
I want to thank Senator Risch for helping to lead this legislation in the Senate. Most Americans probably find it somewhat surprising that as they struggle with affordability, struggling to fill their gas tank or pay their rent or afford their mortgage, that many of their tax dollars, in fact, upwards of $10 billion of their tax dollars, are sent directly into the pockets of foreign terrorist organizations. Terrorist organizations that we spent thousands of lives and decades fighting to protect our shores, to include the lives of some of my friends. I spent years of my life, as did my wife, spend years of her life fighting these terrorist organizations, trying to keep this country safe. And now we're told that our tax dollars have an obligation to go into the pocket of those organizations, to buy bullets, to build bombs, to coordinate attacks that don't just kill Americans, they kill those who share our values worldwide. And it's not just Westerners and Americans who are killed by this. The Taliban systematically hunts down those in Afghanistan with whom they disagree, those who want to be free, those women and girls who saw a brief period of freedom under our occupation there, and now they are once again placed under the yoke of terrible sexism, of not even fascism, but outright terror. And it isn't just Afghanistan. This extends across the globe. This terrorist financing network is not just guys in mountain caves collecting dollar bills. This is a sophisticated global finance network that spans the entire world. The Iranian regime, although not directly connected in many ways to this, is absolutely directly connected to the international flow of terrorist funds through sophisticated real estate transactions, cryptocurrency, oil smuggling, piracy, kidnapping, terrorism. It is unthinkable that we would intentionally and knowingly hand our taxpayer dollars to organizations that actively kill Americans and attempt to destroy our values every single day. I think it should be a bipartisan American issue for us to finally put an end to this ridiculous practice that is actively costing us lives and precious freedom capital around the world. I hope that we pass this act. I urge a yes vote, and I urge it quickly. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
President, thank you, Senator Sheehy, for those remarks. I think that you're absolutely correct that Americans have no idea that some of their taxpayer dollars are actually winding up in the hands of terrorists. Now, I know there will be people who will say, oh, we can't do this because some money needs to go in there to help women, children, babies, and that sort of thing. What we have learned, if we've learned anything from what's happened in Gaza, is when you have a terrorist organization that is in charge of the country, it is impossible to keep the money, the food, or anything else that's sent in there out of the hands of the terrorists. If you see the terrorists on TV, they always look well-fed, they're well-armed, they're doing well, and at the same time, the babies in the country are starving to death, and the same thing with the women and young children. So with that, Mr. President, this legislation is designed exactly to do that, and that is keep every dollar out of the hands of these terrorists. So I ask unanimous consent that as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 260 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table.
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Vermont.
Pardon me, Mr. President. Reserving the right to object. First of all, what's important for me to acknowledge is that Senator Risch, the Foreign Relations Committee, has done excellent work on not making certain that we don't get money, taxpayer dollars, to the Taliban. I also want to acknowledge my appreciation for the service of the senator from Montana and his wife, protecting us against terrorist activity. Let me explain why I object. Because my objection is not for the purpose of keeping money out of the Taliban. That objective I support. What I don't support is a bill that is written in a way where aid and humanitarian organizations who are spending money they raise to do work we support, and that is protect women and children who are subject to the vicious conduct of the Taliban, that they will be cut off from being able to do their work. The reality is, for some of these NGOs, if they have to pay an electric bill, then the bill is drafted, would mean they are not able to do their work. So when you have an aid organization that's dedicated to trying to help girls, women from the oppression or from the Afghan people who are the victims of the Taliban authoritarianism, and even paying an electric utility bill, even paying a water bill, would mean that organization is shut down and can't do the good work that I believe the majority of us, if not all of us in the Senate, would support. Because our concern is the well-being of the people of Afghanistan, and our objection is to the authoritarian and violent rule of the Taliban. So this bill, as drafted, would interfere with legitimate work that would do good for the people in Afghanistan, especially women and girls, who are the victims of the Taliban. Our government is not sending money to the Taliban. That was discontinued under President Trump. Our government is not sending money to American NGOs or NGOs and governments or our allies. So what this bill is doing is trying to ensure that money that's sent to help Afghan women and children and other vulnerable people is not siphoned off to indirectly support the Taliban. That's a worthy objective, but it's overly broad in how it's written. So it'll literally mean that NGOs that are doing work that we support can't be done. And for that reason, I do object. You know, we've got to keep in mind that the Taliban is our adversary, but there's over 300 million Afghans who have lost access to health services. There's many Afghans who served with our military and to whom we owe a debt of gratitude. They saved, in many cases, the lives of men and women who serve in the military. And among the people who have been the biggest advocates for the Afghan people as opposed to the Taliban are many of our brave soldiers who have served in Afghanistan. So the objection here is based on how the bill is written, how it's overly broad, and will have the effect of stopping good work that does good things for oppressed people. And that's the reason that I want to assert my objection to this legislation. And Mr. President, while I'm here, I do want to just make a comment on an issue that's going to come up, if I may. And that is this question of what's going on in Venezuela and the fact that there's going to be a potential effort on the part of President Trump to initiate military activity without congressional authorization. And the one point I want to make that I think has to be on the minds of people who take a look at this is that there's an assertion that there's military power to attack boats that intelligence says are carrying drugs to the United States. On the one hand, even as on the other, the president is using the unique power vested in him in the Constitution to pardon one of the biggest drug dealers in the history of the world, and that is the former president of Honduras, Mr. Hernandez. And I want to just note that glaring contradiction. But on the basis of the remarks I gave, although I acknowledge the intent of this bill from the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, the heart of our Constitution is the separation of powers. The founders, having just won their freedom from the tyranny of a king, were determined that the most profound responsibilities of government, whether to go to war and how to spend taxpayer dollars, would be decided by the people. The founders wanted the people's representatives in Congress from all parts of the nation, from all walks of life, to publicly debate and vote on these critical decisions. That's why Article 1, Section 8 of this Constitution says Congress shall have the power to declare war. Not the courts, not the president, but Congress. Yet, as we stand here in this chamber, President Trump is preparing to launch a war on Venezuela, without a declaration of war, without a congressional authorization, without a congressional appropriation of funds. So I've come to the floor to reassert the constitutional role of Congress over this decision of going to war. This bill is co-sponsored by Senators Kaine and Van Hollen and Alsobrooks and Welch and Markey and Sanders, and I appreciate their partnership. It prohibits the unauthorized use of the United States Armed Forces in hostilities with respect to Venezuela. Certainly, Nicolas Maduro is a brutal dictator. His regime has a long history of abusing human rights and crushing political dissent. That is not in question. And that reality demands a consistent, principled foreign policy. But it does not give permission for any president to violate the Constitution of the United States of America that we are sworn to uphold when we come here to serve the American people as senators. Yet President Trump is still threatening these hostilities against Venezuela by deploying a massive force in the Caribbean. That military force, reportedly, as of this moment, includes about 15,000 American troops, including 2,200 Marines, 11 naval warships, including our largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and its strike group. It includes amphibious assault vehicles, and guided missile cruisers, and destroyers, and a submarine. The deployment includes fighter jets, surveillance drones, patrol planes, many of which are based in nearby Puerto Rico, where the U.S. has reopened an old naval base for this operation. The force includes gunships and helicopters and bombers. Military buildups like this take on momentum of their own. A president may hesitate to disperse this buildup lest he look weak and indecisive. And thus, large buildups often result in launching the military action they foreshadowed. My friends, wars are easy to start, but they are hard to end, and the consequences are often devastating. Look at the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Together, more than 7,000 American service members gave their lives. More than 50,000 service members seriously injured, often devastating, lifelong consequences. More than $8 trillion in treasure lost. Launching another reckless war to depose an authoritarian leader in South America is not an America First strategy. And without congressional authorization, it's unconstitutional. The prelude to this military action has been military strikes on boats off the coast of Venezuela. The administration has said they are acting to stop these boats from delivering narcotics. Well, there's a legal way to do that, and then there's an illegal way to do it. The legal way is for the Coast Guard to intercept the boats, to search them, arrest those present should narcotics be found. And the illegal way is to simply blow up boats in international waters. The legal path is the right way to go. The Coast Guard makes arrests, which allow them to collect evidence and information, broader counter-narcotics operations. Destroying boats and killing those aboard means no evidence or information that confers evidence of what was undertaken. Was it even a narcotics operation to begin with? It is either a war crime or it's a murder. It is a violation of our law. It is a violation of international law. We have a stake in the structure of international law because we want our troops to be treated in a right manner, not to be executed when they are out of the action, laying wounded on a battlefield, not to be murdered clinging to debris after their boat has been blown up. Our military forces don't summarily execute others because we don't want others to summarily execute our forces. That's the principle involved. So the president's extraterritorial, extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean are terrible policy, terrible principles, and a terrible precedent. And we are in a bizarre moment. Bizarre. President Trump, while saying he's trying to intercept drugs, just pardoned the kingpin who organized the narcotic superhighway that delivered 400 to 500 tons of cocaine to the United States of America. Juan Orlando Hernandez of Honduras, former president, convicted on overwhelming evidence of moving massive drugs to the United States of America, pardoned by President Trump. If you want to stop narcotics, you don't go around releasing the kingpins who organized this devastating assault on our nation. On November 29th, President Trump said that the Venezuelan airspace should be considered closed in its entirety, and commercial flights have been greatly reduced as a result. On December 2nd, Trump said the military strikes would, quote, start very soon, and, quote, we're going to start doing those strikes on land. So we don't have a moment to waste to be here on the floor of the Senate defending the Constitution, to ensure that the will of the people on issues of war are respected. If my colleagues want there to be a declaration of war, then bring that to the floor of the Senate, because that's what the Constitution says. And let's debate that. And let's see if there's a majority vote for that. And let's send it over to the House of Representatives and see if they agree, because we took an oath to the Constitution. Thus, I've come to the floor to ask unanimous consent for the Senate to pass the Prohibiting Unauthorized Military Action in Venezuela Act. Again, I thank my co-sponsors, Senator Kaine and Van Hollen, and also Brooks, Welch, Markey, and Sanders, who are stalwart defenders of the Constitution and the constitutional responsibility for Congress, not the President, to authorize war. The bill prohibits any federal funding from being used for the United States to wage war against Venezuela. To be clear, the bill does not prevent the U.S. from defending itself or its citizens against an armed attack. It does not prevent lawful counter-narcotics operations. It does not prevent humanitarian assistance to the Venezuelan people. But it does protect and defend our Constitution's essential separation of powers. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill 3344, and the Senate proceed to an immediate consideration. Further, the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid up on the table.
Is there an objection? Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I come here, like my colleague, to defend the Constitution of the United States. Since George Washington was president and he had to deal with a Congress, every president has had to deal with a Congress or members of Congress who really wanted to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States. The Founding Fathers wisely said that that power shall lie in the hands of the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. Over many, many years, presidents have used military force to protect the United States of America. Indeed, they take an oath that they will do so. Not only do they have the right to do so, they have the duty to do so. So, what are we talking about here? Donald Trump has made the observation, as has every American, that we are losing tens of thousands of Americans, both young and old alike, to illegal drugs that are brought to this country by terrorist organizations mainly. And as a result of that, we have done, as has been suggested, law enforcement activities within the United States, outside the United States, and we have picked away at it and picked away at it, and it simply has not been effective. What Donald Trump decided to do was to take appropriate military action against an invasion. That invasion comes from those terrorists. They invade the United States of America with boats loaded with this poison. It's distributed around the United States, and it kills tens of thousands of people every year. Now, let's assume that these terrorists, instead of using drugs, were using explosives. If they loaded up one of these boats with explosives and it was headed for the United States of America, and they had a distribution system in place, as they do for drugs right now, and they were distributing these explosives around the United States and killed tens of thousands of people every year, there wouldn't be a peep from anyone about the use of force by the President of the United States to stop this. That is exactly what is going on here. There is no difference whatsoever. The President of the United States, has ordered the troops, when they determine that there is a boatload of these drugs headed for the United States, to sink the boat and put it on the bottom of the ocean. Now, I'm the senior Republican on the Intelligence Committee, and on this, obviously in this setting, I can't tell you the method or the means, but I can tell you that we have seen absolute, total, 100% proof that every single one of those boats that went down was loaded with drugs. So, as a result of that, the President of the United States has done good work so far in stemming the flow of these drugs to the United States. I have told the President face to face, thank you, Mr. President, for what you're doing. And I want to thank you on behalf of the parents who will not have to early bury one of their children because of the drugs that were coming into this country. Instead, those drugs are laying at the bottom of the ocean. Thank you, Mr. President, for what you did. Keep up the good work. Continue to stem the flow of these drugs coming into the United States. The President has the absolute right, and not only that, the absolute duty to do this. If you don't think so, take him to court and sue him. That's what you need to do if you think that that's right. There's no court in the world going to stop him from using military might of the United States to protect the United States, which is exactly what he is doing here. Based upon all that, Mr. President, I object.
Noted.
Would my colleague from
Senator
Idaho
Oregon.
yield to a question?
Does the senator from Idaho yield? He does. Proceed.
I do appreciate you yielding, because too often we have very little debate about these issues. My question is, if the president is trying to stop drugs coming to the United States, why did he pardon the kingpin who built the cocaine superhighway that killed thousands of Americans?
To respond.
Senator from Idaho.
I agreed to respond to questions relating to this. There is nothing in this that has anything to do with the other country that you're talking about. So I'm not going to engage in debate on that issue.
Senator from Oregon.
Yield to more direct question to the bill at hand.
Very direct, but if the good senator cares to have a direct question, I'll be happy to do that.
Senator does yield.
Well, I did think it was connected, because you said the mission was to stop drugs from getting to the United States. So it seems inconsistent. But if, in fact, there's so much evidence that these boats are moving drugs, why wouldn't it be advantageous to board them, to arrest them, to collect the evidence and the understanding of the broader drug operation? And why wouldn't it be valuable to show the American people the evidence?
Senator from Idaho.
Yeah, Mr. President, Senator, first of all, that has been done over a number of years, and it has proven to be incredibly ineffectual. I've had lengthy discussions with the Secretary of State, who obviously is a person who's been focused on this area of the globe for a long time. And he says that they consider this, the terrorist groups consider this a cost of doing business, that kind of a boarding or what have you. But what's happened is, with those boats being sunk the way they are, with the people who are in the process of launching this attack on the United States are killed, that has drastically lowered the number of boats that are coming to the United States loaded with drugs. This is the most effective way to do it. Bless you, Mr. President, for doing it. Keep it up. Continue to put these drugs on the bottom of the ocean.
Oregon.
Thank you to my colleague for sharing your thoughts. At least there's a little bit of perspective on the difference of our opinions here, but I do appreciate you presenting your thoughts on this topic. Obviously, I see this profoundly differently, and some of my colleagues are here who would like to speak to this issue. Before I yield to them, I will just say simply, there is no justification in international law for executing people on the high seas and then executing survivors clinging to debris. And there's certainly no clarity that there was evidence of the sort my colleague from Idaho suggested, because it certainly hasn't been shown to the American people. And the setting the stage for this broader war on Venezuela, because we're going to have a new policy, a new Monroe Doctrine of the United States simply taking the law into its own hands throughout Latin America, South America, regardless of international law, regardless of treaties, regardless of whether it's even an effective strategy. It is wrong on every level in terms of effectiveness, but it is certainly wrong when it comes to this Constitution of the United States of America. I yield to my colleagues.
Mr. President, thank you, and I thank my colleague, Senator Merkley. I have spoken often on this matter on the floor in the last few months, and I don't want to belabor points that I have previously made and that I'm likely to make again next week when a War Powers Resolution is called forward. The timeliness of this is imminent. The news has just broken today that President Trump has ordered the seizure of an oil tanker, not a drug-running boat, but an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela that has been seized by the United States Coast Guard. Tensions are escalating, and the Senate is asleep on this matter. I want to just ask this question: why is this war different than all other wars? Why is this war different than all other wars? There are two significant differences that our colleagues need to grapple with. The first is the numerous warnings and indications from this floor, but also from the United States military leadership and our allies, that the war is illegal. The chief legal advisor of Southern Command in August offered opinions before the boat strike started in September that to do so without congressional authorization was illegal. The head of Southern Command, Admiral Halsey, a decorated 30-plus year veteran of the Navy, an admiral who was 1 year into a 3-year tenure as the leader of Southern Command, was forced to retire prematurely, and the reporting is consistent that he was forced to retire because he raised questions about the legality of these strikes. This is not just Democrats on the floor of the Senate questioning the legality of this military operation. It's U.S. military leadership, including high-ranking Pentagon officials, who are jeopardizing their career to stand in support of their oath and defend the Constitution, and being relieved of command as a result. Our primary ally in the world, the United Kingdom, has stopped sharing intelligence with the United States on activities in the region because they do not want their intelligence to be used to carry out illegal strikes. The aftermath of the slaughter of survivors clinging to a shipwreck in international waters has occasioned. In this country, I represent one of the most military states in the nation, and many Virginians are deployed on the carrier strike group in the Caribbean, and their families are asking us about the legality of the mission, how long it will last, what is it designed to accomplish, and they are also asking about why the U.S., with a human rights ethos, would be proudly slaughtering survivors on the open seas. The president has said that video could be available to all. Indeed, the president has made the video of the strike available on his social media account, bragging about it, patting himself on the back about it. But now that we're asking for the full video, not just the first strike, but the second strike as well, where survivors were slaughtered, suddenly the Secretary of Defense is walking it back and saying, we need to protect our sources and methods. You need to protect your sources and methods when you've been turning it into a TV commercial, a social media commercial, showing the world about what a tough guy you are. If you're a tough guy and you think you're proud of this, then let the American people see the entire video. Let them watch struggling survivors struck on the high seas in contravention of American and international laws of war. That's the first reason this war is different from all other wars. The questions raised about their legality are a drumbeat that will not be denied or suppressed. And the second reason, and then I'll hand to my other colleagues, that this war is different than all other wars, is with all of that I've shared with you, and so much more that I'd like to share with you that I can't, because what I know from being in a classified setting. Get this, in the Senate of the United States, the greatest deliberative body in the world, 95 days into a war, has the Senate Armed Services Committee held a single public hearing about this war? Has the Senate Foreign Relations Committee held a single public hearing about this war? This war is different than all others because at 95 days and counting, 90 people killed, dozens of military strikes, seizing an oil tanker just a few hours ago, the principal committees in this body and in the House, charged constitutionally with oversight over matters of war, have been hiding their heads in the sand, afraid to put on the table publicly before the American public what's at stake in the legal rationale. If you're doing something you're proud of, you wouldn't need to hide it. If you're doing something you're proud of, you would be glad to have committee hearings and share the story with the American public. The refusal of this body to take this matter up in any meaningful public forum and to shackle members of the Senate who know a lot, but we cannot discuss it because all we know from classified settings, is a demonstration that this administration knows that public scrutiny would make the American public ashamed of what's going on. We need to make this public. We need to have this debate. And we need the American public to understand what's at stake. And with that, I applaud my colleague for what he's introduced, and I'd like to yield.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking my colleague, Senator Merkley, for bringing this resolution before the Senate, and Senator Kaine and colleagues for focusing on this question of war and peace. This is a very simple resolution. It says that no U.S. taxpayer dollars should be spent to go to war against Venezuela absent congressional authorization. I just heard the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee say to the Senate, if you're opposed to this, go to court. Last time I checked the Constitution of the United States, it gives Congress, this body, the power to decide questions of war or peace, which is exactly why this resolution is before us, saying that we shall not spend taxpayer dollars going to war against Venezuela unless the Congress invokes that awesome power. Now, I know the President of the United States, when he was asked a couple months ago whether he had to comply with the Constitution, he said, I don't know. Well, I would hope our colleagues on both sides of the aisle here in the United States Senate would recognize that the president has to comply with the Constitution, and we should fulfill our constitutional responsibilities as well and not run away from them. President Trump bringing us to the brink of war, a regime change war in our hemisphere, and we are running out of time to stop it. We know the president has already authorized the CIA to conduct operations in Venezuela. We know that we're witnessing the largest naval buildup in the Caribbean in decades. We know, as Senator Kaine just mentioned, that today intercepted a Venezuelan oil tanker bound for Cuba. And we know that for weeks and weeks now, the Trump administration has been striking boats in international waters, killing more than 80 people. Now, the president claims to be going after so-called narco-terrorists. But this operation they're conducting is not about drugs. All of us in the Senate want to make sure we address the of drugs in the United States of America. But that is just a cover story presented by the President of the United States. Because if the president really cared about addressing illegal drugs, he wouldn't have proposed deep cuts to the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, nor would he have proposed to shutter entirely the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. I serve on the Appropriations Committee. I'm the ranking member of the subcommittee that oversees the Justice Department and some of these operations. The president's budget cuts our investment in those anti-drug operations. They cared about actually reducing the flow of drugs in the United States. The president would not have just pardoned the former Honduran president, who was convicted of drug trafficking and sentenced to 45 years in federal prison. If you want to send a message that we don't want illegal drugs coming into the country, why would you pardon the person who was convicted of doing exactly that? That simply sends a green light to others to go ahead. And in fact, just this week, we learned that President Trump had pardoned a Baltimore drug kingpin. This is somebody whom the DEA called, and I quote, one of the largest cocaine and heroin dealers to be arrested by the DEA in recent history, unquote. President Trump just pardoned him. So don't tell me, President Trump, that this is about drugs. No, which is primarily fueling the drug overdose deaths in America, is not originating or transiting through Venezuela. The fentanyl is typically manufactured in Mexico with precursors from China. It is true that Venezuela has become a source of cocaine, but even that is mainly bound for destinations in Europe and West Africa. So that's not what this is about. This is about their efforts to engage in regime change. Look, the Trump administration has concocted this fanciful legal theory that it is engaged in an armed military conflict with these drug boats and drug runners. In fact, we've seen, as my colleagues say, the President of the United States releasing these videos where they're blowing up these drug boats and killing people as if they are engaged in a military conflict with the United States Navy. That simply is not true. They are engaged in criminal activity, but their purpose is not to engage the United States militarily. Far from it. And I would just ask my colleagues how we would react if another country began bombing boats with U.S. citizens on them and then claiming that those boats were being used by U.S. citizens to transport drugs. Even if that were the truth, what would we say if the other country claimed that they would be at war with those American citizens? I think we would see it as a hostile act. I know that we would. Now, even if you take the Trump administration's framing here, which was a military conflict, then it is a fact that the video, which has been well reported, indicates that some of the survivors of the first attack on September 2nd were seeking help. Here's what Congressman Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, had to say about those survivors, that they were, quote, basically two shirtless people clinging to the bow of a capsized and inoperable boat drifting in the water until the missiles come and kill them. So as my colleague said, Mr. President, if Donald Trump has nothing to hide here, he should provide the full videos to the Congress and to the American people. But that would be a war crime only if you take the framework presented by the Trump administration, which is that we're at war with these boats. But we're not. And what that means is that these are simply extrajudicial killings, just killing people on the high seas. And what that means is that this is simply state-sanctioned murder of these individuals. And that is why it's very important for the Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities. But I want to close by making a more simple point about the resolution that Senator Merkley has introduced here. Even if you, for some reason, agree with President Trump with respect to the drug boats, despite their fanciful legal theories, what this resolution says is don't spend taxpayer dollars to take military action against Venezuela. There's no argument that a U.S. attack on Venezuela doesn't constitute an act of war that does come under the jurisdiction of this Senate under the Constitution of the United States. Now, all of us would like to see a different leader in Venezuela. Maduro is an authoritarian, he's a dictator. He's not a legitimate president, but that doesn't mean that we go after every leader who is not legitimately elected by the people of their country. In fact, this president is cozying up to dictators and authoritarians all over the world. In fact, if you just read their national security strategy that came out last Friday, you'll see it completely abandons the idea that the United States will stand up to dictators and authoritarians. Abandons the idea that we stand up for democracy and freedom and human rights and the rule of law. It's a document that actually greenlights cozying up like Maduro. So what they're doing is using the American military in an attempt of outright regime change. And I just read the words of James Madison, who really put it best back in 1793 when he wrote, and I quote, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war or peace to the legislature and not to the executive. The trust and temptation would be too great for any one man," end quote. As I said earlier, Mr. President, Donald Trump's been asked directly whether he has to comply with the Constitution of the United States, and he said he doesn't know. It is our obligation to uphold our duties under the Constitution of the United States. That's what Senator Merkley's resolution does. It says we shouldn't be spending any of our country's precious resources in going to war against Venezuela unless this Congress undertakes its responsibility and were to decide to declare war. In my view, going to war against Venezuela is a very bad idea. Let us not simply slide into it through negligence. That's what we're trying to avoid through this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President, health care is in a crisis. What Republicans want to do is to put patients in charge, not insurance companies. But the first thing we need to do to fix Obamacare is to address the fraud in Obamacare. If we can't agree on this, I don't know how we can possibly begin to fix Obamacare. I refer everyone to recent week's Government Accounting Office report. They show people enrolled without consent, subsidies flowing from the federal government to insurance companies from people who don't even know they're enrolled in Obamacare. They show that there was toddlers enrolled in Obamacare. They demonstrated 58,000 dead people who were enrolled in Obamacare, each of them having premiums sent to insurance companies on their dead bodies' behalf for some 9 months on average. We saw one Social Security number being used over and over again. In fact, over a third of the people on Obamacare didn't file a claim. Now, I'm not saying that all those people are fraudulent. In a group of healthy, otherwise healthy folks, maybe 20% of people don't file a claim. But from 2021 to 2024, we saw that number of people not filing a claim went from 19% to 35%. And that's when the enhanced subsidies kicked in, and therefore many people had zero premiums. So the federal government was paying their entire premium. Again, we think that this report demonstrates billions of dollars of fraud, very often estimated at some $25 billion. And that's why we introduced our bill. Senate Bill 3380, the ACA Marketplace Integrity Act, to stop the fraud. Who could be against that? Who could be against stopping the fraud? And our solution, I think it's pretty simple. First of all, mandatory identification verification for enrollment. Look, you can't get on an airplane. You can't get a hotel room. You can't rent a car without an ID. So let's verify identifications. That's going to help decrease the fraud. Secondly, we're asking for a minimal monthly payment from everybody involved in Obamacare. We're asking for $5, the cost of a Big Mac, maybe a Big Mac meal. For $5, we're asking people to contribute to their own health care insurance. And we don't think that's too much to ask. How's that going to prevent fraud? Well, look, if you're seeing $5 taken out of your paycheck or your bank account or your charge to your debit card every month, you're going to sit there and say, what's that coming from? And if you contact the person where that debit's going to, then you're going to find out, it's an insurance company. I know we've all had something similar to that to happen to us where we signed up for some type of streaming service years ago and you can't get it off your credit card, but it just keeps reoccurring. So what we're asking for is a minimal monthly payment of $5 from everybody on Obamacare. Now, my friends across the aisle, they're going to say that eliminating a $0 premium will prevent people from getting in plan. And then it's a trap to dismantle the ACA. Look, I'm not trying to dismantle the ACA. I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to fix it for the folks who've seen their premiums more than double, people whose deductibles that went from $1,000 a year to $15,000 a year. Why would we want those fraud dollars going to the insurance companies of all things? Let's take that same monies and fund healthcare savings account. Now, the next point we do with our bill is we codify President Trump's integrity rule to strengthen verification. I think that just these simple tests, these simple solutions will decrease the fraud. And I think what consumers need to realize, just like, is shoplifting. Even though the day you're there shopping, someone shoplifting doesn't impact the price of what you're paying, but eventually it does. So this shoplifting, this fraud that's going on, where we're taking good hard-earned taxpayers' money and sending it to insurance companies, is driving up the cost of health care for everybody. And every wasted dollar skips the real care that's needed. I don't know why my Democrat friends want to prioritize insurance companies over real people and shrug their shoulders at fraud while fighting subsidy cuts. What we as Republicans demand is honesty, accountability, transparency. And then we're going to redirect these subsidies. Let's redirect the subsidies, empowering patients over insurance companies. And again, all with transparent services. But we have to start with anti-fraud. If we can't agree to stop funding imaginary enrollees, what can we agree on? If it's not our plan, then what's the Democrats' plan? Show us a plan that fights fraud. In Kansas and every state of this union, resources are blessings. It's Christmas time. It's a time to remember other people. I truly want every person in America to have meaningful, affordable access to health care. And the Republican plan does that, but we have to start by stopping the fraud. Let's not waste hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Let's stop throwing good money after bad money. This bill will stop the fraud. It's going to prioritize patients, and I urge every member of the Senate to help us immediately stop the fraud. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that, as if in legislative session, notwithstanding Rule 22, Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of Senate 3380 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Reserving the right to object. Listen, I've had the honor of working with my friend, the senator from Kansas, on many issues. And I welcome him to join the conversation on our side of the table about how to get people affordable health care. I can tell you that as I move across the state of Georgia, which is a non-expansion state, much like Texas, people are trying to figure out how they're going to keep their health care. In about a month, folks will see their health care premiums double on average. For some, it will triple. For others, it will quadruple. People will lose their health care. And some people will die as a result of that. Health care policy in general is a matter of life and death. We've seen the Republicans, through their big ugly bill, cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid. 15 million people lost their health care. Now 22 million people are going to see their health care double on average. That is the problem that we're confronting right now. And I have not heard a solution from that side of the aisle about how to fix that. And so I object that we would add yet another 1 million people who will not be covered as a result of this plan that my colleague from the state of Kansas is offering this evening. And it is particularly harmful for non-expansion states. Some may reasonably ask, why these $0 premiums? Well, Georgia, like Kansas, is a non-expansion state. And the truth is, a lot of these folks who have the $0 premium plans, they would have $0 if they were in an expansion state. And so for me, it's a matter of fairness. I'm standing up for the people in my state of Georgia. 500,000 Georgians are in the health care coverage gap. If they lived in California, if they lived in New York, if they lived in North Carolina, they'd be covered. And so for that reason,
Noted. Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, for months, our Democrat colleagues have been fear-mongering about our health care system. You know, they blamed everyone but themselves for the skyrocketing premiums Americans are dealing with today. The truth is, Obamacare absolutely destroyed our health care system. It is completely unaffordable. As a result, American families are now paying the enormous price for Barack Obama and woke Democrats' Obamacare system. Sure, the idea of Obamacare sounded great. Who doesn't love the idea of free health care? But those of us who live in reality or understand basic economics knew this was never, ever going to work, which is why not a single Republican voted for it in the Senate or the House when it was voted on. You see, Obamacare was always destined to fail. You can't pump billions of dollars into health care and not expect rampant fraud to take place. It's not possible. Nevertheless, woke Democrats rammed it through Congress, and it was signed into law by President Barack Obama on March the 23rd, 2010. It was the biggest overhaul of our health care system since Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. On paper, it sounded great. Expand access, protect people with pre-existing conditions, and make insurance cheaper for families without employer plans. But to no one's surprise, what started as a bold Democratic dream of affordable coverage for all, it turned into a bloated mess. In fact, the only winners of Obamacare are the big insurance companies who are getting filthy rich on the taxpayers' money. Meanwhile, Americans are spending thousands of dollars on premiums for coverage that often doesn't cover their needs. And Americans can thank 9 of my current Democrat colleagues who voted yes on that final passage, December 2009, Senator Murray, Cantwell, Wyden, Merkley, Schumer, Gillibrand, Coons, Durbin, Sanders, Tammy Baldwin, who was in the House at the time. These Democrats jammed this through with not a single Republican vote, ignoring real concerns about how the system would limit competition, leading to lower standards of care, or how it would line the pockets of big insurance companies while forcing hardworking Americans to pay high premiums, or how it would decrease transparency, leading Americans who often leave the doctor's office not having a clue how much money they owe when they leave, or how rural hospitals would be forced to close their doors and doctors and nurses would be leaving the medical field because they couldn't make a living. But that didn't care about any of this. They didn't care about any of it because they always knew we would end up today in the position we are. 15 years later, they knew costs would become unaffordable for Americans. They knew that. But they were just fine with that because their end goal is to have socialized medicine paid for by American taxpayers, which, by the way, has not worked anywhere in the world. They have terrible health care when they do that. Obamacare was just the first step towards free health care for all. The first step. To start, Obamacare created state-federal marketplaces where individuals could shop for coverage. These marketplaces were intended to be online for health plans. By the way, if you remember this, they spent about $10 billion and couldn't get the health care website going, but we wasted all this money. When they launched this, it just crashed. People couldn't use it for weeks, months. It cost us hundreds of millions of dollars daily. That was a foreshadowing of the disaster to come, if you just think about it. On the marketplace, health plans are sorted in different levels: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Each level shows how costs are split, with bronze being the most basic and platinum being the best and higher coverage. For example, a middle-of-the-road silver plan means that the insurer pays for 7 insurance companies. The enrollee pays the remaining 30% through deductibles, co-pays, and co-insurance. Regardless of tier status, Each plan covers what is called the essential health benefits, things like hospital stays, maternity care, prescription emergencies, and preventive services. That sounds comprehensive, doesn't it? But it came at a heavy, heavy price, driving up costs from day one. This is where Democrats' real problem started. You know, they named this ridiculous bill the Affordable Care Act, so they couldn't have headlines on day one saying how prices were going up. So what'd they do? To address this affordability issue, Democrats came up with two big financial plans to supposedly help with affordability. The first thing they did was create cost-sharing reductions, which were designed for lower-income buyers who had the Silver Plan. Basically, CSRs allowed the government to help these Silver Plan enrollees pay out-of-pocket costs like deductibles and copay, shifting the bulk of the cost to who? The American taxpayers. By 2017, a court ruling stopped this ridiculous CSR payments, so insurance started raising Silver Plan prices to cover that gap that the court said you couldn't do. As a result, families saw their premium jump 20 to 30% in some states. And the second big Democrat idea was the premium tax credits, which was created for people earning about $15,000 a year. And it was capped at those making $60,000 a year. Now, this program ballooned during the pandemic when Democrats decided to expand these subsidies. In 2021, the American Rescue Plan got rid of the $160,000 income cap, meaning higher income Americans could now qualify for the subsidies. This meant that many lower income Americans got zero premium plans for the very first time. This caused enrollment in Obamacare to double in just 5 years. Double. From 11 million people enrolled in 2020 to 24 million in 2023. Here we go. This was all thanks to fatter subsidies, slacker rules, and year-round special enrollment periods, which allowed people to sign up anytime, no questions asked. These exchanges didn't lower costs, they just shifted the bill to who? The American taxpayer. Premiums kept rising, thanks to price gouging and decreased competition. But the taxpayer-funded subsidies temporarily shielded enrollees from seeing how much costs were going up. Take a family of four, earning $80,000, for example. They might have paid $500 a month for coverage before Democrats expanded these subsidies, $500 a month. But now, they're paying zero for coverage, while you, the American taxpayer, are stuck with paying the rest of the bill, just moving closer to socialized medicine. This is all thanks to the Democrats' broken subsidy system. And guess who benefits the most? Not you. A Joint Economic Committee report revealed that insurers and brokers are getting rich off of these subsidies. For every $1 that is paid by the taxpayers, the families only get 34 cents of this $1. The other, where does it go? It goes to the insurance companies, or it just disappears. Wonder where that goes. That's not affordability, that is a straight-up scam that the American taxpayers are facing. Even worse, these loose rules turned the marketplace into a fraud playground. Enhanced subsidies made plans free for people earning $15,000 to $23,000 a year. So, of course, people started fudging the numbers to qualify for free coverage. Brokers and scammers piled on, setting the system, claiming to enroll people for free coverage while stealing the money for themselves. A Paragon Institute report estimated that there were 5 to 6.4 million cases of fraud last year alone. To try to catch some of the fraud, the Government Accountability Office, they tried their own scam. They created 44 false applicants. They made up Social Security numbers. They ran it through the system. 96% of the Government Accountability Office fake applications got approved. 100% free health care. It's hard to figure out how exactly these people are getting enrolled. Some are lying about their income, some are double dipping with Medicaid, and some might just not be citizens of this country. Sound familiar? All of this fraud is hard to stop and hard to wrap your mind around. But unfortunately, the scam of Obamacare is much bigger than fraudulent enrollees. That's because Obamacare just didn't destroy our health care system. It also paid for itself by getting the government involved in student loans. You heard me right. We're going to pay this. Obamacare is going to pay for it through student loans. So loan went from being managed and loaning money from the bank to the federal government loaning money to go to college. What a great idea. As a result, education is more expensive than ever. And listen to this. Today, after 5 years, 45 million students across this country owe $2 trillion. Embarrassing. We are screwing over our young people who are just starting out in life, all to prop up this broken Obamacare system. Obamacare promised lower costs and better care, but 15 years in, it's delivered just the opposite. Obamacare premiums have nearly tripled since 2014, not to mention the outrageous bills you get after you leave the doctor. Quality health care is gone. Hospitals all over the country have been forced to close. We're losing doctors and nurses right because these jobs don't pay what they used to. Because we don't have transparency in the system, bad actors are able to hide prices, insurers face no real competition, and COVID subsidies allowed scammers to get rich off of fraudulent money that was intended for the most vulnerable. So no, this is not Republican fault, as you're hearing. Not a single Republican voted for this disaster called the Affordable Care Act. Democrats voted for it then, and Democrats are the one who own this disaster today. Oh, by the way, your premiums aren't going up 20% starting in January because of expiring COVID subsidies, like Democrats want you to believe. That's not happening. These credits are going up only 3, 4, 5%. The rest of the premiums are going up because the insurance companies are charging more. So don't let them take these subsidies or because all these premiums are going up. They're getting rich off the American taxpayers. That's what's happening. The way I see it, there are three main problems with the current healthcare system. The first problem is that Democrats have created a broken system that needs to be repaired, and we're going to do that. I'm glad to see several of my Republican colleagues are working on this daily. I'm hopeful that any Republican plan will focus on the main issue, affordability. The only way to lower costs is through more competition and more transparency. We need more plans to give Americans more of a choice when it comes to insurance plans. This is the only way to drive costs down. The second problem is that Democrats allowed 20 to 30 million illegals to come into this country under Joe Biden, many of whom came from third world countries. Now, many of these people have never, ever been to the doctor, have all sorts of health problems. These illegals are now overrunning our emergency rooms, and you, the American taxpayer, are paying for it. Next time you go to the ER, see how long it takes you to get in, and then blame the Democrats. And the next time a hospital in your town closes, as has happened all over my state of Alabama, blame the Democrats. The third problem is that we are horribly sick in this country. Americans are the unhealthiest we have ever been. 74% of Americans are either overweight or obese. More than 76% of Americans have at least one chronic disease. Cancer rates are increasing among young people at an alarming rate. If we do not start getting healthier in this country by working out, eating healthier, and getting rid of processed food and toxic ingredients, we are not going to make it. Our healthcare system was not built to support so many unhealthy people. 50 years ago, you didn't have any of this crap and didn't have all this processed food. We are over-medicated, overweight, and sicker than ever. And our healthcare system simply wasn't built to handle it. Thank God that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is working around the clock to make America healthy again. We need it. And at the end of the day, Republicans have control of the Senate, the House, and the White House. We have no excuse not to do something about this health care disaster. We need to come up with a plan that actually delivers for the American people. This is not a Republican or Democrat problem. Every American is getting screwed over every day by this horrible health care system. The Republican Party is working to fix this. Let's grow a backbone and do what is right for the American people. I yield the floor.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, tomorrow this chamber will have the opportunity to chart a new path forward on health care in this country. Senators will be given the choice to extend the Biden COVID bonuses for another 3 years or to support health care reforms that will actually expand options, reduce premiums, and give power to patients instead of insurance companies. Both sides agree the cost of health care is too high. But we need to address the root causes of the explosive increase in health care costs rather than mask them with unsustainable spending. We are told that the expiration of the enhanced Obamacare subsidies is a crisis and that there is no time left to do anything but extend them. If there is a crisis coming, it is entirely of the Democrats' making. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle created the premium tax credits as a part of the Obamacare system because they did not trust their own policy to make health care insurance affordable without shifting the burden of paying for it from enrollees to taxpayers. When the original premium tax credits failed to bring down premiums, they enhanced the tax credits. And then when that did not work, they extended the enhancements. They did all this without a single Republican vote. They also chose the current expiration date that they now say must be changed. They created the very cliff that they now oppose. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have had years to offer serious suggestions on how to reform the Obamacare subsidies. Yet every time a deadline approaches, we are told there's no workable option except to extend them again. It seems that these subsidies were never truly meant to be temporary. But they should be. We do not have to go along with their last-minute extension, this time at the cost of $83 billion. Even our Democratic colleagues recognize that our health care system needs reform. Leader Thune recently quoted many of them here on the Senate floor. They said, and I quote, "We did fail to bring down the cost of health care." They also said, and I quote again, "Now, right now, we have a broken health care system." And it is not just the rising premiums that prove that Obamacare is broken. We cannot ignore the pervasive fraud in this subsidy program. The rules governing eligibility for these credits are often flaunted. In September, the Wall Street Journal reported that the rule barring people who can access affordable insurance through their employees is barely enforced. Based on the Government Accountability Office's recent audit, income and citizenship verification rules are being ignored too. Of their 24 fake applications for enhanced tax credits, 2 are receiving subsidies, despite submitting falsified paperwork or no paperwork at all. One of their applicants even received an email specifically confirming his income verification was approved, even though he never submitted any proof of income in the first place. The law prohibiting dual enrollment in Obamacare and Medicaid was broken by 1.6 million times last year. Of course, Mr. President, unscrupulous insurance brokers have been signing people up for Obamacare plans without their knowledge of them or their consent for them. Alarmingly, insurers make the most money through these fraudulent credits because they retain the money even if no payments are made on behalf of the patients. As just one example, more people are signed up for $0 premium under Obamacare plans in the Miami-Dade County than there are low-income people living there. One woman in Miami said she had been paid 5 times by brokers to enroll in Obamacare plans. These are not isolated incidents. This year, 6.4 million Americans were improperly enrolled in enhanced Obamacare subsidies at a cost of $27 billion. The true cost of fraud was likely even higher, because the GAO also found in its report that tens of billions of dollars of subsidies in 2023 had not been reconciled to the enrollees' incomes, meaning they could have misrepresented their incomes to qualify for bigger subsidies. This is the program our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are prepared to extend without changes, without even changing the policies that are generating fraudulent abuse. We can't afford to do that. We cannot afford the $83 billion price tag of their proposal, and we cannot afford to tacitly consent to this fraud. Nor can we afford to tell the hundreds of millions of Americans who are insured through means other than Obamacare that we are not interested in their rising premiums. While Republicans did not create this crisis, we did not create Obamacare, we did not create these subsidies, and we did not create this expiration date. We do have plans to address it. Senator Cassie and I introduced a sound plan earlier this week. Our bill, the Healthcare Freedom for Patients Act, is based on an idea endorsed by President Trump and many of our colleagues. Americans, not insurance companies, should control their own healthcare spending. Americans could use the permanent original premium tax credits to purchase qualified bronze plans with a health savings account, and they would then receive monthly contributions into that health savings account totaling $1,000 to $1,500 per person in the family annually. Instead of lining the pockets of big insurance companies, like these subsidies, our HSA contributions would help patients pay expenses not covered by their insurance plan. When patients can control their own care, they seek the most appropriate treatment options for their individual circumstances, incentivizing care providers to compete for patients by improving prices and care outcomes. Our plan would also provide funding for cost-sharing reduction payments, which will reduce out-of-pocket for low-income patients, save taxpayers money, and get this, reduce premiums for benchmark marketplace plans by 11%. Additionally, our bill would ensure federal health funding is spent for the benefit of Americans by strengthening citizenship verification requirements and discouraging states from providing taxpayer-funded health care to those who are not legally here and are not citizens of the United States. Some of our Republican colleagues have offered plans of their own on this week, which are also worth considering as we move to the future. We welcome bipartisan cooperation on these proposals. As with the pharmacy benefit manager reforms, with Senator Wyden and many of our finance colleagues. But we must not simply kick the can down the road yet again. Every time we spend tens of billions of dollars for unsupervised and poorly designed subsidies, as our colleagues are asking us to do once again, we worsen the health care crisis that we all want to solve. And we do nothing to stop the explosive increase in premiums. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, tomorrow we're going to vote on two different visions of how to cover the cost of health insurance on the Obamacare exchanges. Democrats want to cover the cost of health insurance to benefit insurance companies. And I will tell you why I'm saying that, because I can make that case. And Republicans want to cover the cost of health insurance for the actual person buying the insurance, the patient, if you will. Mr. President, that's the difference between the Democratic plan and the Republican Health Care Freedom for Patients Act. So let me just kind of build that out. How do we make health care affordable again? We're going to pay $6,000 out of pocket before the insurance kicks in. Republicans want to put thousands of dollars in the patient's pocket so she has that to pay before she actually gets into her deductible. Is this it? And let me demonstrate with this chart. The Democratic plan is to give 100% of the money to the insurance company, of which the insurance company takes 20% for deductible, for profit and overhead, and then uses the rest of the 80% to pay for the insurance that they think, that they agree the patient needs. Our plan puts the money in the patient's purse, her pocketbook, his wallet. 100% of the money in there is used for the care she knows she needs. Doesn't have to get permission from the insurance company. She knows she needs it. She can see her doctor, her dentist. She can get her pharmaceuticals. She can get eyeglasses, dental care, and orthodontia. That is a patient-driven account. Now, this is the plan that Senator Crapo, the finance chairman, and I proposed. So let's compare the two plans. Again, two competing visions, two different ways. And I would argue that the Democratic plan principally benefits insurance companies, and the Republican plan is there to benefit the patient. Let's look at this. Democrats just want to extend the enhanced premium tax credits. Who gets the money? Insurance companies. Under our program, where the money goes to the patient and their families get it. What can it be used for? The enhanced premium tax credit that the Democrats wish to extend, no changes whatsoever, 3 years, subsidizes premiums. That goes to the insurance company. On our side, the money that the patient gets into that account, the money that we put into her pocket so she can pay the out-of-pocket for the insurance company, it goes for real care. The dentist, the physician, the glasses, the prescriptions. Who makes the decisions? Under the Democratic plan, the insurance companies make the decision. Under our plan, the patient makes the decision. We give power to the patient, not profit to the insurance company. Does it lower cost? Clearly not. What we've seen since Obamacare has passed is costs explode. We continue to have the healthcare inflation we're looking at now. But if we empower the patient, and if we give her the money, and we say the more careful you are spending this money, the more that money is going to stretch. I can promise you, she's going to be like every other responsible wife, mother, keeper of the family wallet. She's going to shop. Wait, my x-ray is $50 here. No, my x-ray is $500 there. I'm going where it's $50. She will make the wise financial decision for her family. And how does it work with low-cost bronze plans? Here, under the Democratic plan, we have just heard Senator Crapo point out how much fraud there has been with this system that we're currently under. Under the patient-driven account, the money goes into a health savings account, into your wallet, if you will, which is connected with your bronze, and the mechanisms by which we set that up make sure that we can cut out that fraud. And our bill goes after their fraud. Their bill tolerates it. There is nothing in their legislation to stop the fraudulent stealing of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. What it does do is continue payments to insurance companies who take 20% of that money for overhead and profit, whereas under our plan, did I say, the patient, 100% goes to the care she knows she needs. That's the plan that Republicans are proposing. Put it differently, under the Republican plan, there is power to the patient. Under the Democratic plan, there is profit and power to the insurance company. Under the Republican plan, the patient uses the health care in her wallet, the health care money in her wallet to purchase the care she knows she needs. Under the Democratic plan, you go to the insurance company and place, please, maybe, please, can I get permission to get the care I know I need? The Republican plan meets the American people where they are financially. Studies show that only that most families have less than $1,000 worth of savings. Under our plan, we recognize that. And we put money in their wallet, pocketbook, or purse so that they can pay for the care they need before they go into their deductible. I like this. This is a new poster for people who've heard my talk before. This is the Democratic plan. You get a $6,000 deductible, and that's what you feel like, that woman right there, when she is stressed because she doesn't have the money to pay for the care her family needs. Here, in our health savings account, the money is, if you will, in her purse. And when the doctor says you need this prescription for your son's earache, she has the money to pay for it right off the bat. Democratic plan, it brings financial stress. Profits to the insurance company, stress to the patient. The Republican plan, money in the pocket to pay for the out-of-pocket for the insurance plan. Now, by the way, this plan in which we put money in the pocket of the patient to pay for the out-of-pocket of our insurance policy, the Democratic leader has called it a junk plan. No, pause for a second, Mr. President. Democrats put that plan into place. Democrats actually put these plans on the Obamacare exchange. He is calling a junk plan that which they have been preserving for the last 10 years, swearing up and down that it meets the needs of the American people. All Republicans have done is added to it something called a health savings account. If you will, money in the patient's purse, pocketbook, or wallet to pay for the out-of-pocket associated with this plan. To call this a junk plan either shows that the Democratic leader does not know what we're talking about, or that hypocritically he has been defending an Obamacare law which created this very plan. By the way, I was smiling last night when I saw that the New York Times mimicked this talking point like a Democratic Party organ. What's junk? That for a family of four, two parents, 50 in their 50s, children 18 and 19, that they would get $5,000 a year. Think about that, Mr. President. $5,000 a year for that family I just described to pay for their initial health care expenses. Think about if one of those 19-year-old children had diabetes, chronic care. Under our plan, they've got $5,000 to help pay for that chronic care right off the bat. Under the Democratic plan, with a $6,000 deductible, you're paying for that out of pocket. And that's what your face looks like, because you cannot afford it. Our plan relieves the stress. Now, next, the minority leader says that he wants to reject all these benefits. He wants to continue to send 100% of the money to the insurance company, which takes 20% for profit and overhead, as opposed to send the money to the patient for her purse, wallet, or pocketbook, so that she has money in her pocketbook to pay the out-of-pocket from the insurance company. He's defending that with a $6,000 deductible because he says that Republicans want to prevent funded abortions. He wants to have taxpayer-funded abortions, apparently, and Republicans, consistent with the American will, as we have for decades, think that we should not do that. And somehow he's making out like this is a new development. Well, just for the sake of the American people, the so-called Hyde Amendment, which prevents federal dollars from being spent on abortion, has been agreed to by Democrats on annual appropriation bills since the 1970s. They have been agreeing to this for 50 years, and all of a sudden that is being used as a rationale to send 100% of the money to the insurance companies, who take 20% of it for profit and overhead, as opposed to sending thousands of dollars to the patient for her to pay first dollar coverage, to have it in her pocketbook to pay the out-of-pocket for her insurance plan. Mr. President, I don't want this to seem partisan. I've been saying Republican and Democrat, but let me say, we should not have a Republican plan. We should not have a Democratic plan. We should have an American plan. This is the cartoon representing an American. But think of the person you know. Think of the person you graduated from high school with. Good people. Good people. Several kids trying to make ends meet. They don't have a lot of money, but good people. That's what we're talking about. Let's just separate this from R versus D. What about the people we are supposed to care about who cannot afford a $6,000 deductible, but would love to have thousands of dollars in their purse, pocketbook, or wallet to pay for the out-of-pocket cost associated with that insurance plan? Isn't that where we want to be? Now, just to put a face on this, maybe some numbers I should say, this is real. This is off healthcare.gov from 2026, this coming year. A family of four, couple in their 50s, two children, 20 and 21, 500% of federal poverty level, about $160,000, I think, per year. Okay? Under our plan, they would be able to get a bronze plan as opposed to a silver, which saves them roughly $6,000 per year. The amount in their health savings account, if you will, in their pocketbook, purse, or wallet, in their pocketbook to pay the out-of-pocket cost of the insurance plan, would be $5,000. Under what Democrats are insisting they must buy, will not give them an option. They have $0 to pay towards that $6,000 deductible. And the net deductible, because they say, oh my gosh, if you get a plan with a lower premium, your deductible is higher. Because of the money that would be going into the health savings account, the net deductible is cheaper with the cheaper policy under the Republican plan. Under the Democratic plan, the net deductible is higher. Let me add one more thing. Senator Crapo spoke about the incredible amount of fraud associated with the current implementation of Obamacare. And the Democratic leader wants a straight-up, clean reauthorization for 3 years. He does not want to fight that fraud. Whatever bills have put up in the past, that's not what he's talking about now. He's talking about right now, not only 100% of the money going to the insurance company with $6,000 deductibles, he's talking about continuing the system that is rife with fraud. If you're at home working, or no, if you're at work and you're working so hard and you're paying taxes to support our country and you hear there's fraud, it should drive you crazy. It drives me crazy. Why won't our Democratic colleagues join us in doing things to stop that fraud? I've never seen a party so committed to generating profits for insurance companies as what I'm seeing right now. Mr. President, let's cut that fraud. Let's put the money in the purse, pocketbook, or wallet of the American citizen to give her money to pay for the out-of-pocket cost of an insurance company. Don't stick them with a $6,000 deductible. Let's give power to the patient, not profit to the insurance company. And with that, Mr. President, I yield.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, we're here today just about a month after the longest shutdown in American history. You all remember the 43 days that we went without a fully functioning federal government. Let's remember why that happened. Plain and simple, it was because our Republican colleagues refused to take steps to save health care for millions of Americans. In large part, I don't know if it was an individual choice or simply because there was no direction from the White House to come in and do so. All I know is that our Republican colleagues in Congress refused to come to the table, refused to negotiate with Democrats, refused to acknowledge that we were literally weeks away from a crisis that will kick millions of people, millions of Americans off their health insurance unless Congress acts. That's the point Democrats are trying to make, and that's the issue we were trying to address during the shutdown, because the appropriations process is the opportunity to address a crisis that's right around the corner. Now, eventually, yes, a handful of my Democratic colleagues took the Republican majority at their word that after voting to reopen government, addressing this spike in healthcare costs was the next order of business. At the time, I expressed my skepticism to go along with a promise to fix something later from a party that earlier this year enacted the biggest cuts in history to Medicaid. I find it hard to take the word of the Republican majority that they're committed to addressing health care costs and to expand coverage to more Americans when they just kicked 15 million Americans off their insurance. And so, yes, just about a month after this longest shutdown in American history, we now find ourselves 3 weeks away from the expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits that so many of us are talking about. Now, have hope, because Democrats are here with a plan. We'll ask this body to vote on a straightforward 3-year extension of these life-saving subsidies that we all support. The question will be, are there enough Republicans that will join us in doing so? Keep people on their health care. And we can do the policy work and negotiation to address some of the genuine concerns that we've heard about over these last couple of months. But don't let health coverage lapse for millions of Americans. This isn't a game. We're 3 weeks away from the catastrophic spike of cost in health insurance for so many. Over 20 million Americans are on the verge of seeing their monthly premiums not just increase, but skyrocket. 4 million Americans could be forced to give up their insurance altogether, including 400,000 in California, my home state. The increase in premiums mean hundreds, if not thousands of dollars more monthly, not annually, but monthly for working families. Working families who are already having a tough time making ends meet as costs are rising all around them. Cost of groceries, cost of energy bills, cost of housing, and now cost of health care too, to the point that Americans in having to make these tough choices. Do I pay the rent? Do I pay the water bill? Do I pay the light bill? Can I even afford health insurance next year for my family? That's a truly heartbreaking decision that's happening all across the country. I know you're hearing from your constituents, and I'm hearing from mine. I hear from people like Lisa, a single mom from Meadow Valley, California, who was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease in 1996. Thank God today Lisa is cancer-free, in no small part thanks to regular checkups and the affordable health care plan that she can participate in because of these tax credits. But in 2026, Lisa isn't just looking after herself and her own health, she's looking after her son. She's a single parent. She's looking after her parents as they're aging. They're now in their 80s. And she's wondering whether this lapse in tax credits might put her necessary treatment out of reach. So I'm here not just speaking up, I'm here fighting for her. I hear from people like Lana, a small business owner in Oakland, California, who has 2 kids in college, and college isn't cheap. And as she says, quote, "It's tough to be in the middle class right now." Lana's so determined to give her kids a good education. But with less financial aid available, right? Don't get me started on what else has been cut by this Republican majority in Congress. For her, it fundamentally means redirecting money that would otherwise go to her retirement plan. So imagine that, having to choose between investing in your future retirement or your kids' education or your access to health care. While the subsidies for the ACA premium still exist, she's able to make it work. Without those subsidies, she doesn't know what's going to have to go. Do you give up your health care? Do you have to start dipping into your retirement, putting your future financial security at risk? Or do you give up your kids' dreams of a higher education? Again, that painful choice is the reality for so many families right now. And so I'm fighting for them too. Look, I can go on and on with story after story, example after example. It doesn't have to be this way. That's why Democrats have put forward this serious, tangible plan to avoid this fiscal crisis, this healthcare cost crisis for families across the country. And no, the fact of the matter is our Republican colleagues don't have a serious plan. Look no further to the fact that it's the 11th hour now, and they've put forward a proposal that wouldn't lower premiums for a single American. In fact, it would make the problem worse. It would allow the tax credits to expire. It will increase premiums and deductibles for tens of millions of Americans. It'll push many people into what may be referred to as a bronze plan, or in reality, a catastrophic plan, the least comprehensive coverage on the market with sky-high deductibles. In some of these plans, you get a $1,000 coupon. That doesn't do a hell of a lot when these junk plans are forcing families to pay thousands of dollars out of pocket before the insurance even kicks in. And it certainly won't protect people from financial ruin when they get truly, truly sick. But sadly, it's not surprising. It's not shocking. This is an 11th hour proposal idea coming from a party that for 15 years has been talking about repeal and replace, not just attacking the ACA. They vowed to repeal and replace, repeal and replace. No shortage of efforts to repeal the ACA, but in 15 years, they haven't come forward with a plan to replace it. Certainly not a better plan to replace the ACA. So let's get real. We know that this will cause hardship. And the hardship and the pain that is so tragic is made worse because we know it's preventable. So let's vote tomorrow and pass this clean 3-year extension of the ACA tax credits and work to improve upon the policy and the plans that are in place. It's not controversial, folks. The overwhelming majority of American people support extending the ACA tax credits. And not just supportive of what we're doing, Americans are demanding that we do something about the cost of health care and the cost of living overall. You've seen Trump's approval ratings on the economy, haven't you? I know you're well aware of the election results from last month when an overwhelming majority of Americans cast their ballots rejecting Trump and Republican policies that are putting billionaires over the needs of working families. They're fed up. They're demanding that their government do something to help them get by, to help them survive in many cases. To address the affordability crunch, a true crisis that Donald Trump dismisses as a con job and as a hoax. So here we are on the eve of a truly consequential vote to prevent costs from rising for the American people, to prevent healthcare becoming out of reach for too many families. Here's our chance as a body to truly do something about that. So I urge everybody to vote yes. And let's help millions of Americans keep their health care come the new year. Because we know that a no vote will only rip that care away from millions of families. The choice, the contrast, couldn't be any more clear. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Texas.
Mr. President, I rise today to recognize a true servant of Texas, Carl Micha. For over 10 years, Carl has worked in my office, starting as my regional director and now ending his career as my deputy chief of staff and state director. For over 3 decades, Carl has dedicated his life to public service, the Lone Star State, and this nation. So today, I'd like to share part of his story, his work, and the legacy he leaves behind as he enters retirement. Carl is known for his exemplary character, quality leadership, and genuine compassion. He is someone who inspires others through integrity, empathy, and a clear vision of what is possible. Carl is led not by relying on authority or titles, but by setting an example of accountability, respect, and dedication. But most importantly, Carl has always been committed to uplifting those whom we serve, driving collective success while nurturing trust, collaboration, and a shared sense of purpose. Carl's career has been defined by steady leadership, a commitment to service, and an unwavering devotion to the people of Texas and the United States. Throughout his storied career, Carl has served in roles that placed him at the intersection of policy, people, and crisis response. As my Deputy Chief of Staff and State Director, he has overseen operations in Washington, D.C. and across Texas, serving more than 31 million Texans and leading a team of more than 60 staff members across the country. His position demanded poise, strategic judgment, and compassion, qualities he has consistently demonstrated. Carl has been at the forefront of the most pivotal and challenging moments in recent Texas and American history. He helped guide statewide responses and engagement following hurricanes and floods and tornadoes and wildfires and community crises, including the crisis at our southern border for the 4 years of the Biden administration. And like all of us, he navigated the uncertainty brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring Texans remained informed and connected to federal resources. These were not moments for the faint of heart. They were moments that required steady, empathetic leadership. And Carl was there. Time and again, he stepped forward to help communities heal, to support elected officials in crafting responses, and to ensure that the voices of Texans were heard in Washington. But Carl's influence extends far beyond crisis management. His career has been a masterclass in forging relationships and strengthening institutions. During his time with the University of Texas system, he helped launch the Chancellor's Centurions program, cultivating future leaders in education and healthcare. He also served as the UT system's chief liaison to business organizations nationwide, bolstering partnerships and supporting growth for one of the state's most important institutions. Prior to working at UT, Carl built his foundation in public service, working with Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, my predecessor, rising from an assistant to her regional director. And while Carl has dedicated his career to public service, he has also invested deeply in his community. He has served on the Austin Club Board of Directors, contributed to the Austin Chamber of Commerce, supported the Texas X's, and remained active in organizations that celebrate Texas history, education, and civic engagement. In every chapter of his life, Carl has embodied the values we cherish: integrity, commitment, loyalty, and leadership. He's been a bridge builder, a steady hand in times of crisis, a mentor to many, and a servant leader to all. Carl's career reflects both accomplishment and character. His career is a testament to what one person can achieve when they lead with purpose, humility, and heart. When Carl's colleagues reflect on his leadership, one theme rises above all others: his heart. They describe someone who cared deeply for his team, who held high expectations but met them himself every single day, and whose Texas pride and loyalty ran as steady as his professionalism. Beneath his attention to detail was a genuine sentimental spirit that shaped this office in ways he never fully realized. They reflected on how Carl walked with them through every walk of life, through celebrations, through grief, and through the mundane. There are countless stories I could share about Carl, but they all show the mark of a true servant leader. He inspired excellence. He opened doors. He changed lives. Carl's legacy is written not just in the work he accomplished, but in the people he lifted along the way. So, Carl, while your departure from this team is bittersweet, I want to say congratulations on an extraordinary legacy. And I also want to say thank you. Thank you for changing lives. And in recognizing such leadership, it is equally important to thank his incredible wife, Tara, whose support and service alongside him made his contributions possible and even more meaningful. I will also note that Carl is known throughout the state of Texas for having the most impeccable head of hair that could possibly grace a fellow. And when he comes to D.C. and walks the hallway, he is regularly greeted with Senator, Senator, as everyone he meets is convinced, Mr. President, I'm sorry to say, that he is one of us. I have wondered sometimes if Carl has come down to the Senate floor and cast a vote. I feel confident the clerk would record the vote and assume he must be a senator and there must have been a new special election that they missed. Carl, you've been a dear friend to me and my wife Heidi for decades. And I can speak for everyone when I say you will be missed. Your retirement is greatly deserved, and I look forward to continuing our friendship in this next chapter of life. Thank you, and I yield the floor. And I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I would ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the clock is ticking. In a matter of days, 24 million Americans will see their health insurance premiums double or triple. Since August and even earlier, Democrats have been imploring Republicans to do the right thing and extend the health care tax credits that will make health insurance affordable. For months, Republicans dawdled and dithered. Finally, last night, at the 11th hour, they came up with an unworkable partisan plan that cuts more money out of Medicaid, penalizes women who need reproductive health care, and introduces an almost Darwinian system that gives people a finite amount of money to pay for routine health care and little more coverage if they get seriously ill and need costly treatment. Their plan will not work. More than that, there's no time to implement it. The solution is simple. Extend the existing tax credits. If there are additional bipartisan reforms to reduce costs, and I believe there is, let's continue to work on them once we have adopted the extension. Because if we don't pass this bill, we know what will happen. The insurance marketplace will falter and costs will get higher for everyone, not just those who lose the tax credit. But as more money comes out of the system, the insurance companies will charge higher rates for everyone. Indeed, too often when health insurance premiums soar, people who used to be able to afford health insurance will end up foregoing it altogether. They'll still get sick, and the cost they can pay will be absorbed by others, perhaps. In my state, Rhode Island, 13,000 people are expected to drop coverage because of the Republicans' failure to extend the health care tax credits. That's 13,000 people saying, I give up. I can't afford to buy health insurance. I'll take my chances and go to the ER if something happens. People who are relatively healthy may just roll the dice and hope they won't need health care next year. Other people who are sick and really need the stability of health insurance, have no choice. They will pay the increased premiums and will suffer the consequences of that, cutting back on other necessities, food, utilities, housing, and some will fall into poverty. During this holiday season, we can do something by simply extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. We can ensure that millions of working people can afford their health insurance across this country. And that's what I'll be voting to do shortly, along with many of my colleagues. Democrats have put forth a proposal that would extend these vital tax credits for the next 3 years, guaranteeing lower health care costs, lower premiums for millions of Americans. Yesterday, like a student who writes a term paper the night before it's due, Senate Republicans finally unveiled their proposal. It is highly flawed and partisan, as I have said. But I must give Senators Cassie and Crapo credit for at least acknowledging that this is a serious issue for American families, because it's been evident that the President, the Speaker of the House, and many other colleagues on the other side of the aisle would simply prefer to do nothing to address the triple-digit premium increases taking effect starting this January. Why do I say that? Because my Democratic colleagues and I have been asking our Republican colleagues for months to join us to extend the tax credits, but they have declined. In fact, congressional Republicans could have extended the tax credits or their own plan on health care costs as a part of their massive $4.5 trillion tax bill earlier this year. But in all the giveaways in that bill, they could not find a dime to address the health care costs facing working Americans. Instead, they were prepared to let health insurance premiums double for working families throughout the country. Many of my Republican colleagues who oppose the credit say people should have more choice over their health care options and more skin in the game. What they don't acknowledge is that the ACA tax credits empower people to choose health insurance policies that they know will meet their needs today and will cover them if and when they need coverage for an emergency or for a chronic condition. Health saving accounts and the cut rate policy the Republicans want may be okay when you're healthy, but they won't help keep families out of poverty when they face a real health care crisis. What will keep families out of poverty? The ACA tax credits. We cannot allow them to expire. And I've already heard from my constituents about it, what it means to them, as I'm sure every member of this Senate has. Jeffrey from Wesley, Rhode Island, wrote this to me. I am a retiree on a fixed income purchasing my health insurance through HealthSource Rhode Island. Today, I received a letter in the mail from the state of Rhode Island outlining the shocking details comparing my 2025 medical insurance costs with those projected for 2026. To give context, my current health insurance plan for my wife and I costs $1,181.86 per month, and after advance premium tax credits, the tax credits we're talking about in our legislation of $896.58, we pay $285.28. The health insurance plan I have is projected to increase to $1,505 in 2026 for a 27.4% increase. That in and of itself seems unconscionable with inflation running around 3% currently. However, the real kicker is that my tax credits are expected to expire and will be zero for 2026, which in real terms to me means that my health insurance monthly cost will skyrocket from $285.28 to $1,505.47 for a whopping increase of 428%. Nino from Wakefield, Rhode Island, similarly said, I just got my estimated charges for health care in 2026 from HealthSource Rhode Island. By the way, that is our ACA exchange in Rhode Island. My cost is going up by over 300%. I can't imagine how many of the 24 million Americans with ACA health care exchanges will lose their health care if the subsidies are not reinstated. Lee wrote to me saying, my insurance rates will climb on the marketplace from $773 to over $1,300 and will be unaffordable. Without health insurance, I will die. I live with rare diseases that pose life-threatening effects on a daily basis. We have no spare funds for an increase in our health insurance. This administration is trying to take away the only thing that is keeping me alive. And I am a productive member of society. I am a defense contractor. I am a graduate student. I am a dog mom. I am a neighbor, friend, and community advocate. I matter. Please fight for me. Don't stop fighting for my ability to have health insurance and stay alive. If I go more than 3 days without meds, I can end up in the ER with a stroke. I need my job to afford meds. I need health insurance to be able to work. I need a graduate degree to keep my job. I'm supposed to graduate in December 2025 with a master's in systems engineering. I need a car to get to school, to get to my degree. I need meds to drive my car. Those are real Americans, working Americans, contributing, in this case, to our national security. And without the tax credits, this young lady believes that she will probably die. These are real people. They're facing impossible decisions about their health care. And it's not just happening in Rhode Island. There are people like Jeffrey, Nino, and Lee in every state. And the tough choices they are facing are entirely avoidable. The bill we are going to vote on would do just what is needed. Prevent these drastic increases in health care costs, extend the tax credits, and provide certainty to everyone shopping for health care right now. The more people we get insured, the better it is for everyone. Costs go down. When only the sickest people sign up for health care, the insurance companies have to cover the cost, so prices go up. It destabilizes the entire health care system. So this is not only bad policy directed at people who participate in the Affordable Care Act, this is bad policy for our entire health care insurance system. And what's more is that when people have health care insurance, they go to the doctor. They get preventive care. They get things checked out before it's an emergency. And an emergency is typically much more expensive. It would mean fewer people showing up at the emergency rooms for preventable health care crises. And it means people could live healthier, longer, and work, being more productive, being productive tax-paying members of our society. I urge my colleagues to extend the tax credits and keep 24 million Americans from seeing their premiums double and 5 million Americans from losing their health care in the coming weeks. It is the right thing to do. It is economically a very effective and efficient thing to do. And I can't think of anything more in keeping with the morality of helping our fellow Americans than allowing these people to continue with their health insurance. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I join my colleague from Rhode Island and so many others to ask our Republican colleagues that they vote with us to stem this crisis. Tens of millions of Americans are facing this healthcare crisis. They're seeing their premiums double or even triple as they enroll in a health insurance plan for next year. This isn't a January thing, a February thing, it's a now thing, a right now thing. If Congress doesn't act, and if our Republican colleagues don't join us in simply extending tax credits that have been in place for years, the new premiums, they'll start paying them on Monday, 5 days from now. Right now, they're looking at their budgets, my constituents are, people all over the country are, making decisions about how to afford care or whether they will have to go uninsured because they can't afford it, or buy some junk plan that they're not sure how that'll cover them and certainly won't cover most of their routine health care. So I do urge our Republican colleagues to join us to stop these costs on premiums from skyrocketing, to protect health care. We have put forward a very reasonable proposal to extend the health care tax credits that have been helping tens of millions of people for 3 years. We've asked them to extend it for 3 years. We actually asked them to extend it for 2 years. We've asked them to extend it to 1 year. And I will note, this was during the shutdown, that a 1 year extension, if they would agree to that, is about the same cost as the amount of money that the President of the United States gave to Argentina. So that is more important than helping people with their health care. We're simply saying, let's make sure the same tax credits that are helping people afford their health care that are in place today, not some new radical plan, that are in place today that made more accessible health care yesterday and last year and the year before that, continue to be there for families next year. If we extend the tax credit, we can bring relief during the holidays as people are facing the effects of these tariffs, which have increased everything from Christmas presents on to housing costs, trying to get timber to electricity, you name it. Millions of Americans are now going to have to decide, do I extend my health coverage, or can I pay my rent or my electricity bill? Can I put food on the table? I've heard all over my state about this, particularly in the rural areas. You know why? 27% of farmers and ranchers are on these Affordable Care Act plans. In my state, it's called MNsure. Like Danae and Mike in St. Cloud, not in the metropolitan area of the Twin Cities, but they're business owners and small business. They say they're already struggling with rising costs and will now see their premiums double. Or Jody in Windham, Minnesota, who will have to pay more than triple her coverage for her and her husband next year as their premiums go from $500 per month to $1,800 per month. Susan from St. Paul told me that these massive increases are truly crippling her family budget. In Mankato, Desiree, this is where my in-laws live in Mankato, has already sacrificed her own educational and career goals to pay for health care for her kids. Now she says she's trying to figure out how to afford health care for the family, and is worried that families like hers will be financially ruined, in her words. Dan from Red Wing, families like his don't know what they'll do. Some will take on second jobs if they can find them. Some will take on debt to keep their coverage. Others may be forced to drop coverage altogether. Karen from Moorhead on the North Dakota border told me, I am very fearful that I will lose my insurance because of not being able to afford it. It's not just in Minnesota. In fact, more than 3/4 of the people who get health care through this marketplace live in states that President Trump won. So that's why, talk about a reasonable idea to our Republican colleagues when 3/4 of the policyholders are in states that Donald Trump won, has been our focus. I would do other things. I would do more on prescription drug negotiations. I would do something about a public option. I would do many other things to make this better. But for right now, we're dealing with now. Earlier this year, we marked the 60th anniversary of Medicaid and Medicare. More than 110 million Americans depend on these programs, and we know that we should be strengthening care and not undermining it. But right now, I urge my colleagues to join us in simply extending these health care tax credit. As one of my farmers put it, he's facing a perfect storm of ugly. The tariffs have dried up his markets overseas, his input costs for parts for his equipment, too expensive, and now this health care plan that he didn't see coming. He didn't believe that when President Trump had promised that he would reduce costs, that he would be saying a doubling of his health care premiums. It's time to work together to do what we all know will keep costs down for families. So instead of sending $20 billion to Argentina, maybe we could spend it here to help our constituents afford their health care. That would be at least about 1 year. It's $24 billion for 1 year. That was $20 billion. Budgets are decisions about values and what you value. And it is time for our colleagues to not just say what they're saying behind closed doors, but what they should vote their constituents and vote with us to help with their health care premiums. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all time on the calendar number 203 SJ Res 82 be expired, and at the time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democrat leader, no later than Friday, December 19th, the joint resolution be read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the joint resolution notwithstanding Rule 22.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S 2584 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S 2584, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code regarding additional assessments on convicted persons and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Cornyn substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar 271 S 1884.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 271 S 1884, a bill to clarify the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2016 to appropriately limit the application of defenses based on the passage of time and other non-merits defenses to claims under that act.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendments be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S 3424, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S 3424, a bill to amend Titles 11 and 28 United States Code to modify the compensation payable to trustees and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time, passed, and the motion to be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Thursday, December 11th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time of the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar 285 S 3386. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed during Tuesday's session of the Senate ripened at 11:30 a.m., and following the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to calendar 284 S 335, the Senate proceeded to an executive session to resume consideration of executive calendar number 4 S Res 532. Finally, I ask that the post-cloture time be expired, the Senate vote on adoption of the resolution, and if adopted, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the Senate resume legislative sessions and be in the period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order until following the remarks of Senators Markey and Cantwell.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I didn't want you to because it says following your remarks.
I recognize the senator from Washington State. We're not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor tonight. I've come to the floor tonight to talk about a few issues. Literally, I thought I was going to come and talk about health care and the need for us to come together to help reduce health care costs and to continue to fight to make sure Americans are covered, because covering them helps reduce all our costs when you have the reduction of uncompensated care. But I also wanted to mention a very important safety issue on aviation. But what I need to say now is really to the state of Washington and to our National Weather Service people. I just got off the phone from our National Weather Service director for the Pacific Northwest, who was telling me about the extremely dangerous events that are now taking place in the Northwest with flooding, that we are going to see catastrophic events in at least a couple of our counties and certainly a lot of damage in the better part of Puget Sound. So it's very important that the public understand that these rivers, particularly in Snohomish and Skagit County, are going to reach catastrophic levels, literally 4 to 5 feet above the historic mark of these rivers. So this weather event of what is called an atmospheric river bringing about this much precipitation into our region is going to cause the need for evacuations. Do not tarry in the evacuation. If evacuations are requested, please comply. These are very drastic situations, and we need the public to understand that. So I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more from your local forecasters, your county executives, your emergency response teams, but just know that we are under an unbelievable weather event, and we need to have the public's cooperation. I would like to turn now, before I get to health care, Mr. President, to come to the floor to speak about the National Defense Authorization Act. I see it was just delivered here to the House. I was hoping that our House colleagues would have stopped that legislation and actually made a fix to it. That is Section 373 of this year's Defense Authorization Act, which really undermines our critical commercial aviation safety, and it exposes the gaps that we saw when we had the January 29th DCA air collision. So I hope that my colleagues here will help us make changes to this section of the Defense Authorization Act. We know how important this is. The Flight 534-2 passenger families, the Lilly family, along with myself and Senator Cruz, have been trying to sound the alarm bells around the Capitol in the airspace about why we shouldn't let the military fly without this important broadcast system so that people know when they're in the region and can translate that communication so that air traffic controllers and other aircraft in a busy airspace know when the military is there. We know what happened when a Black Hawk involved in the January 29th collision wasn't actively transmitting its location. We know what happened. We know that we have seen since then much from the NTSB. In fact, tonight, a letter from the National Transportation Safety Board is expressing their strong opposition to the inclusion of Section 737 in the National Defense Authorization Act. It basically is saying that it significantly reduces the safety of the airspace around Reagan Washington National Airport by allowing the Secretary of the Military Department to operate transmitting its missions to the DC airspace in a manner that is basically how we got into the collision to begin with, basically with it not transmitting. So I don't know why we have to have a letter from the NTSB telling us what we're doing in the National Defense Authorization Act is making the airspace less safe. I don't even know how this got in the bill, because I guarantee you Senator Cruz and I didn't approve of this being in the bill. I'm pretty sure my colleagues in the House, Congressman Larson and Graves, didn't approve of this being in the bill. So how is it that this is now in the bill that we all have to respond today, including the National Transportation Safety Administration, basically saying this language should not be there? It is so important that the families that have had to come together to support legislation that Senator Cruz and I do support had to put out their own tweet. They basically said that it doesn't fix the failed system that produced the accident in January. So the families are having to lobby. So who is not listening? Who's not listening to the ranking members of committees? Who's not listening to the NTSB? Who's not listening to the families of the victims? Who is jamming this into a bill just because they think that DOD still deserves to fly in a crowded airspace without people knowing that they are there? So I hope my colleagues will take this issue seriously. I hope my colleagues will understand that this is not the way to fix legislation. I mentioned my colleague, Senator Cruz, and I have passed the Rotor Act out of committee, important legislation that does fix the problem, that is endorsed by the families, that is endorsed by the NTSB, that is endorsed by other groups. And yet we couldn't get that into this legislation, but yet somehow, mysteriously, without anybody knowing how or why, this language is stuck into this bill. Listen to the Lilly family who lost their son, First Officer Sam Lilly, in the crash. They recognize this provision creates another loophole and stated, quote, "Safety that depends on exemptions cannot be the foundation of securing an airspace system," end quote. So not only does this provision fail to rein in the training flights properly, it will keep making it more difficult for commercial aircraft to see military training flights flying so close to the flights around DCA. Now, I will say it's astounding to me that in this last big bill, other stuff was stuck in here. My colleague from the Commerce Committee might realize that some of our colleagues wanted to be able to sue the federal government because the Department of Justice had looked at their phone records. Have we struck that provision? I'm pretty sure these families who've lost loved ones would like to be able to sue the federal government, the DOD, or the FAA, who basically make it hard to have safety provisions and have somebody in the dark of night put another exemption in for DOD, which is what caused the accident in the first place. So we don't allow these families to have any recourse with the government, but we're still here with a provision that some senators thought was important enough that they get off, basically sue the government for millions of dollars. And yet this kind of behavior, that this makes it more dangerous for the flying public, and they get no recourse. We don't even know who stuck it in. People should be asking, who stuck in this language, who's standing by it, who's committed to it, who thinks it's a good idea, because none of the safety advocates think that it's a good idea. So, Mr. President, I hope my colleagues will be as outraged as I am over this provision, outraged along with the families, with the transportation NTSB administrator, and help us fight this issue. Now, Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to continue to work on the affordable care issues that are facing our nation. We know that we have to work together to address the Affordable Care Act and that the system needs to continue to have updates. We know that in this time period, since 2010, the uninsured rate in the United States was a staggering 18.2%. After the enactment of the ACA, which significantly expanded coverage, around 45 million Americans had access to either Medicaid or the ACA plans. And that is that we actually cut by more than half the uninsured rate to an all-time low in 2023 of 7%. Now, in my home state, we took advantage of the Affordable Care Act and further drove the uninsured rate down to 4%, significantly reducing hospitals and providers' financial burden and providing uncompensated care. So, there's much been said about these individual provisions in the Affordable Care Act on the exchange. But the bottom line is that ability for the Affordable Care Act to drive the uninsured rate in half to an all-time low of 7% and 4% in my state is a great example of what it did to help lower costs across the whole system. There are still some challenges on the exchange, and there are more affordable ways to deal with that population on the exchange. I authored one of them called the Basic Health Plan. It's now working in 4 states and soon to be the District of Columbia. And that is definitely thousands of dollars cheaper per year than what you can buy on the exchange. And I would encourage all of us to look at that as a solution for the future. But according to a report from the Commonwealth Fund, states that expanded Medicaid through the Affordable Care Act saw an average 40% decrease in uncompensated care. The Center for Budget and Policy, basically, as this chart shows, found that the Affordable Care Act reduced uncompensated care costs by more than $6 billion in expansion states. Just imagine, reduce the cost by $6 billion by just covering people and not having this tragedy of uncompensated care. Literally, I've had hospitals tell me that one person can cost millions of dollars by just constantly coming to the hospital. If they would have just had health care, had insurance, their costs would have been covered instead of the constant uncompensated care costs. So the real challenge here is that since the passage of the ACAs, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the Republicans, have been trying to repeal this bill that cut the uninsured rate in half, provided care that was affordable in the Medicaid expansion, and covered other things as in the basic plan. They tried to repeal all that 70 times. 70 times. Okay, so I'm not surprised that we're days away from a vote, and yet they're still not coming together to show us how they're going to reduce healthcare costs. We need to keep covering people because covering people is a way to help reduce costs. As I mentioned, the expansion of the basic health plan is one way to lower those costs, but I know that in this last big bill passed by my colleagues, they basically cut $1 trillion from the healthcare system, taking away health insurance from 15 million Americans, raising the healthcare cost, and basically creating challenges. I know in one Seattle Times headline, basically Washington healthcare insurers fret as the ACA subsidies remain in limbo. That's because people are following what we're doing, or I should say not doing, and they're trying to understand where they're going to get affordable insurance. I heard from a woman in Spokane. She has a chronic lung disease and recently fractured her knee. Her premium has gone from $723 per month to $2,180 per month. Her only option, a plan with less coverage, has a lower premium, but makes her liable for 30% of all hospital and ER payments, making the plan incredibly risky. She's just a year and a half away from qualifying for Medicare, but these massive costs mean her and her husband will have to cut back on groceries and other expenses. I heard from another constituent in Clark County. She works 3 jobs, but none of them provide health care. Because of the expiring subsidies, the cost of her basic bronze plan has doubled from $1,050 per month with a deductible of $9,000. She's going to an occupational therapy provider for arthritis, but when she got the $1,000 cost estimate, she canceled. Another constituent from Long Beach, Washington, told me her son has mental health issues and she helps pay for his housing. But if her premiums go up, she will have to make the difficult decision about getting care for her son or a roof over their head or this issue of premiums. We know the costs are rising for other things like groceries, prescription drugs, and other necessities. So health insurance is going to push people off of a financial stability. If Congress doesn't extend the expiring ACA credits, an estimated 5 million Americans, 80,000 Washingtonians, will drop insurance altogether, creating more uncompensated care. And as I said in the beginning, passing the Affordable Care Act, cutting the uninsured rate in half, was a huge milestone beyond saving $6 billion, but making the system healthier and less expensive. So why do my colleagues on the other side of the aisle not understand that we can't just cut in the big, beautiful bill these important health care programs? We can't try to repeal the ACA 70 times and then all of a sudden believe that you can just cut people off of the ACA program without trying to provide a more cost-effective solution. I know my colleagues Crapo and Cassidy are trying. My guess is they would like to get a solution here. I thought we should have done it before we opened the government back up because we had the optimal period of time where people were listening to real solutions. Now we've kind of divided into our corners. I am very worried that we are not going to get this done when in reality we could. We're making things more expensive when we don't need to. Without the extension, millions of Americans will simply choose not to purchase the coverage, and the premiums will, on average, double for the remaining people on the exchange. So that meager $1,000 to $1,500 provided by my colleagues, Senators Cassidy and Crapo, in health savings account is nowhere close to covering the out-of-pocket deductible of a $7,000 typical associated plan with the health savings accounts. So I talked to them before. I wanted to work with them in earnest. I thought it was some novelty in certain places like Indiana that was worth exploring. But we cannot take millions of people off of the Affordable Care plan and then say that you're going to give them $1,000 when we know that their out-of-pocket expenses are going to be $7,000. So, as we've all suggested, fix this program, particularly for the very small 5 or 6% that are at the very high income level. Figure out a plan that is more cost-effective than what we are providing today, and I am sure we can provide a solution for the American people. We know now that the cost of hospitalization by people like my constituent in Spokane with chronic conditions like lung cancer or other issues are really worrying the American people. We know that even as we try to get a solution, that people are focusing on abortion restrictions, as if those people in the Affordable Care Act part of the exchange we're talking about are people that were part of this issue. So literally, our colleagues on the other side who tried to say, let's cut the Affordable Care Act 70 times, put in decimating language in the big, beautiful bill, are also saying the only way I'm going to solve this problem for you is if you change the law and try to put more restrictive reproductive rights into statute. So we can do better, Mr. President, than this. We can focus on finding bipartisan solutions. We can focus on working together as members of the Finance Committee and actually get something done. But time is running out. I know that we want to get something done, but this Finance Committee has, the full committee met in open markup for 7 days of debating and amending legislation, and that is what it takes to get our colleagues in order. I want us to understand what legislating really looks like. We know that when we had the COVID pandemic, we all came together and created a solution to help the economy keep going, to help the airline industry keep going, to help small businesses. We could have done more. We obviously had differences of opinion about how much to do, but we worked in a bipartisan fashion. So now, as we face this crisis where Americans are losing their health insurance, people have retreated to partisan corners, again, on things like choice and things like cutting people off of health insurance instead of working on solutions that really lower costs. I ask my colleagues, let's work on solutions so that we will have something for Americans. Otherwise, beginning January 1st, which is not that far from now, Americans are going to have less insurance. They're going to have more costs, and many of them are going to be facing health care crisis without the aid and help of insurance to get them through it. I hope we can do better than that. I hope that we can learn from the fact that expanding affordable health insurance to Americans is a winning concept. It's worth achieving. I hope our colleagues will try to achieve it in the next day. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I rise in support of the legislation that is going to be considered here on the Senate floor tomorrow to extend the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits so that we can lower the health care costs for 22 million Americans. Those Americans get that protection today. If the Republicans do not vote for that protection to be continued tomorrow, then 22 million Americans and their families are going to see a dramatic rise in their health care bills beginning the end of this year. This threat is looming for those families. It's 22 million Americans. By the way, it's 10 million Americans who either own small businesses or work in small businesses. So we're talking about Main Street, America. 10 million of the 22 million people actually work for small businesses in America. So for them, this is going to be a bill that they're going to be receiving in the mail. And we're talking Main Street, America. We're talking Republicans turning Main Street into Payne Street for 10 million small business employees or owners. And tomorrow is the Republicans' opportunity not to see this dramatic rise, this skyrocketing price be passed on to them. And it's going to be devastating to them. These are not rich people. These small business workers, owners, no, they go week to week, they go month to month. These aren't big business people. These are small business. They're Main Street people. And they're about to get crushed, and that's the vote that the Republicans are going to cast tomorrow. It's going to lead to a $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 a year increase in the premiums that they have to pay for the coverage for their families. It is going to be devastating to those families. And the very fact, Mr. President, that President Trump and the Republicans are only just allowing a vote on continuing these critical tax credits just 2 weeks before all these families have to make their decision. It's only 2 weeks to go. And then they got to send a check in to get the coverage for January 1st. So the Republicans have waited until 2 weeks left to go. In Massachusetts, it's December 23rd. That's the last day. And people have to send in the check to cover. It's 2 days before Christmas. Can you imagine families, 22 million families, all trying to figure out how they're going to write that check for a dramatic increase in their health care 2 days before Christmas? That's what the Republicans are setting up across our country. 22 million Christmases who are all going to have this financial bomb go off on their kitchen table. It's going to make it harder to buy presents. It's going to make it harder for these families to actually to plan for 2026. And it's all because these Republicans are unwilling to do it. And honestly, it just shows how unserious the Republicans are about addressing affordability for families at the kitchen table. The cost of living in this country is skyrocketing. And it's not just the health care bill for these 22 million people. Health care across the country is skyrocketing, just skyrocketing. And instead of trying to deal with it, the Republicans are doing nothing to solve the problem. And it's no surprise because the Republicans have harbored an ancient animosity towards all of these federal health care programs. The Republicans voted no on Social Security in 1935. They voted no on Medicare. They voted no on Medicaid. They voted no on the Affordable Care Act. Today, they're trying to destroy the vaccine regime that we have in our country. They're withholding by the billions research on cancer and Alzheimer's and diabetes and Parkinson's and other diseases that need more research. They're pulling back the funding for that. That's what they're leaving as a legacy for families this Christmas in our country. Because ultimately, health is the first wealth. That's what Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great Massachusetts poet, said. And that's what the Republicans are now trying to loot on behalf of their billionaire buddies, because all the money is just going to be shuffled off to billionaires. So this is, without question, just a continuation of their efforts, because they tried to stop Medicare, they tried to stop Social Security, they failed to kill the Affordable Care Act, and now they're trying to eliminate the tax credits that help people afford their health insurance. In Massachusetts, for example, it's 60,000 small businesses and their owners who rely on these tax credits to afford health insurance for themselves and their families. Now, here's what Trump says. Trump says affordability is a hoax. He's saying to these families, what you're now saying is a hoax. He's called affordability a con job. But the only hoax, the only con job is Trump and the Republicans repeatedly promising a cheaper alternative to the Affordable Care Act and instead offering nothing, absolutely nothing. That's where they've been. The Affordable Care Act went on the books in 2010. For 15 years, they have been promising that they would have an alternative. There used to be a television show, Perry Mason, and he was a lawyer. He always had very difficult cases. And in the final 5 minutes of each one of the shows, Della Street, his great associate, she would show up with the critical evidence that would then solve the case. Well, it's been 15 years, and we've been waiting for the Republican Della Street to show up with the paper, with the document that's going to solve this health care crisis that the Republicans, with crocodile tears year after year, say that they care so much about. And they're not going to show up with a plan. There's a great play, Waiting for Godot. And of course, at the end of Waiting for Godot, Godot never shows up. And this healthcare solution that the Republicans have been promising for 15 years, it's not going to show up tomorrow. And as a result, 22 million Americans are going to lose their coverage. They're going to have to pay exorbitantly higher prices for the health care coverage than they do have to pay today. So this week, Trump, in a self-grading, exercise, he graded his economy an A+++++. That's 5 pluses that Donald Trump gave himself. But I think most Americans right now, they're giving him an F. Why? I'll tell you very simply. The cost of groceries is up. The cost of electricity is way up. The cost of housing is way up. And the cost of health care, because of Republicans, is way up. And they're even going to complicate it more tomorrow. They're going to have their own scarlet letter for the next year that they're going to have to walk around with, an H, a health care, on their forehead. They're just going to be branding themselves as opposed to providing the health care for all of these hard-working families across our country. And when the backbone of our economy, small businesses, can no longer afford their premiums, they will make tough decisions about hiring, about growing, or even closing their doors for good, turning, again, main streets all across our country into pain streets. And it's all going to be in the mail in just the next 2 weeks, right before Christmas. To me, it's almost unimaginable. It takes Scrooge and it gives a whole new meaning to it in terms of what they are about to deliver as coal in the stockings of 22 million American families. They were expecting a lot more, and that's not what they are about to receive. And so, despite the fact that these costs are going up under the Trump administration, despite the fact that they plundered $1 trillion from Medicaid just back in July to give a tax break to CEO billionaires, despite the fact that reckless tariffs are decimating our small businesses to the tune of $38 billion a year, somehow OMB Director Russell Vought wants to fund the Department of Defense at more than $1 trillion. Pete Hegseth declared it would be the Defense Department's first $1 trillion budget. They're so proud. More nuclear weapons, more capacity just to blow up the whole world. Very proud of that. Very proud of the $1 trillion that they are now stealing from Medicaid, for the health care for every family that needs it. Very proud of the tax breaks by the trillions they're giving to billionaires and millionaires in our country. But when it comes to just making sure that people this Christmas don't see a dramatic spike in the price of health care for them and their families, they're going, sorry, I don't have any money. And there's a good reason. They're giving it to the Defense Department. They're giving it to millionaires and billionaires. Of course they don't have any money. And somebody has to pay for it. And the bill is going to be one that 22 million American families write to get their health care coverage for January 1st. And it's going to be a skyrocketingly higher number than it was just this week. So Donald Trump and his congressional Republicans, they just can't seem to find anything to help working families and grandma and grandpa, but they can find it for the billionaires. They can find it for the defense contractors. And you want to talk about waste, fraud? Just look at the defense budget. You just look at it. It's just loaded with waste and fraud. But they're not going to look there. They're looking at the pockets of ordinary families in our country, and they're going to tip them upside down and shake the money out of their pockets 2 days before Christmas and make them pay more money in order to get the health coverage which their family needs. So the Republicans just care more about wealth care than they do about health care. They care more about caring for the wealth of the richest than they do about the health care for every family in our country. And at every opportunity, Republicans are looting health care from families and small businesses in order to pay for tax breaks for people who already have too much. They're robbing the American people, and they're asking the Democrats to drive the getaway car. That we should be voting to take away health care from ordinary families to pay for these tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. But then we just say, right now, the Democrats refuse to be accomplices to this health care crime of destroying Americans' lives and their livelihoods and their health. The consequences are real, and they're happening right now. In the face of skyrocketing premiums, 10,000 people in Massachusetts have already dropped their affordable care coverage for next year. That's unbelievable. And there's going to be tens of thousands more who will be following them. That's just in Massachusetts. That's already double the number of residents who typically drop coverage in a year. And in Massachusetts, they have 2 more weeks to figure out whether or not they can afford this health care coverage next year. And the same thing is going to be true in 49 other states in our country and the District of Columbia. They're going to have to decide if they're going to keep their coverage at all. And for those who do keep it, it's going to skyrocket. And we don't know yet the final number of how many people are trading their good insurance for junk plans that have cheaper premiums but also have unaffordable deductibles. But we do know that working families will suffer while billionaires rake in the dough with great health care. Never have to worry about the billionaires in their health care. They're, in fact, giving money to build new wings on hospitals. They got so much money to make sure they and their families get the care they need at that hospital. But it's going to be unaffordable for the families who are going to be left behind right now. Those families are going to be heading for emergency rooms. They're not going to be getting the kind of help which they need with their family's health care. So Trump told families last night they should give up pencils to deal with his affordability crisis. But Americans just can't give up health insurance when these tax credits expire. Who's going to suffer from Republicans' dogged opposition to lowering health care prices? I'm just going to tell you a few brief stories in Massachusetts. People like Jeffrey. Let me tell you who he is. He's a small business owner who is seeing his premiums increase by $8,400 next year. His wife died of cancer a decade ago, and by the time she passed, his family's medical bills had topped $1 million. They would have been crippled by debt without the Affordable Care Insurance policy, which they were able to receive through the ACA plan. But his bill's now going up $8,400. Jeffrey doesn't have that money. Second example, people like a couple out in Western Massachusetts whose annual premium is doubling from $15,000 a year to $30,000 a year. They're going to owe $1,000 more a month for their health insurance, which is going to be bigger than their mortgage. You hear what I'm saying, Republicans? For this couple, health insurance is going to double and be bigger than their mortgage. Is that really what you want to say to families across our country? Don't we have a plan in place already that protects them and gives them the health care which they need for their families? Give you a third one. People like a small business owner in Auburndale, whose premium is more than doubling to over $19,000 next year. And she cannot afford what she calls, quote, a painful blow to my budget. So she's just going to opt for a cheaper plan with less health care coverage for herself. She shouldn't have to make that choice. We already have a plan in place that protects her. She shouldn't have to go down in the amount of protection which she's receiving. And then we go to Jeff. Jeff lives in Natick, and Jeff has stage 4 lung cancer. And Jeff right now pays $30,000 a year to get the drugs which he needs. You know where his bill is going to as of December 31st, just 3 more weeks? I'm going to give you a second to think about it. His bill's going to $300,000 a year. And Jeff does not have $300,000 a year for his stage 4 lung cancer drugs. By the way, even as I'm telling these stories, there's 22 million of these stories that are all about to unfold a couple of days before Christmas, when people have to figure out how big is that new check they have to write off to get the coverage which they need. And I'll just tell you one final story, which is Laurie. She's from Truro. The premium for her and her husband is going to $6,000 a year, up to $26,000 a year. And Laurie and her husband, they can't get coverage through an employer and are a few years from qualifying for Medicare. So they're in a kind of a black hole. They're going to be left out in no man and woman's land, okay? That's where they're going to be. And they're going without insurance next year. That's the decision they're making. And they're hoping with fingers crossed that neither one of them is going to have an emergency next year. Well, that's the Republican plan for Laurie and her husband. Just cross your fingers, pray that no health care catastrophe hits your family for a year, because they cannot afford $26,000 a year, up from $6,000 a year. So the Republicans are asking Americans to trade their health insurance for hope. But hope is not a health care strategy. The only thing that gives hope to families are actions which are taken to ensure that they have access to the health care which they need. And they are not going to take any action on the Republican side. And so Laurie and her husband are just going to forego. health insurance next year because $26,000 a year is just not, it's just not affordable for them. So I'll just tell you, in conclusion, what Democrats are going to offer tomorrow, it's going to be a simple, straightforward extension of the health care tax credits these families depend on, so that families like this don't have to rely on hope alone. And my Republican colleagues, they're going to have a different plan. Instead of lowering people's premiums, they're going to give everyone $1,000 for their health care expenses. And that sounds nice in theory, but you already heard the stories of the people who are right now trying to figure out what they're going to do on December 23rd. Because they actually are not going to be allowed to use that money, the $1,000, to pay for their health insurance premiums. They actually are not going to be able to use it for that purpose. So how is this Republican so-called health care plan going to help someone who works in a hardware store, who owes $12,000 a year in premiums, and has a $7,500 deductible? How does that $1,000 help anyone whose premiums will be $19,000 next year? How does $1,000 cover $19,000, which would have been covered? How does that $1,000 help a senior couple paying more for their insurance than for their mortgage? That's not a health care plan. That's a they don't care plan. And that's what the Republicans are offering up, a Republican we don't care plan for 22 million American families 2 days before Christmas. That's their plan. Their Make America Sick agenda does nothing to help the 337,000 residents of Massachusetts who are going to be confronting skyrocketing premiums next year, the 22 million people across the whole country. The only people that Republicans' plan will help are the millionaires and billionaires who already have the money to afford their premiums. And yes, their donations to Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans to protect those billionaire tax breaks. That's their plan. The ticking healthcare time bomb that Republicans are setting off, that Democrats have been warning about all year long, is about to go off. In Massachusetts, you got to write the check by December 23rd. And that check has to be written all across our country to make sure you're covered on January 1st. And this is as families are trying to get ready for their Christmas celebration. There won't be any celebrating in those homes. They're going to be trying to figure out how to balance their budget. They're going to be trying to figure out how to now deal with all that money that is now going to have to be spent on their health care that they did not have to spend this year. So this is going to be an absolute disaster for families. And it is avoidable, and the Republicans can avoid it. But instead, Trump and the MAGA Republicans, they've traded away health care for tax breaks for corporations. And it's the cruelty, the absolute cruelty of the Trump administration, which knows no limits. And just in time for the Christmas holidays, President Grinch is stealing medication from Dad, from inhalers for Grandma, insulin for children, toys right out from underneath the tree. So it is absolutely essential that we vote to extend the Affordable Care Act, premium tax credits. We must listen to the American people who are begging us to help lower costs. Tomorrow, we can do that on the Senate floor. I implore the Republicans to vote to extend these tax benefits for 22 million American families. Please do it for them. This is going to be a terrified of 22 million people. It's going to be a terrifying Christmas for these families. And it's going to be a terrifying reality next year when they've lost their health insurance or they cannot afford their health insurance unless they do so at the expense of all the other things which their families need. So we have to vote to avert this crisis. We need some Republicans to join us. Not many, but just enough with a conscience this Christmas to make sure that they are protected. So I thank you, Mr. President, and I just close once again by urging my colleagues to vote aye on our bill to protect those 22 million families. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. and tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.